The third edition of the World Economic Summit. We will start with the third edition of the summit on circular economy in the city of Cordoba. We are in the yellow room.
We would like to welcome you to this space called Circular Experiences.
Share ideas and innovating perspectives to articulate new models of businesses.
Business models from the circular economy that foster the sustainable development by increasing competitiveness and improving the quality of life of citizens. We're going to talk about four main pillars: bioeconomy, climate change, circular economy, and sustainable mobility.
Welcome to Circular Economies and Experiences. We will share two sessions with the different productive sectors.
We're going to debate about the transition towards circular processes in large and small companies.
We'll deal with the market and the practices. We will know some trends that provide an answer to the emerging businesses in circular economy.
We're also going to go deep into key aspects for the circular transition, such as the public-private partnerships, and we're going to discuss technological innovations.
We would like to emphasize the fundamental role of the political actors in the circular transition and also to acknowledge and recognize the great projects on education.
To moderate each panel, we're going to have the presence of very well-known journalists from our city.
Well, now we can begin introducing the first panel of the day. It is called Biofuels in the Circular Economy of Medium and Small-Sized Agricultural Businesses.
Our moderator is a journalist and works in television. She is the host of Economics in Radio Las Rosas and Canal 12.
Roxana
With you,
Cotto.
Roxana Cotto.
Hello, how are you? Great. We have the first talk, the debut with biofuels in circular economy and the experience of the medium and small-sized agricultural businesses. This will be of great importance because experiences have been developing for a long time. So I will introduce Andrés Aguilar Benítez, that is the president of Las Chilcas. A round of applause for him. Hello, Andrés. Come here, please. Agustín Calamari, a partner and person in charge of RB Agronegocios. Welcome, Chief of Operations. And Gastón González, the president of Tigombu Group. Welcome. A round of applause for him as well. Here we have our three panelists of the day for you to talk about biofuels in circular economy from your own experience, from what you have lived with your companies, your family businesses. We'll wait for you to tell us. Could you start, Andrés? Of course. Thank you, Roxana. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the event that allow us to be here, to be able to tell what we do. We are so proud of what we do. So the idea is to share what we do in Las Chilcas. Las Chilcas is we describe ourselves as a family company, agricultural family company. We have 11,000 hectares in production. Oh, what a great number. Yes, all of that is rented. We have 155 employees, direct employees, and we have 5 business units that are the main ones. We have the main one that is agriculture of 11,000 hectares. The second business unit is a feedlot. We have 40,000 animals a year. We also have a pig farm of intensive farming. The fourth business unit is extensive livestock. It is a lot that is smaller with great potential, and there are some more pastures than agriculture. And then that livestock goes to the feedlot. And the fifth unit is the industry part that allows us to harmonize the entire production system that we have, allowing for this circular economy scheme. That is what we want to talk about. The bio industry is made up of a bioethanol and a biodigester that provides energy for our businesses, and that goes with our circular economy. So you have what is the biodigester? That is what feeds the heater of the bioethanol machine. So we have renewable energy, that is bioethanol, based on bioenergy, that is biomethane. So we create renewable energy with renewable energy. Now I will tell you a little bit about this. To clarify, I would like to tell you how we got to this point. Basically, we had a great synergy with the founder of the company, that was my father, and then my brother and I. We entered in 2002 with a vision that was a little bit more from the agricultural part, and also that coupled with the passion of my father, looking for the margins, agricultural margins that we wanted. We had a synergy different from all of the areas of the north of Cordoba, where livestock was being changed to marginal areas. In this case, we started seeing some benefits and add some value to our corn. We had some corn of $100, $120. We had to take it to the port on $30, so 30% of our cost was freight only. So we saw a very great potential of added value, and we started adding some new business units, such as a pig farm, a bioethanol plant, and a biodigester. But the idea is to tell you a little bit about the benefits of the circular economy system that we have within this. What we can do is to improve our production energy, for example, feedlot, and we get the energy from a byproduct of alcohol. We diversify a different business unit. We improved our our trading prices, as we don't have to have discounts, freight, commissions, and all that. We maximize our production with a minimum amount of natural resources. And the most important is that we create energy and food as well, fostering a circular economy system. How? In this way. This is what I would like to show you today. I didn't know that I had the PowerPoint behind. Well, our primary production, and specifically the corn industry, goes to the alcohol distillery. Is it here? Great. From the distillery, we create bioethanol, that is sustainable energy based on renewable resources. The byproducts of distillery will feed the feedlot that comes from protein that is great for animal production. The byproducts of the feedlot, that is the bovine and pig manure, will feed this biodigester. This provides biogas to the heater, making the production of bioethanol feasible, otherwise it wouldn't be. And the byproducts of this biodigester is water that has a lot of organic material, nitrogen, that feeds agricultural activities. So a waste of one business unit is not called anymore a waste, but it starts being the input, the supply for the other business unit. So you have no more waste. That is the raw material for the next business unit. Well, we don't have the time, but the protagonist of this circular economy system is this character. There is the biodigester. The biodigester, we have five main types of resources. We have vinaza, for example. As we don't have to process this, we reduce the cost in the production of alcohol, and we create biogas. Then what we add to the biodigester is all the bovine manure, that is 15,000 kilos per day. Then the purines of pigs. So we avoid for all the methane that comes from the manure going to the environment. We know that it is more contaminant than carbon dioxide. All the mortality of the feedlot and the pig farm go to this digester, trying to mitigate the environmental impact. And the last waste, that is the most important one, but the least of the least volume, is the solid waste from the houses, the households. We have in Villa Maria Rio Seco a community where we try to incentivize and promote this sorting of waste. Some of the people get the cardboards and some others get the plastic, and we collect the solid waste. So we try to raise awareness, because the main goal that we have, because we think that is the most significant one that we can provide to mitigate or avoid global warming, is this one. Not only having an environmental action, but also raising awareness. We think that communicating the importance of this is the most significant contribution we can bring. And with this last slide, I can end. What are the contributions to the community of this bioenergy system? We promote the production of corn, for example. Sometimes farmers go to monoculture of soy. So in this case, we are promoting different types of plants. Then we create employment of good quality, avoiding people moving to the cities. We have a technological innovation project at a national level, and we contribute to atomize the energy production in the country. For me, it was very located in a specific region, and we want to create projects that are federal, because if we move away from Rosario, from the port, this makes even more sense in Salta, Jujuy, for example. So those are federal projects. And this type of production of bioenergy in the field is the reduction of the trucks that go to the road. We avoid 6 trucks out of 1 to go to the roads. And that is very important for farmers with the production of bioenergy. That provides us with the opportunity to create food and energy, fostering our system. And I think that one of the most important things we can do for Argentina. Thank you so much, Andres. Great timing. A round of applause. That was our first panelist. Now we'll listen to Agustín Calamari, Partner and Operations Chief of RB Agronegocios.
Okay, great. I don't still have my slides visible, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about our history. We are, first of all, the founders of the company related to biofuels. Let's go one step behind. One step back. We are 4 founders in 2007 when the biodiesel, which is the fuel which is used to, we mixed with the diesel fuels. Right now we have 10% of the mix for all of the fuels here are mixed with biodiesel and blended. And we created a biodiesel plant back then. We didn't have the law back then, but we started looking for alternatives because we had already scarcity And fuel, we wanted to look for a fuel that solved our problems and that is also renewable. Back then, we were on our last year in college, three of the four founders. We did our dissertation on biodiesel. You're from Rosario, right? No, we're from different places. We're four founders. Two of us are from the south of Santa Fe. One of them is from Córdoba, and the other one is from Rosario. The three of us who studied together are agricultural producers. We study in Rosario. We're all from the University of Rosario in agribusiness. And we created the first biodiesel plant that started leading us forward with with the new laws. In 2010, we started being suppliers for the petrol plants and, and the oil companies. And then we had that uncomfortability of being in a place where we didn't want, but kept producing dynamically. Two of the partners worked on that part. The other two went on with their agricultural investments. All four of us come from producing families, so from farming families, and we started integrating societies, doing business with each other like an economic group, which did not work as such, but had that base, right? And that started, the time moved on, and in 2017, biofuels were took a big hit from legislation, and I think that's going to happen again. But now let's go back to the basics in agribusiness. We started innovating with biodiesel, and we created RBE Agribusiness, which is our company. Why would you say that in 2017 the biofuel were punished? Yes, because there was a cycle of the first law said 10%. Now there was another. We had a blend of 10%, which remained for a long time. Then the law stopped being applied. It went down to 3%. Then it went up to 12%. Another law went to 3 to 5%. And right now we are at 7.5%, based mostly on the need. So the blend is the amount of biofuel that goes in the biofuel amount. It's a market of 80,000 tons a month of biodiesel. 50% goes to YPF, and the other one goes to other oil companies. Most of them Axion and Shell. And 2017, we wanted to change our business with three pillars: impacting the agricultural center and sustainability, mainly. And we started working with an agricultural site in Pampa de Pocho. The family of one of our partners is there, so he has this local roots, and we started there. That's a marginal area in Cordoba. Some of you probably know that. And we started with that original idea of creating the first biodiesel plant, which was to start to transform the way in which we produced as producers, as farmers, of soy farmers. We tried to increase the primary value on soy. We wanted to create awareness on rural exploitation. And we wanted to plant that seed of industry. We wanted to reduce the costs of transformation of that raw material. As Andres said, everything that is away from the port in Argentina is very expensive. And we wanted to innovate in business. That is basically the plant that we have installed in Pocho. This is, you can see the harvest of soy that we have in the Tras la Sierra region. So that's what we do. How did we think about this? How did we think about the Tras la Sierra project? We had the know-how of a medium-sized plant installed physically with a production of 50,000 tons a year, which requires a lot of soy. and we had to scale it down because we didn't have that amount of soy. And how do we think about it with regarding a marginal area with greater distances? You don't always have electricity, you don't always have the services, the utilities, and we created a modular portable plant which we developed in Roldan. It needs to be operated with plenty of simplicity because it's going to be operated by rural employees. So it needs to be adapted to any agricultural area, not anywhere that requires a large installation, and with the smallest composition of complex components. And out of something like this, there's going to be something great. And now we are producing fuel that complies with the security standards, even if it is a low volume. It's fuel, and especially that it doesn't have any effluents. We have, let's tell you a little bit about what we do to create the biodiesel. We use soy oil, methanol, and sodium methylate that allows you to create the reaction. Then we use citric acid for cleaning and purifying biodiesel. And to wash the biodiesel, it creates very little effluents. The effluents have a commercial value. The subproducts are glycerin and fatty acids, which have high protein content. It's used to feed bacteria or as animal protein. And the important thing is that you don't have any other residue, and that's part of the process that is maybe not related with the circular economy, but we wanted to tell you that it has all of the stages of a medium-sized or large-sized plant in Argentina. We can see some pictures of how are we mounting the modular plant on a truck. We can show you the lab that we had at the Roldan plant, which we used for testing the equipment, because the important thing is that the fuel has the quality required by the national standards. So even though we joined the self-consumption program in Cordoba, we are suppliers for that. We fulfill the quality standards with the 893 standard from the Secretary of Energy and Biofuels, and all of the security parameters and safety parameters. Everything we had in the large plant, we moved it to this plant that guarantees the quality and the operation of these types of plants. Here we have the seal from the province, it says that it's 100% biodiesel, our plant that we have in Ambul. And here you can see the truck. This is some pictures when we provided to Villa General Belgrano for their generators. Here we have when we obtained the seal, the V20 experience. We have been suppliers of the province for the fuel change and all of the tests that they have been done with B20, B100. We do biodiesel, not blends. So basically that's what we do. Thank you.
Perfect. A great round of applause for Agustín Calamari. Now we'll give the floor to our third panelist of this morning in this panel of biofuel in circular economy. This is Gaston González, that is the president of Tigombu Group. He's the owner and president of several companies that are part of this group. Hello, can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you so much for the invitation. Our company is a family company that started over 80 years with my grandfather. And we were growing in everything that had to do with traditional agricultural activities and livestock activities. And during the last years, we have entered into this circular economy system creating biofuels, a traditional company of 80 years from agricultural sector. And where are you? We are in the south of Córdoba and in San Luis. Okay, part of the agricultural fields are in Córdoba, and the mixed fields are in San Luis. All of these projects started in San Luis. And as Andy mentioned, as we are away from the port, freight and carriers didn't make our corn productions feasible, so we try to look for a new way of adding value to our production. And that's how we started with all this. We will show what we do in a video, a short video of 3 minutes, and then we continue. Okay, we can see this. Tigombu is a company that was born in 1983 as a family business mainly devoted to agriculture and livestock activities. The company started their operations in Córdoba, then expanding to the provinces of La Pampa and San Luis to become today a national referent of agricultural activities. Nowadays, the main activities are precision farming for corn, feedlots, Angus Colorado, the production of bioethanol and biogas. And this last activity allowed for the company to be an agro-industrial activity, and that has an innovative cycle that is 100% integrated or comprehensive. We start with a seed that is cultivated in the fields, and thanks to the energy of the sun and the earth, grows to become corn. Then this is sowed and taken to a modern plant of bioethanol, and we provide distillery and fermentation processes so we can separate the corn from the bioethanol. We have Burlanda and vinasse, and that is used to feed the livestock. The waste, together with the corn that is crushed, that is gathered from the field, are placed on a special structure called biodigester. Biodigester is a great container that is waterproof, where we have organic material for its fermentation. And as a result, we have two products: methane gas, that is biogas, biofertilizers. Biogas is used to feed some generators that are able to produce energy to go to the grid. This provides not only electrical energy, but also heat energy that then is taken to the bioethanol plant, where it's used to replace the action of the heater, allowing for a great saving in gas. Then biofertilizers is used as to improve the crops. There we can have a virtuous cycle. From a seed we have corn, oil, bioethanol, vinasse, burlanda, meat, heat, and biofertilizers. This is an activity that, thanks to the complete integration of all the products and byproducts created during the operations, allows to convert Tigombu in a sustainable and environmentally accountable company. We have come a long way, but always with the same goal: to transcend. With this belief, Tigombu keeps growing, keeps investing, and keeps innovating to give the world the food and the energy that they need. Tigombu, a round of applause for that video. It was great. Thank you. Because now we understood the entire process that you have. Yes, the video is great because we did it so that a child could see that and understand that. We wanted them to see the entire process so that we could show what we do. And it's explained very well. In this slide, we see the entire value that we add to our corn production. As we go to the different stages, we have extra profitability for each of the business areas. the bioethanol plant, feedlot, and then the biogas plant. All of the byproducts, as we saw from the bioethanol plant, go to the feedlot and also to the biogas plant. In each of them, we will add value. In the bioethanol plant, to the corn that we enter, we have this profitability of a 15% monthly, in feedlot 7% monthly, and in the biogas plant of 2% monthly. All of that makes it that during the year we can multiply this by 5.88 for the entire corn. That is the profitability that you get thanks to that. That is multiplied by 6, the one that you have for corn. Yes, for doing this entire process, corn is multiplied by 6. And each of these processes will add value, and we will leverage all of the waste to make the entire rest of the production feasible. The waste of the feedlot goes to the biodigester, vinasse goes to the biodigesters, burlanda go to the feedlot, and then we can add value. In that way, today we are producing meat that we sell in the domestic market, and we also have some export with a low carbon footprint. I would like to say that maybe it is a 0. It was measured by INTA, so we try to improve the entire processes to add more value to the production that we have. And in this way, as Andy also mentioned, we provide quality employment in marginal areas. We take care of the environment for future generations. And clearly, this is economically feasible and makes the entire company profitable. So in all of this sense, we operate and we see growth towards the future, provided that we can have certain conditions, because these projects are long-term. And sometimes if the ground rules change, sometimes we are outside the system, and this makes operations not to be feasible. So as we need more than one administration, we need clear policies to make these projects work. So we'll try to move forward always, and that's what we want for the future. Thank you. Well, we will, you three will talk now, and we have a first question that is related to what Gaston mentioned. I was intrigued. Why did you start, and why do you do this? Is it because you are good and you want to take care of the environment? You are conscious about the environment? If it is because it is profitable, or why are you doing this? What is the idea that started this project, and why are you doing this currently?
Hello. Well, in our case, the idea was to always try to maximize the profit of the possibilities that we had within the company. So trying to reuse the product and improve the energy efficiency. That was something that was motivating us at the beginning, but then we started looking at this environmental awareness, thinking of circular economy and thinking about the benefits and all the projects, the three-way impact projects that we can create, looking for economic sustainability and also environmental sustainability, and also the social side. That marked us, and that created awareness for us to work in these circular economy projects, especially 20 years ago, 30 years ago. We did not have the awareness that we have created today. We have raised today, and we have every time we have a project, we look at it from the start. Yes.
So you measure the environmental impact that it was not measured before, right?
Yes, we're actually all five brothers, siblings. We don't think of the three legs of the table, let's call it. It's just as important to have economic sustainability as well as environmental sustainability and a social benefit. If we don't have these three ways, these three pillars, it's non-existent for us. It's unavailable, impossible. So that's the way that I want to think. I want to think the way that the future generations think and the way that future entrepreneurs and business people think of. So I think that that business people in the future should think about the three-way impact. And if you don't, let's not think about it.
So you can check that day by day because you're in an activity that is quite traditional, right? That is crops and agricultural businesses. Is it shown or proven that you can create products or do things that have necessarily a threefold impact? Not necessarily to make some profit, you have to damage that. That was very common, right? In the past, the idea was to maximize. And if you created some damages, you could maximize your profits, right?
Well, the way I see it, I think that that's an old-fashioned way of thinking, let's call it. And as I explained before, the synergy that the bioenergy production does and the improvement in the environmental impact for our case, and it also creates profit, so it's a win-win. So why would you have with the environmental impact, then you have profit, you're creating work,
So
yeah,
you have to do that, right?
yeah, look at it from that point of view, and I think that why don't we develop more of these projects in Argentina?
Why?
Because
Is it risky?
probably like Gaston said, in Argentina there are issues with foreseeability. You cannot think of long-term projects. These are long-term projects, and if everything changes permanently, that goes against the economic sustainability of the project. So that's the last leg of the table.
Right, so there's no way of finding something bad about the projects because they are economically good, environmentally stable. So maybe the disadvantage that you can have is that you get the investments, the profits later.
Yes, when you think about manufacturing bioenergy with a method, maybe tomorrow I don't like it. No, when you're going, you have to be in long term, and that's quite of the negative part if you want to look at it. But
Okay, in your case, why was it? Why was that decision? That was a question that I asked myself a lot of times. And I think this has to do with being the sons of farmers. This is a natural awareness. We live from the land. If we don't care about the land, we will lose our food. This is what our grandparents did, right? We made it professional, right? This circular economy, but our grandfathers and grandmothers lived from the land and they didn't have products from the city. They tried to solve everything internally in the field. So I think that awareness goes from one generation to the other. We live this naturally with our partners. It is not something that was discussed. In fact, the first project, we didn't have power, electrical energy, and we found a way to create and not connecting to the grid. But it was, maybe it is a problem now, but there it wasn't a problem. So I think that it is a way of living. The threefold impact appears alone. The social awareness, the environmental awareness appears by itself because we have that in our souls. I think that the answer is there. And based on that, of course, the investments are higher because self-creation of energy is very expensive. We don't pay monthly. We invest in equipment that is very expensive to obtain, to maintain, that requires stability throughout the project. So there's where we struggle and try not to give up. And that is common for the three of us. And necessarily for these investments, you need great investments, right? Yes, those are industries that are modern and they produce fuels. So both are biofuels, and they need investment, high investment. So when you enter this field, safety is the first, because otherwise you cannot produce energy. And then you will go deeper as well, but one of the common reasons in the field has to do with the costs of freight, right? The problem of being far away and the cost of freight, right?
Yes, we started because of that, and to add value to our corn production, because we have in San Luis, and all of that got the profits disappeared when we had to ship to the Rosario Fort, because everything was gone with the freight, with the cost of freight. So that's when we started to think about how can we add value to our production in San Luis. And when the idea of creating our distillery, I would say that that's when it started, everything related to environmental awareness of the company, that we started working with many things, looking at many things, and we decided, okay, this is our north, and we're going to start with this road that we enjoy, which provides more benefits to anyone, and it's more profitable. So that's how we started with this road of adding value and working with biofuel and circular economy, which is everything that we have been doing.
So
Sorry, I think that actually with these projects we started measuring the threefold impact. I don't think that we created awareness. I think that we were aware, but we started measuring it, and we were able to put it into numbers. I think that's the key. What you're looking at in your markets, in your companies, that was something absolutely necessary for the future of your companies, beyond the decision. And when analyzing a project, that you looked at it from a threefold impact point of view. But is there a change in conditions, in the world conditions? This moves from a good or bad decision to mostly a must for companies to be able to remain in the markets? Well, in my case, I think it is, yes. When you think about the environment, you need to take care of it. That's fundamental for the next generations. If we don't take care of what we produce, we cannot have food, we cannot have the energy, which is something that we need in this planet. So the caring for the environment is fundamental for us. And as Andy said, when we started any project, we think of it from this point of view of the threefold impact. We need to create quality jobs that take care of the environment, that are profitable. But we believe that the world needs to move towards that area, and we need to produce being aware of what we are doing.
And in your case, how was that? Yes, I completely agree with Gaston. I have no doubt that the future goes in that direction. In some parts of the world, they are more advanced. In Europe, for example, they have greater environmental awareness as compared to the Latin American one. But I think the future goes there in the way of production, for example. And we have to think about production, because the world and humanity is not conceived in a different way. We need to have a production that is environmentally friendly, and apart from the demands and certifications that there might be, that they may require, the most important aspect, and what I want and see, is that humanity is creating more value for this. So we are raising more awareness that is very positive, and I have no doubt that that's the way forward. And in the specific case of Cordoba, Argentina, because you are three cases of three important companies that are already doing this, and have been doing this for a long time. You're consolidated, you're big companies, you're strong companies, but what is the context? If we take the province, if we take Argentina, for example, how's Argentina? What about Cordoba in that path? I can add something there. I think that Cordoba is being an example at a national level and probably also at a world level, or at least in Latin America. They are at the forefront of this, I think. So I truly admire everything that the province is doing. Sometimes the province has their hands tied because energies are regulated by the national government, but Cordoba is promoting and advocating for all of this. This is a clear example of the willingness of the province to go in this direction. And in our case, we feel supported. We think that we are in the proper place, and no doubt we are at the forefront of this at a national level and probably at an American level. And for example, Cordoba has struggled a lot, as you mentioned. You highlight the position of Cordoba. And I would like to have clear the biofuels situation at a national level. What is the percentage that they represent in the fuels industry? And probably you mentioned that already, and the blend ratio was 0%. Cordoba had a long struggle with that. 3 years ago, that was reduced. How is that fight? Is there a new law?
There is a new law that is the current law, which was sanctioned in 2019. It establishes all of the different guidelines, commercial, quality, logistical guidelines, they're all there. It's a very broad law, and that's the struggle that we always have. We have conflicting interests.
For the oil industry of the South is a struggle, right?
Yeah, it's a bit more complex than that, because we have the agricultural exporting complex, which has a large bioethanol and biodiesel plants. The oil companies don't want to mix fuel that they don't produce. That's logical. So their interests, like we have also cereal trading, and that's where the world is going. We cannot cover the sun with our hands. We cannot ignore reality. And based on the policies that we have, we are going to see.
So we are decreasing the blend ratio, and what is needed, well, Cordoba was struggling in this, and where the world goes is trying to increase the blend, right?
Well, there are some cities that already forbid diesel, ban diesel. You cannot use diesel in the city, for example, Paris.
Okay, perfect. Well, Andres, Agustín, and Gaston, I didn't want to make mistake with the names. Thank you so much for this debut in the first biofuel session and business cases that are medium-sized and small-sized companies. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you for being here. We thank the panelists of the first session that broke the ice, and of course the moderator, Roxana Cotto. Thank you so much.
Let's get ready to move towards the second panel of guests that is going to be about sustainable mobility and the production of biomethane and biogas. And I would like to tell you that this third World Circular Economy Summit is organized by the city of Córdoba through the BioCórdoba agency.
We want to tell you that a few meters away we are having the fair of circular economy. You are all invited to go see that.
We are ready for enjoying the second panel. In this case, the acknowledged journalist from Córdoba. He works in the Ciudadanos section in La Voz del Interior in CNN Radio Argentina. And he's also a professor from the Blas Pascal University. With you, Diego Marconetti.
Diego Marconetti.
Thank you. Juani, what a great presentation. Thank you. Welcome everyone to this session, which is very interesting because it's about biogas and sustainable mobility. We'd like to get Lucas Wonilovic, who is the development management For Scania Argentina, they have provided 29,000 trucks and 10,000 motors in Scania. And then we're going to they have a lot of research and development in Sweden, also in Brazil and Argentina. Production is in Europe, Latin America, and Asia. And Africa, they work in Africa, Asia, Eurasia. And in Argentina, Scania is part of the World Compact of the UN, and they have adhered to the SDGs. They are also part of the board of the Board of Circular Economy, and they have been since 1976 in the country. 27 service points, plenty of employees. Welcome, here's your microphone. We would also like to welcome Juan Pablo Macaño, who is the president of CREA Biogas and 3C Biogas, manager of 3C Biogas. He's a licentiate in technology. He has a PhD in the University of Glasgow, large experience in creation of renewable energy projects, and solid and urban waste management. He's part of CREA Biogas, made of the following companies: Marina Senea, Tigon Group, Bioeléctrica Justos, then 3C Biogas, Adeco Agro, establecimiento Las Chilcas, and he will be presenting the group of how it works and how they do it. I think Lucas is going to start.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation. We from Scania are starting with the process of introducing biofuels that started some years ago in Argentina. Today we're proposing a new system of circular economy that we'll introduce to you. We'll show you the business model that we want to implement and to push. And of course, we need for the collaboration of all of you, of the biogas industry, and for everything that we have to do to develop these types of projects. There are some institutional slides that I'll show you very fast. Scania has been here from 1976 as an industrial area in Tucumán, where we produce some gears and products that are exported to the world. And we have for 2023 a planned investment that was executed of $27 million. So we show the constant investment and the footprint that we have in Argentina. We'll go a little bit faster in this area. I would like to share with you the purpose of Scania. Scania wants to be the leader of sustainable mobility. This is a great challenge for us because this imposes the need and the obligation to implement and to innovate constantly in the way that we create for transportation, where Scania is present or operates. Scania is a signatory of the Global Compact of the UN with the 17 goals to reduce contaminant gas emissions in the country and in the world. Within the different targets that we have at a global level, we defined scope 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2 make reference to how each of the signatories company distribute the products. So what is the level of contaminant gases emissions they have in their processes, and the scope 3, that is where we'll go deeper and we want to share with you, is biofuels and circular economy. And it is related to the way in which Scania can influence in the users of buses and trucks to reduce the carbon footprint of the vehicles being used. For that, Scania created a flagship brand that is Green Efficiency, where we innovate all of the products alternate to diesel. And now you'll understand why. When we talk about new technologies, implementing new fuels, where we want to implement each of the programs to have a more sustainable transportation means, we have to guide ourselves with this question. Is it possible to reduce the carbon footprint to be more efficient while reducing the operating costs, or at least keep it in the same level? Why is that? Because when we think about sustainability, for example, and we choose to purchase a sustainable vehicle or furniture that is made out of recycled material, we are willing to pay for a different cost, trying to be pioneers, to be sustainable, to support different initiatives. When we talk about the business perspective, there is a variable that is the profitability of the operations. It is very difficult to have businesses that are not profitable or sustainable operations that are not profitable. We will have pilot projects, processes, but very short-term ones. So when we talk about sustainability in transportation, we need to see this in a three pillars system. One is the reduction of CO2, particulate materials, for example. We also need to create scalable solutions throughout the country, because we need to create solutions that are not only to be implemented to Cordoba, but to the rest of the province, to the rest of the country. And then we have the economic pillar. Within sustainability, we also have to include the sustainability from the point of view, the economic point of view. Operations have to be profitable, because otherwise they will die in the pilot project. We have great pictures. Maybe some projects have pictures with government officials and a pilot project, but that will be the end of it. So that is not the goal. Our goal is to create change. Once we have our goals clear on sustainability of transportation, we have to start navigating in the technology world to see what's available. When we go to the Scania product portfolio, we see that there are a lot of alternatives from the technical point of view. Some diesel solutions, biodiesel. We have here in a truck that works 100% on biodiesel, that meets the N14214 standard. We can go deeper maybe into biodiesel. Then we have trucks that work with natural gas, biomethane, electrification, so hydrogen batteries or hybrid. So the portfolio is very wide. So we need to identify how we're going to make that transition. The starting point is clear. Is diesel Euro 3 or Euro 5? In Argentina, the fleet of trucks and buses is very old. We have a lot of technologies and trucks that are over 30 years, coexisting with Euro 5 vehicles that work with urea, with the technology that is specifically designed to reduce contaminant gases emission. We have the end goal clear, that will be electrification, hydrogen, and for that purpose, for that horizon, in our opinion, we need at least 15 years. I think that in Europe, they also are a long way to go, and after we have that in Europe, we can start thinking about having fleets and scalable solutions for the entire country here of electric vehicles. We need a little bit more time for hydrogen. The curve of operating costs of hydrogen is very high, so we need to work to try to reduce that. The learning curve is also very difficult. So we have to define within the system of transportation is how we're going to make that transition. In the transition, we say that we will start with the gas, with the natural gas. And why with the gas? Because the electrical matrix in Argentina is 60% natural gas. We are over Vaca Muerta. That is one of the main areas of genuine investments of dollars in the country. So it is it's difficult to go the other way. So we need to use the energy mix. This is not from Scania, but in all of the countries, the first step is to identify what is the energy mix. Within the energy mix, we see that with gas, we can start reducing the polluting gases. We can have an infrastructure of over 2,000 stations of gas. We can support the national production. biofuel allows us to reduce by 40% the operating costs of logistics by per kilometer, and it opens the door for biomethane. Biomethane will be explained by the other panelists. We have some other panelists explaining what biogas is. This is the fuel that is obtained from the decomposition of organic material. And when we talk about organic material, we talk about the sewage waste, sanitary waste, urban solid waste. We talk about organic products from the production of beer or milk or sugar cane. So any industry producing organic waste can produce biomethane, and it has the potential to create biomethane to be used in a bus or a truck. So why not think that maybe a truck that collects waste in the Cordoba city uses gas produced from the waste of the Cordoba people or from the sewage plant of the city of Cordoba. Any big city in Argentina could have a system of that type. People who go to study, to work, who use public transportation can use a vehicle that is fed by gas produced from the waste that that community generates, right? I think that there is no more practical example of circular economy such as other than this one. So what we are proposing at Scania is creating a critical mass of vehicles from fed with gas, reducing operating costs to support the national industry to be able to jump to biomethane that will allow us to create biogas in a decentralized way, to foster local economies, to invest, to have a decentralized investment for gas, entering into a decentralized schedule of production of gas. And if we see this flow, I'm sorry if I take some more minutes. If we review this flow where we have the providers of substrate, we have a lot of production of biogas in Argentina. In the last panel, there has been some mention about this. We have some available technology for an upgrade, so biogas to the quality that we need for it to go to the pipeline. We have some standards, regulation, or framework. We need to work on that, but there is one, so we can start working on this to inject biomethane in the gas network of Argentina. There is a trading network that has challenges but also great opportunities, and we also have a great amount of users demanding for biomethane. Any multinational company, and I will have as an example Scania, we need biomethane to reduce the carbon footprint, both in the production side and in transportation. Scania needs to replace 5,000 cubic meters, for example, of gas for the plant of Tucumán. We need to replace the way in which we transport our spare parts and our trucks with biomethane. And any multinational company, Coca-Cola, Holcim, Unilever, McCain, PepsiCo, a lot of companies that need to reduce the carbon footprint. And today, the only solution is doing that with biomethane. Electrification is a great initiative, but it's long and far away. So the tangible option is going from biomethane. So to end with this presentation, the critical mass of gas vehicles, leveraging the structures of natural gas that are over 100 of great volume that will allow us to go towards what we call a sustainable transportation solution that is part of what Scania comes to propose as a circular economy model. I'm sorry for going over the time. Of course, I'm here for you if you have any questions. Thank you, Lucas. Juan Pablo.
Hello, good morning. Thank you to the organization for having this event, so important event in Cordoba. I'd like to tell you we are at the CREA group. I'm Juan Pablo Macaño from the CREA group, manager of CREA Biogas group and 3A Gas. I want to thank the people who were from the Gaston from Tigombu, Andres from Las Chilcas. We also have Cecilia Nasser, who is our advisor. For those of you who don't know what is CREA, CREA is a non-profit organization with over 2,000 members, which are all over the country, and we have a very important methodology, which is to work as a group to share experiences, create knowledge, and provide solutions to common issues. This is why we had a group of biogas gas plants, which 5 years ago we had the technologists and technology suppliers, but we did not have large biogas producers. So we go together to share problems and see how did we solve them, and also to have some more representation towards the foreign countries, and to foster the potential of biogas. So a couple of years ago, we have been working as a group. It's 9 companies right now that, as Diego mentioned, they're listed here. We are in at least 4 provinces, and we are looking for new members to increase this critical mass in the biogas production, in cubic meters, and also in representation in installed power. Can you hear me better? Thank you. And here I'm going to stop for a little while to explain a little bit more technically, to have the entire audience understand about the products that can be generated with the biogas industry. One of them is biomethane. As Lucas mentioned briefly, the biogas industry, what we do is to process organic material that may come from different channels. It may be organic waste, both industrial and municipal, then agricultural effluents in the different ways, and also energy crops. All of that is processed in the biogas plant to create 2 main products. One of them is biogas, which is a mixture of gases made up mainly of methane. I did an example with 60% methane and carbon dioxide 40%. And the other product, which is what we call digestate, or digested material, which goes back to the soil, where we have a small example of circular economy, since the energy crops which are directly used in the biogas, or they feed animals that will provide us with the effluents. Our second instance is what do we do with biogas, and here we can discuss a little bit about the development of the industry in Argentina. It happened thanks to bids to inject electrical energy. So what do we do with biogas? It can be used in a boiler to create thermal energy and steam, and to use to heat other processes in other industries, or we can create combustion in another motor engine generator to create thermal energy for circular economy, to heat all of the internal processes of the plant. And with the electrical energy from the generator, we can provide energy for the national interconnected systems and our houses. What else can we do? Here's when we start talking about methane. Biogas has more or less 50–60% of methane. If we can use it, we can concentrate it to 99%, 97–99%, we have what we call biomethane. Bio because it comes from renewable sources, and this process of concentration involves different technologies that can be used for the biomethane, and then biomethane in gas states can be compressed, which is what we're going to call bio and compressed natural gas, or we can liquefy it to create bio LNG, liquefied natural gas. This is where we have the contact point with Lucas and with transportation, where we can use this fuel both in transportation and as in with gas pipelines to provide the homes. And in a lesser way, by purifying methane, we can also produce carbon dioxide, also liquefied, which is a product used by the food industry. So to sum up a little bit about the installed capacity in the country, we currently have over 40 plants. Some of them have the main purpose of generating electrical energy. We have more than 60 megawatts installed. Other ones create thermal power. They're a smaller amount. We are currently producing over 30,000 cubic meters of biogas, and then we are looking to achieve 15,000 cubic meters per hour of biomethane. And this is the distribution that we have, one in La Pampa, one in Tucumán, and the rest is in the center of the country. And the CREA group is currently 22% of the electrical plants. So we are looking for new members to be more representative and to be more federal. And participation in biogas and biomethane are these as follows. Which are the strengths of this sector, which is an area that has grown non-stop in the last 5 years? And I wanted to tell you a little bit about some opportunities and challenges for all the players in the industry. As Lucas mentioned, we are on one end, we are the producers, and Lucas and Scania are on the other end. And of course, the governments are also on the other end to be able to move this sector forward and to leverage it. And among strengths, we have mature technology, both for producing biogas and to produce methane, to purify methane. Currently, we can say that we have experience and local experience and capacities. 5 to 6 years ago, we had to bring everything from the outside. We had a very quick curve, and thanks to the development in the US and Europe, and as Lucas said, biomethane is a renewable fuel which can replace very quickly the natural gas and gas oil, diesel fuel, and this contributes and leverages a better waste management, especially this is an issue at the city level, municipal level, and also it helps develop rural areas and creates business units for agricultural companies, especially livestock companies. And we also have over 40 plants in Argentina. The national government has launched a bid for 30 other plants which are coming. And of course now we have a very important installed capacity, and plants can coexist. They may have both for contracts for electrical energy and biomethane, and have 2 income sources. So what are the opportunities? to produce biomethane and add it to gas pipelines to supplement the natural gas. We can have a blend of biogas, as we have in biodiesel, with biomethane. We can sell it as a bio CNG for replacement of gas oil in cars and in public transportation. Of course, we can talk about our competitive advantage in the questions. Then the bio LNG for the replacement of gas oil in maritime and long-range transportation. And another positive area is the decarbonization of the energy system in general and the achievement of the environmental goals that we have taken on, and also reducing costs if we compare with the production costs and import costs of natural gas. And finally, the last slide is to provide some challenges among the players and the people around us, because we have technicians, we have members of the province, state, national and municipal state, so we have many challenges. From the technical point of view, we have the challenge of using the processes and making them more efficient to prevent losses, because biomethane losses are not just economic losses, but they also create pollution. Then we have logistics of injection and transportation of biomethane. We need to think that the biogas plants are usually in rural areas, because that's where you have most of the organic matter used for the production, or some in cities, but not necessarily in close to a gas pipeline, so that's a challenge. And of course that's going to imply an influence and impact on costs. Regarding the regulatory side, we need to define the biomethane blend ratios and to leverage it for the industry, and the quality standards. We have the connection costs for the gas pipeline and who is going to deal with that, and also especially in North America and Europe, we need to consider, which is a rising subject around the world. Everyone is going to trying to look for alternatives in energy other than nationally. And biomethane seems like a great idea to decarbonize and reduce costs. There are several schemes, but there are sometimes variable rates based on the substrate. So if you use an energy crop, it's a higher cost than organic waste. And different scales, if you have 250 cubic meters per hour plant, you may be able to provide a higher rate than if you have a 3,000 cubic meter plant. And as a political challenge, we need to see how can we foster from a political point of view to provide a greater access to the industrial substrates. We all know about we need to find out how can we channel these resources to biogas, and then to have a bus, a garbage truck to be propelled by biomethane, so the efforts of citizens can be seen in a service that is provided to them. So how can the state create demand? By creating ambitious goals of replacement of natural gas or gas oil. This is another important point. How can we trace the injection? How can we know what we're injecting and how? And how can we support production? Because on the one hand we're creating demand and we are supporting production, because there are some things that we have discussed over and over about financing, about private support, but there are other interesting support from even interesting ideas like carbon credits and the possibility of using different substrates to see what is the weight of that methane molecule in decarbonization. And my time is up as well, so with this I'm going to give way to questions.
Well, to start with, a round of applause for the panelists. It caught my attention how problems up to some years ago started being opportunities for businesses. Of course, taking a look at environmental actions. You talked about biogas in waste plants. For example, in Córdoba, we have a production in the metropolitan area of over 2,000 million tons. We have 2,000 tons of waste produced by the city that has an input of 8,000 cubic meters per hour. So how long are we to start creating that methane or biogas that will be useful for this? To have a fleet, for example, to collect waste throughout the city, working with that fuel. What is the leap that we need, and what is the potential for that? Well, the question is great, and I would like to clarify that in the plants that we have now in Argentina, we have some examples of landfills, sanitary landfills. The molecule is the same, whether coming from household waste or municipal waste or industrial waste. Everything is added to this greater volume and production. We have a great potential in everything that has to do with municipal organic waste. Those of you who are in the industry know the great challenges that we have to be able to sort the organic matter from the rest of them. So we have a lot of campaigns to train the community to do so. And technology is mature, so it's not that mature. So we need to create a lot of effort to have those resources. Then we have some other groups of resources that are the agricultural or livestock waste that are some kilometers within the fields, far away from the main road. So we need to gather those effluents to be able to produce biofuel that has a lot of benefits, both at an environmental and economic level. So the investment is great, right? The one that the state needs to start producing biogas at a great scale. We have know that there is a pilot project or at a sanitary landfill. Well, having a number with the economy that we have today is very difficult, but if we talk about cubic meters of biogas, we need to know that for a 500 cubic meters per hour plant, we are talking about $4 million approximately. We are working a lot, and we could reduce the costs with the local developments and local experience, but it is sort of a reference in the industry, that amount. And that is enough for those 500 cubic meters. What can they do? What can I supply? If you talk about electrical energy, we're talking about 2,000 or 3 houses, domestic houses, or if you talk about fuel, I wouldn't know the kilometers because it depends on the vehicle, right? But 5,000 kilometers approximately. Okay, so we wanted to add something?
Yes, just a couple of comments about the production of biomethane. We were talking with the government of Córdoba. We could feed the truck fleet, the garbage truck fleet of the city of Córdoba, just to provide you with an idea. And about the investment cost, we did need to think not on the investment cost, but rather what you're going to be saving. So today, the fleet of buses from the city of Córdoba and the garbage truck fleet is consuming diesel at $33, $34 per million BTUs, just to give you an idea. So that's the number that we should benchmark against. So if I can create savings using biomethane, then that's great, because I could be using it going to a carbon neutral idea. So maybe we could think that the garbage collection circuit would be carbon neutral. How much are we polluting using diesel? How much could be saved by using methane?
And in the count that you did of biomethane feeding buses, for example, that you show in the slide, in Cordoba we have 300, 400,000 users. You could feed 400 buses, that is half of the system of transportation in Cordoba.
Yes, that's the circular economy concept, to tell the bus user that that bus that they're taking is using gas produced from their own waste. So this is a concept that when we are talking about renewable electrical energy, we're talking about challenges for the common user to say, okay, this light that we're using now is being generated by a windmill in Córdoba or in Comodoro Rivadavia that is connected to the network. And
so it creates a dimension.
yes, it's easier to bring it down to earth, to create public policies, to show you that the bus that comes here through the door of the Complejo Ferial, having a sign that says this is thanks to the green garbage.
And I would like to give you some reference if we talk about numbers and why we mentioned that this is competitive against gas oil. The unit that is used, the BTU, that is a thermal unit. For 1 million BTUs with gas oil, we're talking about $30. And with biomethane, between 20 and 25, depending on the sources that you use as a raw material or feedstock. So you have an economic advantage. And even if the cost were the same, you have environmental benefits that have to be quantified. And we are developing the tools to be able to quantify that, so that would give the economic advantage to that, right?
And to add a little bit about this, let's not forget to mention that cities with environmental policies or that use renewable policies, they have access to cheaper lines of credit, and it opens the doors to the world because you show yourself as a pioneer city in sustainable transportation, and it also allows you to reach softer credit lines for other kinds of investments. So even if we're tied with diesel and biomethane, we are making a more responsible use, we are reducing the carbon footprint, and we are reaching softer financing options.
So you mentioned before something related to the automotive park of Argentina. You said that we have a fleet that is 30 years old, some with Euro 3, with Euro 5 vehicles. Due to economic situations, they use diesel for Euro 5 vehicles, motors, for an economic reason. So why does gas appear, or these engines these trucks that Scania are producing, is there a more sustainable and economically sustainable solution better than diesel?
When we talk about if we are moving from diesel to gas, gas is the critical mass for biomethane. Why do we have the first incentive of gas? Because it costs a third or 40% per mile traveled is impressive. So when you add other costs, that reduction in long-distance transportation goes down to 40%. So we are coming in with a 40% reduction in operational costs when we use gas instead of diesel. So in the middle we'll have the biomethane. If biomethane is inserted into oil pipelines and creates a blend where each user can decide based on their weight of sustainability versus economic impact, we could go up into a blend ratio of 10, 15, 50%, I don't know. So when each company like Arco, Coca-Cola, Holcim could be able to choose which percent of biomethane to use based on their blend. So we could go to a scheme where we don't have pure natural gas, pure diesel, but rather we would have 60% natural gas, 40% biomethane, and you would be taking advantage of the reduction in operational costs of gas, and you're also reducing the impact of using the reduction of the impact with biomethane. So
Apart from that, the technology using the engine of natural gas that you're using for buses has 100 years, right?
right, if you look at it from the Otto cycle, which is a thermal cycle, if we move it towards realities like the normal gasoline engine, which is a 100-year-old technology, which has been advancing, of course. But when we think about natural gas as a fuel, it was implemented in the beginning of the 90s, so it's been over 30 years. So we have a massive network of natural gas stations. So when we talk about new technology, we need to think about the starting point of the infrastructure, and that is usually expensive. And buses and trucks that have used natural gas, they would technically be able to refuel in any of the 2,000 stations available. So when we talk, we are also working in other consortiums like hydrogen and biodiesel, etc. So if today I bring to the street trucks, electrical trucks, for free, they're going to be parked for months because they won't be able to be used, or a hydrogen truck won't be able to be used because where do you refuel the hydrogen? So what we say from Scania is not to create pilot tests, but rather creating massive and social changes. So today we want to move towards electrification and hydrogen, of course, but now the possibility is biomethane and biogas.
Right, so it is important to know that this is an engine that already exists. It is not that you have to purchase for a new one.
Yes, the heavy vehicles, the heavy gas vehicles that have been sold since the 90s, so both from Scania and other companies. We have other commercial links with other automotive companies, and we have sold us and the competition trucks and buses all over the country. We have gas vehicles in general cargo, garbage collection. You have the buses in Mendoza, 20 buses. Yes, for over several months with a dedicated station developed by Ecogas, which is dedicated also for garbage collectors or the own vehicles of the city of Mendoza. They can refuel with very highly developed technology throughout the country.
Why do I have to use biomethane? Because it is good for the environment and it improves economically the energy system balance. Let's suppose that you are all here producers. What is the potential for each farm, for each pig farm? The great change of concept is that any organic material that is around is energy that we can use. I heard in the previous panel a dead pig can be energy. Right. Organic material is chemical energy that is concentrated, that can be transformed into fuel that can be used for transportation or to use in households. So the concept of waste is outdated. So we need to talk about resources, organic resources that can be used to improve the quality of life and sustainability of the province, the country, and the world in general. Yes, and to add to what Juan Pablo mentioned, all of the farmers that create electric energy from biogas have an open door to have a diversification. As Juan Pablo mentioned, it is not making businesses compete. It is creating a new business unit with the installed capacity that we already have, so leveraging that and widening the production capacity and diversifying the business. I think that any company in any niche wants to diversify their businesses, and I think that there's a great opportunity because of the high demand that is already there. So what about the cultural aspect? Is it difficult for that waste to be seen as an opportunity? It is improving. The new generations, well, I have children who are learning about this, and it is, they always talk about that, no doubt. So I think that the future is very promising, as he said. We have tested technology, we have the infrastructure, we have the knowledge, experience. And I also wanted to say that now we're talking about this here. Tomorrow in Buenos Aires, there is another meeting on biomethane. So having two events on biomethane in Argentina says a lot about us, and we are trying to align. All of the players, all of the stakeholders are trying to be aligned. So in the immediate future, we will be using biomethane and seeing transportation led by biomethane. That is the last time that we have. I would like for you to close or highlight what you want.
Okay, let's see. Just as a final comment, if we want to move forward towards a sustainable system, it's not going to be Scania on its own, it's not going to be Juan Pablo on his own, and we need to think about it, sit together, and propose the new frameworks, the new technologies, and discuss together how are we going to make the leap forward. We're not going to do it individually. It's important for all of us to be in a table, sitting together, and start thinking about what kind of transportation do we want for our future.
I agree with that and with education. Education is not only for those who generate waste, but also those who make the decisions, who decide on the policies. They have to know about all of these benefits and to educate themselves on technical issues, because those are the ones that will lead the way for well-being. So it is great that we are all here talking about this. So all of us have the willingness to contribute to make it reality. Where can you find more information, both on Scania and on biogas? Well, CREA has a website. A lot of the members there already participated. They have their own websites as well. You can see how each of the plants work. So CREA Biogas, you look for that on the internet. The website is CREA, and then each of the members can look for the websites to see our social media, to get to know us, because a lot of them have initiatives using municipal waste. So, for example, used oil for cooking can be used in plants. So every opportunity is welcome. And the program of Scania Green Efficiency, in the case of Scania, scania.com.ar, there you can find the entire information about green efficiency and all the sustainability programs, or you can go to any of the Scania distributing centers here in the city of Córdoba, in Juan B. Justo Street. You can go there, and any information that you may need. I will give you my phone number, my email, for any person who would like to continue with this talk. Juan Pablo Macaño, President of CREA Biogas and Manager of 3C Biogas. Lucas, Manager of Businesses of Scania Argentina. Thank you so much for participating. We thank each of the panelists. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the Omar Canetti for moderating.
We would like to invite everyone here to share your pictures through, and your videos, of course, through the hashtag Voces que Circulan, Córdoba Capital, Circulando Experiencias, Córdoba Circular. And we tell you we are live on streaming through the official summit webpage, cumbremundialdeeconomiacircular.com.ar. And there you can enjoy all of the panels of circular experiences during these 2 fantastic days.
Now's the time to introduce the following panel called Generation of Energy Using Renewable Sources.
It will be moderated by a very important journalist from Cadena 3. He is the host of Vamos Viendo at Radio Popular. He is also host of Palabras Cruzadas at Canal C. With you, Fernando
Jerez. Hello, thank you, Mili, thank you, Juani. Thank you for being here and for the invitation. I think that Diego Marconetti forgot his phone number, his cell phone, I'm sorry. Here it is. The truth is that for me, it is an honor being here moderating one of the panels of the Third World Circular Economy Summit, to be able to know more and share thoughts on circular economy in the world, and specifically in Argentina and in the world. This is the panel of creation of greener energy through renewable resources. Wenceslao Machlin, sub-manager of projects of the generation management. Wenceslao, thank you for being here. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Wenceslao Machlin will talk about the projects that were granted to EPEC in the framework of the RENMI call, that was an open call to celebrate or execute contracts of supply of renewable electric energy with the administrating company CAMESA of the Energy Secretariat of the country about generation using renewable resources. EPEC is the energy company with the greatest amount of projects acquired.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, about electrical generation from renewable sources. It's a massive universe, there are plenty of technologies, and today in Argentina we can say that we have taken the first steps. If you look at this chart that I brought from Camesa, in 2011 we had a very small generation, mainly hydroelectrical, and based on the different bids, the different regulations from the renewable energy laws about the long-term goals, we were increasing generation, and now we have a participation of around 14 to 15%, and of course that implied a change in the renewable matrix, which, as you can see, in 2011, 2012, we have most of hydraulic energy and biodiesel, and now we have some more wind energy, and we started leveraging solar with a higher percent. For generation of renewable energy right now in Argentina, we have two main markets. We have the spot market, which is the contractless market, where you can access through self-generation, on-site self-generation, and in Córdoba also through this community distributed energy framework. We created a new set of conditions grouping the demands and being able to access this market. Spot markets mean that you're going to save the cost, the wholesale cost of energy if you can produce it without any additional benefits for that, but it allows you to have prices to tackle several projects. Córdoba is a leader in this segment, and all in all, doesn't have any large-scale projects, but in the midterm and mid-sized needs it can be met with this. Then we also have the term markets, which have greater power, so it's more widely known, And you have several types of contracts. The contracts among private citizens and private companies. Then you have lower state intervention that's limited to large industries. And finally, you have the auctions by Camesa, which is the topic we're discussing today, the participation in the MDI and some other programs, like other renewable energy programs. We have several challenges to increase power massively. We have the first steps of network saturation for large projects, because renewable energies, you generate them where the resource is, not where demand is. So this implies that the transportation fills a salient role, and then we have a technical bottleneck. So there are still opportunities to produce at a medium scale, especially in robust networks like the province network, where you have the possibility of doing intermediate projects. We're talking about 50 megawatts. To give you an idea, 50 megawatts, it's an investment close to $50 to $60 million. So these are still large projects and not the gigawatt developments that you would have in other countries or in other places. Another challenge is the contract conditions and the access to funding, because this is a capital-intensive activity. Today we have started renewing the road of regenerating energy through renewable projects, particularly hydroelectrical. In mid-2021 we opened two half-megawatt plant facilities, one of them in Boca del Rio, tras la sierra. We are also building a central in the Pichanas Dam, and we are also working with the La Calera plant, which was created in 1912, and it was disused, it was abandoned for a while, and we are installing new equipment. Here we have a little bit about the ferroviario plant, and also Boca del Rio, which are twin plants. In La Calera, as I told you, we have work that is soon to be inaugurated, and the term of the work was 45 days, so 545 days, so we are close to have it on the first quarter of 2024. So what are we going on MDI? We had the possibility of participating with 11 projects, and we have received we have won all 11 projects. So we're going to be increasing 28.5 megawatts of power. We have been the top company in the number of projects, and we have all the contracts signed to start to build projects. The projects that we won have different prices of technology. When we were talking about the spot market and the term market, it's very important to create the conditions in each of these bids, because to win projects based on technology, maybe you need to provide for prices that may not be the most competitive, but there could be solar projects and hydroelectrical projects that have prices over $100 in energy, $100 per megawatt hour. And bioenergy it's very hard for financing to have a return of the investment. So we started incorporating several of our projects that are going to demand an investment of $39 million, and they will benefit 209,000 citizens of Córdoba. Here we have some more slides of the most emblematic. We have a plant at the La Viña Dam. We are going to be able to replace some of the machines and modernize them and make them operable. And in the same way, we have another plant in Cruz del Eje. We're going to do the same. We're going to replace a few of the machines for more modern ones, and incorporating the latest technology, benefiting 15,000 citizens. And new hydroelectric projects in Villa Maria and San Marcos Sur, which are not as large, but they are rivers with a large flow rate, with the Rio Tercero, which has a large flow, large amounts of flow, and I heard something about taking advantage of energy generation from sewage liquids. We have a project that we have won a bid for 2 engines. That one part is going to be going to the Damse consumption, the bus consumption, and the other part is going to go to the market, and that's going to cover the investment of $1 million. We did it on the Bajo Grande sewage plant, and that's going to allow for us to work together with the city, which is the operator of the sewage plant, and with EPEC, the provincial energy company. We're going to be able to create energy for Damse, for electromobility, and we're going to be able to fulfill this goal of the citizens providing energy through affluents for their own electromobility in the city of Córdoba. This plant is in a pilot phase. It's not an idea, but rather something concrete. We can see the first pilot engine, and we are soon to have the new equipment to work at maximum capacity. And another one of the questions that we had about what do we do with garbage, we're also going to take advantage of the waste from the city, mainly in the city of Córdoba, in the Piedras Blancas landfill. We're working together with Cormecor to install the power of 3.2 megawatts in the initial phase. We have a 15-year contract that we know that we can generate a project that allows us to install the engines and the necessary technology. And in the new landfills, we're doing it with the appropriate technology to maximize the appropriation of resources, the leveraging of resources. This is one of the projects of circular economy that we have in the province, also creating from biogas, from sewage liquid, from liquid sewage, sorry, and that we are working on with the province of Córdoba. We are in the engineering phase with using the first tools. We can see how is the collection network. You can see they are like octopi that go into the landfill and they capture biogas, and they enter a treatment plant, a biogas treatment plant, that then goes to the 4 engines that we have. We have been designing it with space for future expansions because we don't have the certainty of the amounts of biogas that we're going to obtain, but we think that it's it is greater than the power that we offer to Gamesa. So we think that's going to be great. And another market that where we have been working actively is the generation of renewable energies and community distributed generation, where we have, this is beyond the contracts with NDI and with Gamesa. This is a local bet of generation, of improvement of the demand, allowing for grouped self-generation and new projects. For this segment, we at EPEC are providing for a facility, a transformer station in Arroyo Cabral, and that piece of land is close to Villa Maria, close to Arroyo Cabral, and we have developed the engineering, the authorizations, both in national and provincial energy studies, the soil studies, electrical studies, etc., to advance and to build a project. And we have developed solar facility, let's say, which could go up to 70 megawatts, because the technology, we started thinking of 40, but the speed of the increase of the capacity from all panels, it's amazing, and that's not mentioned the new technologies that could come. Today we're talking about 70 megawatts. If you're talking about projects with fixed structures, or 50 megawatts with trackers that are part of what we're looking forward to take the maximum advantage of solar radiation. And in this project, what we look for is to do a bit of, let's say, selling pieces of land for the maintenance of installations. We separate it into pieces of land, actually, so that users or companies can install their own projects with a participation of APEC on the energy as a partner, and we provide security and safety, and the project is studied and easy to execute. And thus we can quickly achieve the implementation of a park based on stages. And nowadays, even though, we went through the slides, but we have signed the first projects in this mode. It's a great idea, which we have worked with SEDUC people, which we have an issue with distributed technology, is that you need to have space at the point of demand, because you can put it on the roof of your house or your industry. And this mode we have achieved, it has been possible to work with two building companies, contractors, to create two sustainable buildings. And here we have the slide. We have signed the first agreement for these parks with Proaco and GNI. And in Córdoba, we have a building of a new project that they are building that is going to be dependent on electricity, and because they are saving money on the gas installation, and that is being provided to this park, this solar park, and GNI is doing it in Rio Cuarto with 238 units, apartments. So the people that buy these things, these apartments, they're going to have their energy supplied by from renewable energy, with all of the attributes that we are going to be maintaining. Other than that, we are moving forward with 7 megawatts extra which is an agreement that we are signing with an important bank for all of their sites, all of their branches. We have participated in a bid for another important contract. So this project is one of a kind, as well as the Bajo Grande project with the sewage. It's unique in the country and in Latin America. So to be able to work in this provincial company and to be able to develop almost all of the technologies, and so it's great. So, Wenceslao, I want to ask you a few questions. We don't have that much time left. I wanted to ask you if this energy has cuts, and the actual question was different. Can you quantify the renewable energy that is being generated? Yes, nowadays, more or less, 1.5 percent of the demand here in Argentina is generated by EPEC, or around 1% based on their hydroelectric plants that had been built years ago. We saw that in 2011 we had 2% or 1.5%. Mainly we were talking about 50 megawatts, the hydroelectric, which was the limit that was made from the law, and EPEC works with 50% of operation. Cordoba has the 50% of all the renewable hydroelectric energy. So even if it is not such a large amount of powers, that we have been generating this for over 80 years. So now they must be, probably they have more of the energy than we do, but we have been leaders for ages. And with all of the projects that are an investment that is greater than 50 and greater than $60 million, we are financing the consumption of over 50,000 homes, and that is basically due to the biogas projects. We're going to be generating 24/7, so let's say with a capacity factor of 95% against solar that you need to consider the hours of sunshine that you only generate 22 to 23% of the time, the maximum capacity. So to give you a comparison, 2 megawatts of solar is the same as 1 megawatt of wind power, but one biogas, it's basically 1.5 wind power or 3 megawatt solar. So even though that was quite confusing, maybe a bit, but in total, in the energy world, we are using a capacity factor around 40%, and I'm sure that in the future we're going to be incorporating more projects. And honestly, it was a great experience. We have been the company with the largest number of projects awarded in 2023. We have 3.5 minutes. I want to take you out of EPEC for a moment. You are right now in EPEC, and we have been in the national government. And I want to hear about what you think about what's going on with the renewable energy in the country. What's the comparison with the neighbors? Well, in relation with our neighbors, I think that from the technical point of view, we have nothing to envy from other countries, as the people from Las Chilcas said in other panels, and the rest of the people who work with energy. There was an increase in the market. We are at the forefront, and the capacity factors in wind power in Argentina, the world record. What the monitoring project in YPF is huge, 50-60%, and we have been able to see that we are in the forefront of technology. And the challenge today is to reach the imports, to develop more local producers that can manufacture more components, and to continue incorporating to the matrix, adding to the matrix. And I think that these types of events that are something that didn't happen before, and renewable energy right now is here to stay and to go further and further. We are at 10-15%, and when next time we look at this, we will be at 20%, and if we add it to hydroelectric energy and nuclear energy, we're going to be talking about a large portion of the conventional energy, and that's a market that is not going to be limited regarding its growth throughout a period, with these, of course, restrictions that we need to avoid. So the access to financing and to achieve commercial conditions that allow the investors the demand to be able to, or to want to buy long term, as we've seen from a person that today was mentioned that there were other sources of energy. And with energy, you need to purchase the equipment. We have maintenance, which is 10% of the cost. And that investment is what makes it difficult to tackle these projects, but we have more and more. And in these conditions that we've had throughout the year, if we can increase the capacity, I'm sure that we are going to be able to move forward. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for your attention, for your time. This is the end of the Energy Generation through Renewable Sources panel. Let's give it up for Wenceslao Manislin. Thank you. Okay, Mili, thank you.
Thank you so much to the main speaker and Fernando Genesir for this talk. We'd like to thank the main speakers of each of the panels as well.
Next panel, let's present production of bioethanol from corn for greater blend ratios and flex converters, which are manufactured locally.
This will be moderated by the professional in social communication and journalism, Carolina Biedman, that is the host of Tercer Sector TV, specialized in social responsibility. Carolina Biederman. Hello, how are you? Welcome. As Mili and Juani mentioned, this panel is on the production of bioethanol from corn for greater blend and flex converters of local production. I will introduce you to them. First of all, Patrick Adam, the Executive Director of the Bioethanol Chamber from Corn. Welcome, Patrick. The plants of bioethanol from corn save up to a third of gas if the distilled grains are not dry. This has a greater energy saving, and for the humidity content of 65%, freight has a crucial role in the business, so it makes it viable to carry this product up to 200 kilometers. The closer the refinery, the less price the product will have. We also have Maximiliano Rosenblatt, presenter of Orestes Berta, and also Daniela Gamo, that is part of the same company, coordinator of energy of Orestes Berta, Sociedad Anónima. Welcome, Daniel. They will talk about the new challenge of the company, the E85 full flex Berta converter, and it's in the testing phase, on a pilot phase. It is an innovative product that does not exist in the Argentinian market, and that can be included to a gas oil pump vehicle. And they will talk about the production of bioethanol from corn for better flex converters and blends. We'll start, first of all, with your presentations. And can you tell us a little bit more about what you're working on? What are the innovations? We'll start with you, Patrick. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Basically, this is an industry that was born in 2006. There were some histories before that, but they didn't prosper because I think it is due to political willingness or lack of. But we are proud of being one of the state policies that have been implemented in the last years. We can see in the chart that this started in 2006. It gained more input in the following years. It kept on growing with some other governments, other administrations, and for the last 4 years, we have been stagnant and only living with promises. But we want to increase the blend to 15% of bioethanol and go into a Mercosur model, that is the convergence model of Mercosur, with a blend of 27%. Paraguay, for example, has 25% in the blend ratio. In Brazil, they have free blend ratios, so the energy matrix is very in the early stages. We are a federal reality. We have invested a lot in the plants on bioethanol from sugarcane, from corn, 65,000 jobs, and a network of byproducts, what makes it very sustainable. From the sugarcane, they can have electric energy. In bioethanol from corn, the proteins that are used for animals, and we can also use some other byproducts to produce bioethanol, such as starch. In Córdoba, we're leading the bioethanol production at a national level. More than half of the bioethanol of Argentina is produced in Córdoba, and this is a trend that should keep on growing since we have a lot of raw material in the province. The production capacity of bioethanol from corn at a national level as well is also represented mainly by 3 companies. One is Acabillo, that is located in Villa Maria, the other in Alejandro Roca, called ProMaiz, and the third one in Rio Cuarto, that is called Bio4, and they constitute the most important hub of bioethanol production in Argentina. What do we bring to the table? We bring added value when we see the problems that Argentina has, for example, not finding ways to add value to the feedstock. For example, we import a lot of raw material without having an added value. Bioethanol is a great way of improving and having an aggregate value, and added value, creating sustainability. If we use 1.5 tons of corn to produce bioethanol, when we have the opportunity of multiplying by 10 this production and having a country with liquid sources available, we are on that path. I want to show you some models of what would imply to increase the blend ratios in Argentina. We are now facing a new administration, and there have been some appointments that are consistent with bioenergy, so we think that there will be a great space for this development that I'm showing here. We can see how when we increase the blend ratio, we industrialize more corn at the source, and reaching 6 tons of corn for use. That is what we need and what Argentina needs. All of that is within a state policy on decarbonization of transportation. There's an environmental problem known by everyone. Argentina has signed international agreements that they have to deliver. One of the news of this new government is that we will have a bioenergy department and not an agricultural and everything. At a national level? Yes, at a national level. And Córdoba has been leading bioenergy market, biodiesel, biogas industry, so we are very comfortable with this. So to fulfill this decarbonization, we have no other tool than biofuels. So that expected growth is not only desirable from a development, social and economic perspective, but also desirable to be able to meet with the promises of those agreements. In this presentation, we see that the government needs for the blend ratio to reach 40% to be able to fulfill those agreements. We have an energy transition to comply with, and we see that the circumstances are given. So what are the advantages that we have? We have a saving of carbon footprint emissions, of greenhouse gases, less footprint of at least 70% as compared to gas oil. So more ethanol is more sustainability. It involves better air, better quality, better health. So I'm short of time, but here you can see what the increase of the blend ratio implies when saving emissions. This is a competitive solution. We see that the price is favorable for consumers, and we have some other aspect, that is that Argentina imports gas oils. Every year, last year, $1 billion. We know that the central bank cries about every dollar that goes out, and we can replace those exports of gas oil and to generate more money for the country. And if we also take into account that gas oil is exported at a greater price than that of the produced here, we have been having some doubt as regards to the administration and why they didn't do this before. So the future authorities need to increase the blend ratio. We need to go to flex and conversion kits. The conversion kits are some devices that allow the engines, I'm sorry if I'm not very technical, but to read the fuel that they get to the engine and to adapt its operation. So they can have blends with ethanol of 15, 20, or 85% if that is needed. We are having a convergence with Brazil, and our intention is to move forward with free blend ratios of 100%. Another aspect for the near future are fuels for air transportation. Aviation has a very aggressive plan to decarbonize the industry, and they have no other option than using biofuels. If we see that red line in the chart, that is what is produced today as regards biofuels in the world. So look at what we need as regards growth of ethanol to meet the expectations of aviation. So there is a very promising future, an exponential growth, and we are happy to be here in Cordoba introducing this, because this is the province that has worked the most on these projects. Okay, Patrick. Well, now I'll give you the microphone, Patrick. What is the impact that this has for the industry in Cordoba, as it is one of the provinces that has the more production of this? Well, in Cordoba, we are applying these new plans of doubling or having a threefold impact. Why? Because we have the raw material that is corn, that is sustainable, is the most sustainable ever, thanks to the technology that we use and to the fact that we use no-till farming. So Cordoba is the hub for this boom, and we think that the economy will double in Cordoba because we are also near the raw materials. As regards politics and policies, you mentioned about the expectations. What will be the name of that department, and how do you think that will be articulated for it to have the necessary investments to have that growth? Well, we are not asking for anything in particular. We only ask for legal security to be able to grow, legal safety as well. That is what we need the most. Cordoba has been an example because it promotes beyond what the nation gives them. So we are trying to have 70% in the use of bioethanol in the province, and that doesn't happen in any other part of the world. There are some official fleets working on ethanol, and there are some tests that are being articulated with Oreste Berta to keep moving forward. So Cordoba is the epicenter and will continue to be the epicenter of ethanol in Argentina. Do you think that the local governments have the possibility of including this type of fuels for their fleets? I mean, to promote from the example for them to see for private industries to apply that as well? Yes, absolutely. That is being done with biodiesel and bioethanol. There are some pilot experiences that have been developed with different municipalities. That is sort of a real test to show how ethanol works, that it represents only advantages, that vehicles work perfectly, and as a first step to the industrialization for the entire population to have ethanol in blend ratios over the current ones. What are the real possibilities within this context of increasing production? Today, the industry is working so hard at a good level. We need new investments, of course, but well, first we need to have a plan on a bill, for example, then convert it into an act. If we have a blend ratio of 15, 17% on gas oils, the investments will come by themselves, right? But first, we need some certainty as regards the legal framework to be able to invest. But just to tell you how strong the industry is right now, there was a bidding from the national government for 400,000 cubic meters that we need to blend with the gas oil, and proposals reach the double of the expectations. So we need to create the regulatory framework, and the private sector will go along. There is willingness to do that. There is know-how here. I see specialists as my colleague Marcelo, who incorporate how bioethanol works, the technology, how to include that with the production of biogas. In Bio4, they develop bioelectric that is associated with the ethanol plant. So we have within circular economy different factors surrounding the plant, not only promoting the development of a city or a town, but also creating a sustainability hub. Okay, in the world, what is the role model for Argentina? In Brazil, there is no unique model. Each country needs to look for the different ways to be efficient. The countries that are specialized in biomass, for example, Brazil, for example, in Argentina, we have to go that way. Okay, thank you so much, Patrick. We'll now move to Maximiliano Rosemach and Daniela Damos. We introduce them in a minute. They are part of Orestes Berta. Maximiliano is the coordinator of the area of vehicles, and Daniel Adamo is the coordinator of engineering of development of that company. Welcome. We have a presentation, I think.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. We have a small video presentation from the Oreste Berta company. We would see the presentation. Okay, from over 60 years we have been providing solutions for the automotive industry. We are the only company in Argentina that specializes in creation and reparation of engines for competition. We started working under the directions of Berta, who is the wizard of Altagracia around the world, due to his extraordinary talent in preparing and developing engines in Argentina. The specialization of our services allows us to have a recognition in the sector. Today we offer solutions in 7 areas, 7 working areas: developing, preparation of competition engines and special engines, researching dynamometers, and the ideas on creation, providing counseling in projects of vehicular engineering, and working with engines and motors. We join every new challenge of the market with a new look, fostering the environment. After 20 years of experience in biofuels, we are trying to test and adapt engines to biofuel. We have several years of trajectory, over 2 million kilometers run, and we have many alliances of companies. We provide services to over 500 clients, and we serve a large variety of different automotive companies. We keep working with the same experience to solve each of the challenges of the current industry. Berta. Okay, we have here the presentation. We're going to talk about the new development of the company, which is the new full-flex converter from Berta. Okay, nice to meet you. My name is Emiliano. I work from the service and automotive area of Berta, where we work with Daniel, who is the coordinator of the engineering area and development area. And to start getting into the topic, I wanted to talk about what are we talking about when we talk about a fuel flex converter or an emulator, which is the other name that they give it in the market. And it is extremely important to understand that all vehicles, when they leave the factory, they are ready to work with a percentage or a ratio, a blend ratio of ethanol and fuel. So what we want to do with the converter is to have the vehicle to adapt automatically to that different mix, this different blend that we are going to apply, versus the one that is sold on the streets, for which the car is automatically programmed. The converter does that. They take the signals from the control unit of the car, and they convert it to make them appropriate to the fuel or to the fuel blend that we are trying to use. We stand apart on this type of converter from those that exist in the region because it has several characteristics that we're going to be mentioning, and which, due to geographical and climate reasons on the region, it's not necessary for them to develop or to manufacture them in. So this is a road to Berta Flex Fuel. We wanted to present it this way because the long road that the company has been developing in the automotive industry is mostly linked to competition, as you probably know, and it has allowed us, with the relationships that we have, the social commitment from engineering companies, because it's great to also involve the environment aspect, and they have allowed us to develop this equipment that the Argentine society is basically needing. As we discussed a while ago, we need to take little steps, small steps, just baby steps. As an engineer, we cannot just go for global solutions or extremely complicated solutions, and we think that from the company, this is the little step that the market needs to adapt an entire fleet, for example, without having to expect for the answer, the response of a factory to a new blend of biofuel. For example, if what Patrick was suggesting ends up being approved with a greater blend, greater ratio than what we have right now in the streets, what we can do here with these converters is that with a very small change, a very small investment, the vehicle can be adapted, the fleet can be adapted without buying a new vehicle that is adapted to the new fleet. And we can see that as a very favorable point. Based on the attributes that this converter has, we have four main attributes. The first attribute is the environmental impact. Especially today with, as we see every day, it's something to keep an eye on and something to keep in mind. And we achieve this by means of when you extract a fossil fuel, you take it from the land and it goes up into the air. But now if you burn a sub-product of a plant, which comes from a plant, and then you create those emissions, but those emissions are absorbed by the same plants, and that's where you achieve that circle with our emissions. Most of our emissions are also food for those plants. It's carbon dioxide. So that's when you get the circle that reduces the environmental impact. Then we have flexibility, which allows you to allow us to have the vehicle to be adapted to any blend ratio that we want to apply. Then the other pillar is the performance, which is where the engineer here is going to show us. This is where he's going to show off. He's done a lot of experimentation, and that's the strong point of the company. And if we use ethanol, we're not only more environmentally friendly due to a chemical composition that we're not going to go into, we can have a greater power. And we're able to have a greater power just by using that type of fuel. And the practicality of being able to adapt it to any vehicle without there having any specific requirements. Okay, this is where I come in. And going back to when we were talking about bio and without testing in the vehicles, the question was 15 years ago if we could use biofuel, bioethanol in vehicles. And what happened? The companies, when they got together, they would say, the vehicles that are in Argentina cannot use this type of technology because the engines are going to break down. So that, based on all of the experience that we have done, that we have been doing from the year 2000, and with tests of over a year, 20,000, 40,000 kilometers long, we have found out that the vehicles do not break down. The vehicles, if you use a fuel that is entirely appropriate for the international standards, regardless if it is biodiesel, bioethanol, vehicles with the adapted vehicle configuration for that fuel, the vehicles are not going to break down. So the interesting thing here is that vehicles in Brazil are a flex. What does that mean? Is that you could have from 0% ethanol to 100% ethanol. They usually use 95% of ethanol to have a small hydrocarbon percentage, but the percentage of ethanol can vary. Here in Argentina, this has not been approved to use flex vehicles. So the vehicles that are manufactured are not adapted to the ethanol. So what could be the effect? Okay, it could become poor in carburation, if it could be low on fuel, it could have some failure there. And that's where this matter comes in. The question that we were asking a few years ago when we started working on tests. We started testing how far or how much percentage of ethanol can the vehicles in Argentina accept. We started testing, and we've seen that there are vehicles that accept 20%, 30%, up to 50% of vehicles of ethanol. So if we sum up, or if we average, we can have, they might not be able to endure more than 20% ethanol without the flex converter, of course, with an original factory produced vehicle. So we asked ourselves, how can we solve that? And we came up with the idea of creating a prototype, which are available in Brazil. But in Brazil is a climate area where temperatures don't go below 15 degrees in general. And here, and when temperatures go below 5 degrees, the startup of the vehicles start having problems. So we started working on a prototype from scratch to manufacture in the short term. What was the advantage of this initial configuration that we wanted was to have a software that could work with the cold start of the engine for different temperatures, for different engine parameters, so that it would have small injections and everything, so that we can start the engine without any problems. And then generating with the same converter, it could be 100% full flex, fuel flex, because it would have a sensor to detect the alcohol percentage in the fuel. So by running the liquid, the fuel, through the sensor, it detects the percentage for the equipment to correct the carburation based on the ratio. So if it was 20%, it will detect it. If we are going through the streets and we have, let's say, an E0 fuel or non-alcohol fuel, and we reach a place where we have to fuel with E70 or E17, then if it is E70, then the vehicle would correct automatically to have a perfect combustion.
The next image.
Yes, here we can show you a little bit about the equipment. I don't know if Maxi, if you can point that out. We have the electrical installation, where we have the sensor that determines the bioethanol percentage, and we have the cables with the connectors. We also have a main characteristic here, which is the temperature sensor.
That will be the one that will be installed in vehicles, right?
Right. For each vehicle, depending on the brand, there could be some differences with the connectors for the injectors, but that's a slight change. The equipment is made of an ECU, which can be programmable through a software via Bluetooth with a cell phone. You have the cabling, you have the air temperature sensor. When you have a cold start, you start with using the startup configuration. And then you have the percentage sensor for bioethanol. This equipment has the particular condition is that we can use it as a fuel flex and also an analog mode, manual mode, where you can manually say that if a fleet is working with E70 fuel, then you would have, if you have a small part that is working with E70, the equipment can be configured and providing it the 70%, the percentage of alcohol, so it works with a fixed 70%. So that's the way it works. Yes, both ways determine also the cost of the equipment. If you are a company that you always want to use the same blend, you're going to have a smaller cost because you will not have the sensor that is going to be measuring, and that's not so that it stabilizes the functioning of the engine.
Right. Everything that you told us was very important on the production of bioethanol and the production of Argentina, and then the practical activities for these vehicles that are already operating to be able to adapt themselves, because the cost of a new vehicle that is already working in this way would, I think it's so high as compared to the other ones. So how are we talking, what are we talking in regards investments that we need to adapt a vehicle? I would like to say one thing. Flex cars are already being manufactured here in Argentina. They are exported to Brazil because here they are not authorized. But those are not more expensive. If you say a flex car, it costs 40%, 30% more. No, the cost will be the same. The difference from one and the other, if we talked with a Fiat representative. If you see this flex car and the other one, the difference in price is of $50. So as regards the emulator, they will talk about that. Yes, the emulator has a price similar to the natural gas equipment, but it is in a prototype, and we need to see the production it can handle, but it would be around those values. Okay, and what about a vehicle of this type? As regards consumption, is it higher than with the rest of the fuels that we use in Argentina? Well, it increases a bit, but the average consumption for the fleet that the government is working on has an increase of 15% approximately. If you work at 100% of biofuels, but as they work at 80% load, well, that would depend. So that takes some time, right, to have this type of fuel at a conventional gas station, right? So do you think that in the case of a trip, for example, we can use any other type of fuel as it happens with natural gas, for example, from gas oil to natural gas? Well, the advantage of the full flex equipment is that it determines automatically. You can refill E5, for example. You can refill in any gas station of the company, but if you work with the manual equipment, you have to choose that as you do that with the cell phone. For example, today I will refill with E5, for example, and the engine is in perfect condition. Yes. Well, I was wondering about the real possibility of supplying Argentina with these fuels. So what is the projection that you have for the following years? Is it a matter of political decision to be able to use these vehicles in Argentina, or is it also a matter of manufacturing times and improvement times? Well, both. First of all, we need a political decision to have the ground to increase the blend ratio, and that requires no modification in the car that we are using. We can use 15% of the blend ratio. So that means that we are in conditions now, if there is a political decision to authorize that, we could use them in Argentina. Yes. To have a blend over that numbers, well, those are cars that are manufactured in Argentina. We have the emulators at a production level. It is a great leap that we can have in 3 years to supply the entire market. How are you going to work from the chamber to promote this and to include these decisions in the agenda? Sometimes you have to struggle with some other interests, such as the ones of the oil companies, or some resistance we can have with other stakeholders. But basically, well, I love being here because we need to educate people on the advantages of bioethanol for the federal and regional development, and to explain the economical benefits that it implies. So we are trying to have conversations with decision makers, policy makers, people who come from economy, who understand biofuels, who understand the benefits, the economic, social, and environmental benefits of this. So we are very excited because we're trying to work on a bill that will be passed, we hope, with the new administration to have this second wave of bioethanol in Argentina. Great. So as regards the e-converter, are there some other experiences? Do you have articulations with universities or other engineers with this development? For this development, there are converters that are being developed in Brazil and Finland. We have been working with them. They are not ready for the cold start startups, but we are trying to use those types of equipment to be able to compare. The greatest improvement is in temperature, the difference in temperature. And then on the performance of the vehicle, well, there are no problems. What is the other goal? So you said a cold startup, and then the level of consumption or productivity of the vehicle. So what is this aimed at, apart from the temperatures that we have here in Argentina? Well, we try to target everything. It is a global perspective because it is intended for those farmers, as our colleagues mentioned, to have a plant, for example, producing bioethanol from corn in the middle of the countryside, 500 kilometers away from a gas station. And this equipment allows those farmers to use bioethanol at 100% without worrying about whether they have to refill or lacking gas, and they can go to a gas station and refill the common fuel without worrying about the alcohol percentage of the car, and they can keep on moving with that transport and to help everyone, right? All of those farmers who want to invest in bioeconomy in Argentina. Great. You recently mentioned about the interests of oil companies, right? Today you go and refill with the conventional gas oil that come from gas oil companies. Do you think that there could be any articulation for trade to be able to appear in the same spaces? Yes, there are spaces in the gas stations to do so. We're thinking of the flex. I'm wondering because if I refill gas oil, maybe I shouldn't go to a different place. Everything in the same site. Yes, it will be integrated. The idea is for it to be embedded in the already existing gas stations. We made a survey and checked with the oil companies. They have space to have a bioethanol tank. It will be ideal to have a flex pump to provide any of those types of fuel, 50%, 10%, or 20% of the blend ratio, depending on the price, on what you would like. So there will be a lot of flexibility for consumers. Okay, we move away from investments from the state. What about private investments? Are they going towards this industry, both for the production and technological development? I would like to know your perspectives. For the production, the answer is yes. There have been investments to produce 4,000 more cubic meters. So we would need more than $500,000. This is already ongoing. Millions, I'm sorry. So we have to see the different quotas that we have. In the production, there is investment. There is a bill also contemplating gas stations for soft credits for those machines, and there is no resistance from oil companies to add a new one. Yes, and in our case, the producers that are having a bioethanol or biodiesel plant come to us to confirm that the product they are doing or they are releasing is safe for vehicles and reliable, so there are some tests, follow-ups, and some other activities that will be checking this throughout the time. Okay, the last question for you. Conventional fuels, well, we know that they are dangerous and have to be handled very carefully. What happens with bioethanol? Bioethanol has the same requirements as compared to the conventional fuels. They are exactly the same in that matter. And what about the production for the short term, for this 2024? Reviewing the converter, where would you go? And of course, the chamber, including a lot of industries. The projection is to keep on growing. We are waiting for this bill to become a law. There will be new investments. There will be a plan to reach that 27% as Brazil, and from there, a free blend ratio, and that will create unseen investments. And what we're doing is avoiding the import of gas oil. That is a great benefit. It is not necessary to import. Yes, 100% in domestic industry. Sometimes I don't understand the resistance of the oil companies. The only thing that we want is to stop imports, because we can distribute in different refineries all throughout the country, particularly in Córdoba, to have that capacity. And this is a win-win, right? The consumer wins, the country wins, the consumer will have more options. Of course, Argentina also wins. Regarding the prototype, we are at the last stages. There are some modifications to be made, but we are in the second stage of starting to build some of them to test the equipment. We have pieces of equipment that are already working, but we need to start with the second stage. Okay, thank you so much, Patrick Adam, Executive Director of the Chamber of Bioethanol from Corn, Maximiliano Rosenblatt, and Daniel Adamo from Orestes Berta. This was the model of production of bioethanol from corn for greater blend ratios and flex converters. Thank you so much.
Okay, we want to thank Patri and Carolina, of course, who we are going to ask her to stay. And education is the basis of sustainable development. This next panel is key to achieve circular economy.
We invite Carolina Biederman. The same panel, this panel is called The Role of Universities, the Axis of Sustainability. Thank you so much. Now we'll move to the second panel. We'll talk about universities that have a main role in the production of knowledge. This panel is called The Role of Universities, the Axis of Sustainability. Here we have Germán Stropas, Secretary of the National University of Córdoba and Sustainability, who will talk about public policies on this sustainable development, the experiences of the National University of Córdoba. Germán, welcome. Is also a spokesperson of Agencia Córdoba Joven of the government of the province of Córdoba. It is an honor for us having you here. We also have Karina Oliva, who is the director of a master's degree on climate change, coordinator of the program of iteration of the 2030 agenda, and teacher of Blas Pascal University. Carolina will talk about university and climate change, the experience within Universidad Blas Pascal. She's also coordinator of the coordination program for the 2030 agenda and SDGs of the Economic Sciences School from the National University of Córdoba, assistant professor of business and social responsibility politics, member of the advising committee of sustainability policies, author of Management of Sustainable Development and Investigations book, and also some other academic publications. She is a consultant and trainer specialized in strategy and sustainability. A very extensive experience linked with this. Welcome, Carolina. And we also have Maria Carolina Ulla, who is the director of the degree in Environment and Renewable Energies of Siglo XXI University. She is the director of the degrees in Environment and Renewable Energies, in Environmental Management, in the technical degree in Management and Environmental Audits, creative director of Sustainability, Circularity, and Climate Change in Aerosustentable, and the chair of the program of law and environmental law, and she also has great experience as an advisor in municipalities in the development of innovations, climate change, and sustainability. Carolina, welcome. Well, it is an honor having you here. The truth is that the role of universities is key for everything that has to do with sustainable development, and no doubt your knowledge will contribute to this. So we'll give you some time for you to make your presentations, and then we open the floor to questions. Germán, go ahead.
Hello, good morning. And I wanted to talk to you about a bit about the experiences that we have been developing from the National University of Córdoba as for sustainability policies and circular economy policies. I want to give you some information about what you were discussing before. We, for our sustainability policies based on the SDGs, and we take the generic concept as a regulatory framework, and on that line, we understand on that concept, we understand the need for coordinating the different dimensions, the economic dimension, social, political, with the different actors that appear to complete the circuit at the different levels, international, national, and local, also provincial and municipal. From our position as the university, and in that sense, we need to consider that public policy is a plan that we need to move forward in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to move forward with sustainable development. To sum up with this initial concept, we need to understand that these policies at the international level must be rooted at the local level, and to move them forward we need to articulate with the different sectors and collaborate, and we need to do that around the different dimensions of the sustainable development. We followed three main pillars in sustainability to design our different lines of action and experiences that we have been moving forward in the National University of Córdoba. Here we have some of the initiatives that we have developed as a sample. Due to the time that we have and the topic in particular, we have chosen three of our programs to tell you about their performance and their articulation with the university. The first of all is the Take Off Your Batteries, which is a program with the city of Córdoba, in which with the Secretary, the Office of Environment and Sustainable Development, through which we collect batteries, disused batteries, which is nothing innovative, but this program started with collaboration with a Cordoba company that manages the waste of batteries, and the different materials go back to becoming new batteries. So that's where the circular economy concept appears, and the university appears as a generator of waste, understanding that there's a very interesting complexity with the National University both in its in the campus. We have 120 hectares within the city of Cordoba, and around 200,000 people live or are part of the university. So we are a city within a city, and we are a potential generator of waste, which can be incorporated into the circular economy. We have created this program with the batteries, with great penetration, and we have 10 points of collection of batteries, of disused batteries. The city has created also a program for urban servers, and we have created a collaboration agreement where the city provides people from the program to develop parks and green areas in the university campus with the city, and the university trains them on handling green spaces. So the people who participate in this program can become trained in that specific area through a program which is linked with the agronomy school and with the green space program, which controls all of the management of those 120 hectare space. And finally, I wanted to tell you about the program of treatment of electrical and electronic waste. And this is a little bit about the presentation. We have collaborated with the La Franciscana Co-op and the area of dangerous waste in the university. And the co-op does the segregation of the materials, and they are all reinserted in circular economy. We understand that there is a need to educate and train the circular economy culture in the university, with the university being a training agent, a creator of knowledge. So the circular economy aspect is there, is present, but it has not penetrated the university community enough. So we understand that the circular economy model, where a person can turn what was before it was garbage, now it's waste, and that waste can be the raw material or a material for any new product, and that we can have a separation of the source, which is an issue that we have now. And on that sense, they can collaborate with taking care of the environment. So that's the importance that we give to the public policies, as I told you in the beginning, at a municipal, provincial, and university level, which the university is a national entity. And all three programs are provided at no cost for the university and are linked with the circular economy concept, which becomes more rooted in the people of the university. So for us, the SDGs are a directing framework which is going to lead us and lead all of the public policies that we are developing. Those public policies are going to be an operational matter, and they're going to allow us to develop the SDGs. The concept of partnerships, which is one of the SDG concepts, but we consider that something transcendental because they allow us to integrate with the institutions, and we're going to have a decentralization and larger possibility to have a greater performance of these public policies to become more effective, both in the sustainability axis and in the circular economy axis. The collaboration with the different actors is crucial to develop the different public policies. The more actors we involve and the more actors that participate, the more stakeholders that participate, in public policies, we will have a greater penetration in the community. And to conclude, I want to consider the university as a prepared institution, both in the training of professionals, but also in the creation of values, especially considering the current context, and is in charge of building those links with the knowledge society and the environment. And to conclude, the universities have the ability of creating effects both at a local level and at a national and global level through the collaboration of the members of the university community who act as agents of replication of what is done in those institutions. I hope I kept within my time, and I want to thank you for your invitation.
Thank you, Germán. We continue with Carolina Oliva with her presentation, and as we said before, we go then to the questions. So far, what we have been talking about was the articulation with public, private sectors and the university to have policies that can be applied in everyday life. You mentioned that of batteries, that is not something new, but how to apply that and how to make it work, that is a novelty, right? How do you work with that?
Well, we identified that the involvement of people in the university community, students, teachers, professors, and graduates need to be able to see the entire process. It was not enough to just separate the batteries, and that had been going on for a couple of years already. And to be able to visualize what we're going to do with those batteries, it's going to make the community take the process and actually want to separate that and be aware of what has been doing. So that's why it's more relevant.
Perfect, thank you. Now we'll go with the presentation of Carolina Oliva. Hello, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here again in this forum, sharing our experiences. In this case, I will be telling you a little bit about what we're doing at Blas Pascal University, and to take 1 minute to tell you what we do at the Economic Sciences of the National University of Córdoba. As Germán mentioned, we first started working at Blas Pascal University within the framework of the SDGs, but reflecting on inclusion of SDG 4, where we talk about quality education, and for the first time this concept of sustainable life quality included. So how to educate on that, how to do research on that, and that is connected with production and responsible consumption. This is related to the activities that we do every day and how it has an impact on the other. We have to think about empathy as well, and to apply the lenses of sustainability. Well, that opened a lot of opportunities for us as a university. When we think about what this new concept or these linked concepts related to environment, climate change, circular economy, what are the contributions to university? There is a demand from information, there is a lot of demand from courses, graduate courses, postgraduate courses, undergraduate courses, and well, this accounts for the definition of a responsible university, providing not only education and research, but also has to be managed in an environmentally friendly way. And we need to measure our impact and facilitate collaboration. And from university, we contribute by offering trainings, training the future leaders in these topics, not only for companies or social associations. Universities can also be a living lab where we can experience this new concept and start developing leadership. At Blas Pascal case, what we did was to include sustainability in the strategy of the institution. From 3 years ago, we started working with this cross-sectional pillar in the university. There was a change in the direction of the university, so this year we have adapted this plan on sustainability, and we work with the SDGs framework with principles for responsible management education, with Ursula Network, and with RECLAT, that is a continuous education network of Latin America and Europe. And from our coordination, we are trying to facilitate the guidelines for universities to include sustainability in their programs. From our university, with different programs in management of sustainable development, we are currently on the second edition of this master's degree, the second group, and from agreements with municipal and provincial entities, a lot of the actors have been working and participating in this master's degree. We also have a circular economy degree for sustainability, and we also need to train on competencies in the soft skills academy. Professionals need some competencies for the future, and we have a competence on sustainability and ethics. So there we work on topics related to climate change, environment, and circular economy as well. This year started working a sustainable institution in the university, and one of the pillars of that institution is related to climate change and circular economy. And we are not only in the research area, but also linked with the technological areas. We're offering these services for companies as well and different organizations. We have been part of different initiatives linked to Circular Cordoba, being juries of certain awards, being in the circular economy cluster here of Cordoba, supporting and analyzing the ordinance on circular economy. As regards events, we have hosted, together with Economic Sciences School, the 12th meeting where there was a pillar of training leaders, and we included 12 countries from Latin America on how to train our leaders with that purpose, considering the environment as a key aspect. As regards management within the university, we had different activities. For example, social recycling program, where we work with RFG or Circularis Group, working with the management of waste generated by the university. We are having the second edition of Circular Economy Fair. We don't have the flyers, but it was very successful. And based on the business incubator of Blas Pascal University, we have doing labs that promotes technological projects. There is a requirement, a new requirement for the projects to be included in the incubator to have a positive social and environmental impact. So we need to start thinking about how we contribute in a positive way to climate change. From another program that we developed at the university, that is the digital transformation. This is one of the 2 universities in Cordoba of digital transformation of SMEs. And we were the only university that included sustainability linked to technological digital transformation. So digitally transforming companies, not only regarding the efficiency at an economic level, but also as regards the transformation to be a more responsible company regarding the environment, and that was key in the definition of the business model for the SMEs who wanted to digitally transform. And the other, before we go, I think that I missed something, I'm sorry. I also wanted to mention that in the case of Blas Pascal University, was that we have cross-sectional programs or courses. We have 2 cross-sectional courses in the undergraduate program, so all of the students go through that. It is the one of sustainability and ethics, and we work with challenges related to climate change, and students had to link and to assess reality on climate change, the 12th SDG, on responsible consumption, to assess our situation and to assess how their career paths contributed to innovation, to create innovative practices from their professional programs, and how they could improve the situation. And for the ethics course, they had to reflect on that based on that concept. And from the Economic Sciences School of National University of Córdoba, during last year and this year, including the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs and institutional development plans, we created awareness with different meetings with the directing committee. We had some trainings for researchers, for professionals of the university, and for professors, and we needed to train the rest of the university community, and we did that from the SDGs capsules or groups with Contando Virtual, that is a magazine that we have, a journal that we have at university. And in there, in those capsules, we have some training sections regarding SDG 12 on responsible production and consumption, helping the community people to do some research in the SDGs, what we can do at a management level, what we can teach, and what are the practices that are already existent. We are also creating the report of the SDGs of the Economic Science School regarding not only the environmental, but also social and economic impacts. So that was so, and we are creators of knowledge, but also creators of change at university, and we have to make our students and everyone analyze how we can change our purpose and to add our passions as students at universities. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Karina. We continue now with Carolina Pula.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for sharing the panel with me, with these great universities and great colleagues. I did not bring a presentation. Talking with people in the world of the university, we are all working very similarly. It's clear that the strategy is about sustainability. Without the SDGs, we cannot move forward with any of the actions. So from the university, we have been working on our report. And next year, the following report that we have been doing following the SDGs. And I was thinking about how can we bring this back to the classroom curricula, and I wanted to talk a little bit about some matters that happen to us universities, and I think that the wonderful part of the circular economy is the fusion of many organizations to try to kickstart this matter. So Germán was talking about the diploma on circular economy, which I had been able to be, and the course here that we have on our university that I had been a coordinator of. And it's important that we can do this from Argentina. And after the pandemics, we had the crisis, which became an opportunity, and we had two groups, two cohorts, in which we had over 4,000 people in the country. So those people that become transformation agents in wherever they go. So how can we bring forward in a simple way what is circular economy? Because we are constantly studying, investigating, and that we need to move that to a territory, to the ground. How do we teach that to a city, or how does a student in their undergraduate course apply that? So one of the challenges that we have as a university is that even though the universities have it is very clear that we are working with cross-sectional subjects, mandatory subjects, that we want them to be in contact with sustainability, with climate change, and how can we move the academic programs and curricula faster? Because if you look at this, we have many postgraduate courses, and we have very few undergraduate courses, because the knowledge in environmental matters and climate matters, it exploded in 2-3 years. And for most of us, even though for most of us talking about climate change, that's not news, because, but 12 years ago, we had empty spots in CONICET, and it was very few people who were talking about this. So now, how do we make this be included in the curricula? So in the university, with their works, with their process notes, how do we make them incorporate sustainability-related issues? Because there's not, the word sustainability is not in the programs, it's not in the curricula, so we need to be strategizing. As Carol showed, we need to think about where can we work on innovation, where can we work on sustainability, because even though we know that they are strategic, we cannot put them, academically speaking, because the resolutions, the ministerial aspect is slower than where we are going, and that is also, that puts it in check what the students ask themselves and demanding. And if you pick up any of the courses, we look at the waste management in Blas Pascal and in Siglo XXI. We don't have a circular economy course. We don't have a recycling economy. So we have students, we have young people who have been looking for these types of courses, and how slow we are organizationally, but how quick are the academics to include this in the curricula. And even though in the university we have 3 centers in sustainability and entrepreneurship, I'm proud to have 2 of our graduates who were students when they came to the summit last year, and now they are business people who are presenting their companies. And you try to have that every day for sustainability. And what happens a lot is that sustainability has always been at the focus of environmental courses, and I work with management, and I think that the foreign trade graduates, the accountant graduates, they start winning with the ideathons, because they weren't taught about climate change, about sustainability. So now we realize that these are themes that we are constantly trying to contain, but we need to do more educationally speaking. So I bring this forward because I think it's a very important topic. On the other hand, I think that the mission of the strategic partnerships, I think that Germán, you mentioned it, and we have all discussed this. I find it surprising that a public and a private university can work together, can collaborate, and that's the most powerful thing. And I think that we need to reinforce that. Our next challenge is to continue with this. We need to keep working, because I think that the look from each of the universities provides a lot. The National University has this academic and research leg, but we can also provide our help from the innovation, and how can we change this from economy and And how can we turn this into an acceleration factor? I heard the hosts, and I heard that from many people that we can create jobs. These are the courses of the future, the professions of the future. We need to think that generating money is not wrong. Before it used to be somebody who was uh, an environmental course or an environmental profession was somebody altruistic, or if you worked in Greenpeace, if you were an accountant, you were just planting trees. But now the election of a profession needs to have a relationship with taking care of the planet and of the people, and we need to do this 360 migration. And what you said with the leadership program as a purpose, and that's what where we need to start reaching out to our students, our graduates, because I think that they have the knowledge, but the acceleration of this purpose of being part of the acceleration. Personally, I think it's important, and that what happened to me is that Martin heard me in a talk. I gave him the first talk about circular economy, and this topic was very important to him. I didn't know him, he didn't know me, and then it turned into a policy, and then we put together a cluster, a law.
This is absolutely great. And people from academia, we insist on the world goes in this direction. This is a reality, and all of us, all of the people from the city of Cordoba can participate talking about this. And that is the other thing that I wanted to mention. That is wonderful that the SDGs are in English for everyone, and we had that very clear. 3 weeks ago, the SDGs changed from 2030 to 2050 because we're not doing things right. So we move forward because we cannot fulfill them by 2030. If we take any of the SDGs regarding responsible consumption and production articulated with innovation, education, with partnerships, energy, climate change, it's like going to a country, talking a different language, and then all of us speaking the same language, and that for me is a great opportunity. So I think that we need to keep on strengthening at schools this concept. I would like to say something that happens to me a lot, and I see a lot, is that children have a lot of values, they sort out waste. I think that they are more empowered, but there is a part in that evolution. I don't know what that is. Maybe that happens between university and adults, that there is a chain that is lost. It's like the lost chain. I don't know how they lose that, and we need to foster that transition. Education has been an ally in the primary education for us not to forget and not to be the weakest link, because we will have children, and we have to continue to support that spirit of sustainability. Thank you so much, Caro. We'll go to the questions. To Karina, that was one of them. I was thinking about you. I want you to go deeper into these cross-sectional courses of all the programs for all the students at university. Get that perspective. The question is, how can we apply this to different programs? For example, an engineering program or an accounting program, not only raising awareness, but also applying that to my professional role. How can we work with this?
Well, about this, we need to work with each of the courses, with each of the programs. And to do that, we need an institutional commitment. That mainly it simply is, if it's simply a very voluntary matter, it dilutes over time. And I think that it's not just a matter of cross-sectional subjects or chairs, but I think that it's very important when we have it included in different subjects, in different areas. So we reflected this, and in the economic sciences school, we started reflecting on the new programs, the new curricula, and how we have remained at the back of many subjects, and we started thinking about these competencies, the skills that we need for our professionals. So because we know that these are very long periods, some time, and that requires to be agile, and from our side we cannot achieve that in the undergraduate level, but we do it maybe on ongoing training. But as a teacher and the director of the program needs to be participate on this, and you cannot go out there and tell them you have to do this, and not just tell them, okay, you do this, and that in this program, but they are actually need to be involved in trainings inside the college, inside the university, and we need to think about what are the topics that we're going to include. And in economic sciences, we try to shed some light here to understand, for example, how can I teach the SDG 12 to an accountant? And maybe if the accountant has an administration principles subject, maybe they see the business plan, and when we analyze the business plan, the basic resources, the main key resources, the key needs, we may need to analyze the social and the environmental aspects and think about which are the concepts that we can include, even related to each of the SDGs. This reflective process that takes some time to the universities. At Blas Pascal, we worked it this way. We started with competencies, and including sustainability in each of the subjects was a great challenge for each of the programs. And when we're talking about more about ongoing training, the economic sciences school did a program where most of the subjects were related with circular economy. And we know that the public university is slower at incorporating these subjects. It requires different times because it's larger. So this program has been extremely innovative, and it was presented in this Congress of Responsible Business in the UN. And it's a program from a national, from the National University, working with new themes and new ways of reflecting these topics. I think that you can do it, but we need to work together. Management, teaching, research, because the researchers, if they are not taught, maybe they start studying whatever they want instead of what the society requires. So we need to talk with the private sector to understand what do the companies need or the government needs. And if you allow me to add to what you were saying, sometimes the changes in the curricula are very complex processes that require adapting to the standards and the regulations from the national state, and we have a discussion in the institutions, and before that maybe we can work in the middle with the hidden curricula, let's call it. And I think that the universities that have this administrative complexity when changing curriculum, you can start working before with adding with what you said about the virtual education and the virtualization of the educational processes, which was a new opportunity, and the virtualization of the study material as well as the classes, the online classes, and semi-presential courses that allowed us to advance in the hidden curriculum without changing the entire curricula of the subject or the program. So this involvement of the virtual aspect allowed us to understand the the taking of the environment by not having paper.
And what about teachers? Because we have this process at the ministry that takes time, but applying that in the chairs with practical assignments, hands-on tasks, how can you, from university, promote that? In all of the universities, we work with a unified plan. This is how we work in all of the institutions. In the case of the university, that unified planning, works with hands-on activities that have to do with the grades of the midterms. You need to get those grades from practical assignments and midterms. We work a lot with our teachers. They are specialists in some topics. A lot of those topics are not known by teachers, or they don't know how to include that in their teaching. So we work a lot with the teaching plenaries, where we try to share experiences with peers to be able to include and transfer that research into the room, the classroom. Maybe a video now summarize a lot of the materials, and reading is more difficult for them. And some of the matters that we are working on is that although we cannot fight against innovation or technology, we need to help them properly choose the sources that they find in internet. So it is very important for us as teachers to work on that. Maybe it is easy for you to give them an assignment on circular economy, but you have to guide them on how to choose the best sources in the face of this overload of information. For example, we have a lot of papers that the students have to develop in English for them to develop their competencies at an international level. So I think that that has been a great challenge. And I think that another great challenge is that when you are with peers, for example, in management, we have a lot of accountants, a lot of administrators, a lot of people from marketing, for example, and in my case, I'm in the part of environmental management. And how do we do to get closer to those directors or teachers? Because in our case, we're all of us together, right? Environmental management is mandatory for some programs, but in some programs we cannot add that. So how could we work among universities or with different universities and schools? Because, for example, exact sciences can provide you with a lot of information to economic sciences. So I think that that partnership is the one that is most important. Okay, the last one, because we're short of time. We'll go to a higher level. We have the institutional decision of each of the universities of applying this type of knowledge within the programs. Is there a decision of public policies and policies linked to education that this be applied in all of the institutions, university institutions of the country? Well, you mentioned that we need more articulation with the secondary education and higher education. I will tell you a little bit of that, and maybe from the private sector you can contribute more. The autonomy and autarky of public universities allow us to have some permissions on certain national policies to be applied. Of course, there is a line, and we talk again about the SDGs, this international language, and we highlight the need to apply that at a local level. To be able to develop the goal at a local level, we need to see the peculiarities and specificities of where we are working at. In our case, the public university, the National University of Córdoba. But there is a workflow where we have different public universities, and those that have a university campus that is big or with a lot of square footage, that allows for universities to be a creator of waste, of carbon footprint, or contaminant agent, polluting agent. We need to mitigate that footprint and to be able to start working on each of our processes, trying to mitigate the footprint, and also creating and being factors or agents for change. There is a certain perspective in the public sphere, of course, and we need to standardize the internal regulations. And what about private universities? At a national level, from the ministry, there was a a program to include the 2030 agenda. Universities could apply to this, and this year we had another financing program for equipment related to strategic change, climate change. Those funds are great. Maybe they are not enough, but it's a great start. And we as universities started telling the stories of what we are doing. That has made us rethink sustainability in research management and to start measuring that. What is more difficult right now is the part of management related to certain investments. For example, to have a different energy source is a little bit more difficult, and we in this country don't have this tradition of companies financing those areas. Maybe they work in isolation. In a Mexican university, a company paid for all of the solar panels, for example, for that university. And I was telling them, okay, can you give me their cell phone?
We are lucky to have achieved that. We're going to have 50% in the campus generation. This is going to be solar, PV solar. And as Karina said, I think that the point is the carbon footprint. I think that private is also related with the founders also. The Siglo XXI University with Mr. Rabat, Juan Carlos Rabat, who is the founder, has the idea that our graduates need to respond to a productive Argentina, and the productivity and the companies need to be related to those needs that we need to solve. So everything that we are talking about, future needs that require leaders that are managing, we're always going to seek this innovation. So the idea of looking for the topics, I think it's right there. And what we need to be creative on, as Germán said, is how do we surf the wave of trying to incorporate these topics that come at an exponential speed with the ministries, with the curricula, with CONEAU, and all of that. And I think that the key is how creative can the universities be to include all of these topics and have the students be able to have it regardless of the program.
Question. Could you measure that? Because applying this is an entire job, but when we measure, we know the results, right? So each of the universities, could you measure the impact or your reach, or maybe how many students you can reach, or whether your students in their development have applied what they have learned? I think that in the case of Siglo XXI, it's difficult because we have 90,000 students, so having a traceability of all of them, we cannot do that. But we have all the different activities that we're working on. We see 21 Fair, for example, or Feria 21 is our great incubators, and all of the students get together regardless of the program for them to have their companies, to innovate. When we have that fair and see students from all of the country having their threefold impact businesses, it is amazing. I think that the surprise is there, and threefold impact in all of the businesses is key. I think that we work a lot on software. That is great. I love that, but software is also lacking sustainability, right? Innovation, you need sustainability and innovation, and adding the threefold impact as the leadership program mentioned. So I think that we see that really clearly with an exponential growth. And what about the case of national university or private university? Measuring the impacts, it requires a lot of perspectives depending on the students taking this circular economy degrees, sustainable development programs, or the amount of companies in the incubator, the amount of kilos. We have a report that is aligned with the SDGs, and we have been measuring throughout the years. This is the third time that we publish the report, and this Economic Sciences School has also helped us with the report on the SDGs for the first time. So at Blas Pascal, we measured the carbon footprint, but at an experimental level, and from next year onwards, we will improve this. And in the economic sciences school, we will try and measure that carbon footprint from the beginning of next year. We are ending our report, and we have been measuring some stuff regarding the amount of waste created, water management, our students, and SDGs, not only those related to the environment, because at National University is part of an impact score or ranking, and it's well positioned in some categories, not only environmental categories, but also in gender. It is 34th at a global level, so measuring that will allow us to improve. Okay, Germán, would you like to mention something?
If I wanted to take just the last time to talk about the qualitative assessment. We sometimes stick to the numbers, and we need to think about a matter where we are participating on a prototype measurement with this summit from the university, and from a quantitative point of view, we can see that there's a growth in the need for that topic and the need to understand. And we heard this in the main hall. You don't expect it, but it's coming, and we need to adapt. And as professors and the institutions need to adapt to these changes. So, in particular, the process of the National University of Córdoba has the volume as for the university community, which is what makes it necessary to have the policies to be applied within first, to be able to show them, because so that we can show what we are doing, so that we can take the leap and go outward. The universities are the ones who say what do we have to do, and sometimes we're not the ones who do. So yes, we need to see and to seem and to do, of course.
Thank you so much for being with us. This was the role of universities, the sustainability pillar. We had Germán Stropa, Secretary of Sustainability of National University of Córdoba, Karina Oliva, Director of the Sustainable Development Master's Degree in Blas Pascal, a member of Sustainable Development and teacher of the University of Blas Pascal, and Maria Carolina Ulla, Director of the Degree in Environment and Renewable Energies of Siglo XXI University. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much for the participants of this great panel, a great speech. I would like to thank Carolina Bierma, the moderator of 2 sessions. We would like to tell you that the next panel will be focused on climate change.
That's right. We would like to introduce the next panel called Corporate Sustainability in the Struggle Against Climate Change.
It will be moderated by Diego Tabacnik, with a degree in social communication, currently the editor of Espectáculos of La Voz del Interior newspaper and producer of Stalkeo.
How are you? How's it going? Thank you. Juani, good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here in the 3rd edition of this World Circular Economy Summit, and I would like to go to the action. Let's invite the people who will be here with us today. Let's welcome Pablo Alberto Uber, the Chief Technology Officer in Evolution 22. The experience he's going to be presenting is related to the application of lithium batteries in their second life phase. Welcome. He brought us a battery to show us about this. Yes, it's a lithium battery. We are also welcoming Diego Brocanelli, director of BBC SA, which is the calculator of the carbon footprint of the construction industry. Thank you. Nice to meet you. And we would like to add We would like to add Juan Sebastián Heredia Querro, who is the co-chief executive officer at Wutic. He's a transactional lawyer, entrepreneur, and professor. Wutic is a service company, legal services and fintech, focused on custom-made software, incorporating the legal and financial dimension in that technology. Nice to meet you. Thank you. And we also have, finally, Elisa Badziak, who is a Magister in Engineering in the University of California, Irvine, United States, environmental engineer from the University of Paraná, and technologist in chemistry, technician in chemistry from the Technological University of Paraná. Welcome. She would rather speak in English, so... Oh, Spanish is okay. She's going to speak in Spanish. Okay, let's start with a presentation from Pablo. He's ready to start.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm part of the Baso company. We are a company of 60 years of experience. We work on manufacturing valves for engines, internal combustion engines. In 2018, we started with a transition, with a paradigm of electric mobility and with the creation of battery packs for vehicles. Just to mention some of the facts, we are exporters have been exporters for over 30 years. For you to see our market, and we are proud to say that we add value, and this is what we sell, this is what we offer to our clients. We have Ferrari clients, for example, and in 2018 we started with this new idea of wanting to be competitive and to be a main actor in lithium batteries with vehicle application in our original manufacturing equipment. A peculiarity of this is that the lithium pack batteries require a lot of responsibility. It is a product that you can certify, and it is a product where we have to handle or manage their recycling and second life cycle. We are working on the second life cycle of the product, and this is something that is an emerging issue because those batteries have been marketed for over 10 years, and with a shelf life of 10 to 15 years, we have now lithium packs where their shelf life in the electric vehicle is no longer to be used, right? So this is our current situation. The world is giving a lot of focus on this. 80% of the capacity of the lithium batteries that you see in the vehicles that are outside, after their shelf life in those vehicles, they remain in the battery pack. So what do we do with all of that energy? With a lot of purposes. Well, we have this second life cycle that is related to circular economy. What do we mean by second life cycle? It can be, for example, in stationary applications, for example, as backup for UPS of computers, peak shaving in the electric transmission networks. This has a proven performance, and this provides an added value to the battery pack. And we really want to be a part of this transition. So in the presentation, you can see that we have the case of Nissan and Renault with batteries storing energy, and also in France, for example, the manufacturers of the OEM are offering reconversion of vehicles with second life cycle packs. So this is a very important niche that we need to take advantage of as Argentinians. Maybe we got a little bit late to original equipment and the entry of those first equipment, but we don't have to lose sight of this opportunity of the second life cycle of this product that in 5 or 10 years will have the potential of being operated. We have to take advantage of them. So we are strongly working on that. We're also working on our manufacturing plant of lithium batteries. We have invested more than $100 million in this second shelf life of the product, because we need to have an idea of the operation of the pack and what is the use that we can give to that in a second shelf life. And we as business people need to transform this into a number, right? So in 2018, when we started with a business model in electric buses, another business model in micromobility that will be cycling. And this has to be governed by a business model. Unfortunately, this is a little difficult to quantify, but at a global level, they are trying to find out a way from the numbers perspective to be useful. You do that, well, with Powerwall, they do that from the beginning, and the main business of some manufacturers of electric vehicles maybe has thought about this second shelf life. Those are the very developed applications in different industries or other applications. And just to tell you a little bit more, now that I'm talking about the lithium battery packs, this is one that you can see here for vehicle application. This is iron phosphate of 135 amperes per hour. This lithium battery, after 10, 12, 15 years, can be used. Then we have Tesla cars. For example, in 2024, a private company will start selling this in Argentina. So in a couple of years, we will have the opportunity of a second shelf life. The thing is that Teslas have a cylinder-like battery, and that battery can also be used again, but it has a great challenge. It has a small battery. How can I include that in a UPS or in a machine that I need? So we're working on this, on adapters of cylindric prismatic batteries. This is warm because we just, with the INTI, developed it. We try to involve as many stakeholders as possible within the market, and those are adapters that allow us to adapt geometry. So I have a cylindrical battery that occupies a certain space. Then we have an adapter for the geometrical shape, apart from the installation of testing for the packs. In 2019, we had the opportunity of working on a project with secondary batteries from Tesla. We had the possibility of acquiring used Tesla batteries from the US with control systems. Of course, in the US, they started with us with that in 2019. So it was a very successful project, and those were the starts on the second shelf life of the batteries of vehicles. Then with some other national actors, we worked on the potential of knowing about the use that they had at an original level or at the beginning. There is a loading and unloading or charging and uncharging information about the battery. So 2019 was a stepping point. And we know that here in Latin America we will have a lot of packs from China, so we need to try and measure that as well. All of this is very challenging, and the more actors we have, the more theoretical aspects we can get, information we can get from the business models of the second shelf life, the better.
Okay, great, Pablo. Thank you. That's very interesting. We're going to leave a moment afterwards to interact. And now let's give the floor to Diego. Diego Brocanelli. Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. I want to thank you to have given me the lunch time to hear us for a while. We are fostering the calorie economy as well. The idea that I wanted to tell you was that it was a work that we had been developing with the Construction Chamber of Argentina, the Cordoba office, with the EPEC and the Ministry of Public Services, with the province, and with a strong collaboration and invaluable collaboration of INTI and HINS consulting company, who are very widely known for sustainability and environmental issues. And the idea was to, even though I am a fan of this product, and I want to stay in this, and so that the project is not the only thing that we talk about, because mainly most of the people probably know about carbon footprint measurement, and this is just one more. It has certain particularities, particular details about it. It is a pilot a project, a unique project. We haven't found that much literature about it, and we're doing it through the Chamber of Construction, and it's not work that has been brought forward through companies. So synergy and networking is very important, and it adds a lot of value when creating a result, and that can be maintained through time. Plus other things that I will tell you through this presentation. Without going deep into the technical issue, I want to tell you about the main problem, which is climate change. It's basically a variation in weather associated almost indisputably to human activity, and that is added to the natural climate variation, so that creates a distortion which is above the one that our world would be suffering if we did not interact with it. The topic about its treatment, just a couple of words about mitigation. Everybody knows what it is about. Let's try to emit less greenhouse gases, so let's become accustomed to what the climate change brings forward to us. Those are the two actions, and both of them, remember that we represent the private sector, both require investment. They require money. There's no philanthropy behind this. There's an investment concept behind it, and this is not a mercantilist pro-market concept. So let's think about the investment. When I say that climate change is something that we all know, just to tell you, we can see everything in the media, documentation, articles that talk about the relation with the climate change and the millions that are invested in mitigation. Neo, could you bring the mic closer? Perfect. So we're permanently receiving information in the public media that tell us about the incidence of this topic in the life and in the economy of the world. So this problem is very widely known by experts and non-experts. So going more into the industry of construction, the equivalent carbon dioxide is the measurement that we use to quantify the issue of greenhouse gases. So we have seen that carbon dioxide has a potential of warming of 1, and we have other 49 gases, we have 15 total, which are much more harmful, that retain much more heat in the atmosphere, and that it creates a much greater problem than carbon dioxide. In the list you can see some of them: 28 times for methane, nitrous oxide is 273 times the potential of retention of heat, and then we get to the extreme of the sulfur hexafluoride, which for every kilo of hexafluoride we get 25 tons of carbon dioxide. So that's a poison. It's a product that we use every day in construction. Many people know that. We name it without considering that problem in the everyday business. So going into this project, we worked with a module of a product that where we found out the carbon footprints from cradle to grave of a construction work, could be a public work or a private work. And we have seen that the most important topics are the quantification of the processes and the products involved. In production, we can say that there are more than 19,000 products which are permanently being used. So quantifying that in the inventory is quite a big problem, in which most of the complexity of the matter falls. And the scope that we are given to this, it has 3 axes. Is to create a calculation tool in an Excel format that all of the products and services that are used in the construction industry are placed in that spreadsheet. After that, behind that, we will have a procedure manual which has a goal, which I will tell you in the conclusions. And then we will have the main goal of having a sensitization and training of the companies in the area. As you know, this brings different levels of for the information of for each company, and that each company has about the problem. So to achieve training and provide sensitivity to all of the an actual sensibilization to all of the companies is one of the main objectives of this program. Our calculator, we have defined it quickly in the most important works that we have brought forward. We have seen in transportation, in waste management, water works, just to define a scope, because it would be, just to say a few, because it would be an infinite number of works. And a very complex matter is the inventory. The most relevant situations are the materials used, the fuel used, the energy. The electrical energy is the main one, but there could be others. The third-party services, outsourced services, and everything related to waste and effluents that are created in the construction. The idea is to interpret and to find the essential results and to measure their footprint and model different alternatives when it comes to planning, to have a footprint, a total footprint, with the possibility of being a measure. So always thinking that everything that you can measure, you can improve. That's the subtitle of my presentation. And in conclusion, our main goal is to have a tool that allows us to model, that allows us to create scenarios and to test material modifications and processes with equipment and fuels, and to have a tool that allows us to create an estimate and how does it change in my results in carbon footprint? How can it change what does it change if I change my fuel? The second point is to create a procedure to cover 100% of our works. How do we work with this concept of the carbon footprint? And finally, to generate a solid base that allows us to walk towards a carbon neutral concept, which is kind of a utopian concept. Maybe there's it's impossible to reach carbon neutrality, which I think it's important. And finally, I don't want to overextend myself. I wanted to say just a couple of comments. This was said by Juan Verde, who is a specialist and also an advisor of the White House in sustainability. He talked to us last year in Córdoba. He told us about two phrases which are very interesting. The world is in the middle of a transformation to a carbon neutral model. If you want to know where the world is going, follow the money. So, and finally, the current strategic situation represents a great opportunity to shape a carbon neutral economy and a more sustainable energy matrix. So the phrase speaks about sustainability and economy. I overextended my time, so that's all I had. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. And let's continue with Sebastián Kerde from Boutique.
Yes. Can you hear me? I would like to thank for the organization for inviting me again. I would like to congratulate the panelists. I was lucky enough to know this from Rafaela. There would be no Ferraris in the world if it wasn't for these people. And you're in the future of sustainability and mobility, so I'm very proud as a person from Córdoba and the construction chamber as well. I come from a software company that is made up of engineers, accountants, company administrations, because we want for the intersection of finance and technology to create more potential than those that are isolated. We teach a lot in all of the public and private universities of Córdoba. In that QR code, you can download books on topics we will be dealing with, tokenization of assets. You can go deeper into those topics. We will tell you a little bit about two cases that will make us proud. The first one has to do with the experience of Fabián López in our province, Minister of Public Services from last year, fostering the creation of the first voluntary market of carbon to decarbonize public works. This is an unique case at a global level. We did that from a Córdoba perspective, from what we had, the resources, what we have. So this Córdoba perspective is that to be able to assess those tons, equivalents, how to offset the public works, we had a conversation with public-private universities, the 8 chambers, EPEC, INTI, thinking about how to create this voluntary market. What is that? The possibility of contractors of public work to measure the offset and to offset that. And now with a very interesting purpose is having a greater score at the time of awarding a bid, for example. We need to understand, as Diego mentioned, that this incentive will be very important, whether we like that or not. What we need to have is to tokenize some certificates issued by the public sector. All of these logos that you see there. Our company participated in the tokenization of those. This is a witness of a factual situation that is very complex and universities were a part of this. We wanted to know which were the projects that allowed us not to have a lot of gas emissions. In Córdoba, we pay for a fee, and there are some operating costs. They're different in Mendoza and the other provinces. There are some projects creating energy on methane or sun, or yes, energy coming from the sun. And we need incentives for more parks, solar parks. We need to electrify economy very rapidly, and there are not a lot of ways to do that. This certifies that the company has a decarbonization structure that is greater than before, and we need to tokenize this. We need to register this in a blockchain. Which company generated what is the certificate that they got, who paid for that, and why? Because in the voluntary carbon markets, there are a lot of debates on the carbon credits. This is what we see here are not carbon credits, but are displaced carbon certificates, because we want for those companies to go to Córdoba. This project will set a national standard. As this second case proved, the one of tokenized community energy parks. This is to promote the creation of community parks or plants of PV energy. And then we have the other scheme, that is the household one. A study of the World Economic Forum says that if we don't apply technologies, we won't comply with the SDGs. What are the technologies? A lot of them, not only one. Big data, blockchain, IoT, very present in those plants, and materials. Of course, you can innovate there. Or we do that, or we will extinguish in 30, 40 years. And there are some other people who are seeing that technology is actually a key factor for these changes to reach the markets. In the distributed generation community of energy that is tokenized, the idea is to create a network of different actors with different budgets to be owners of a tokenized cell that can be identified digitally continuously regarding the energy and can have the benefit of that energy or a credit, for example, or an asset that you can sell in the market. This has been carrying out. This has been done, for example, in Brooklyn Microgrid with Siemens. It has been operating for 5 years. The idea of this project that will be deployed in one of the provinces and to receive funds from the World Bank to foster this in Latin America. So having an investment in this case that is in a digital ecosystem and taking energy produced to the network to a micro grid or an industrial plant, for example, with more requirements. We want to promote investments in general in renewable energies. Yes, we want to do that. We want for this to scale up. We need to lower the investment tickets. And we want for these things to be made by professionals who are able to manage parks that is different from having solar panels in my house, right? The scale and the impact is not the same if we have a tokenized community-based system. So there is my email, and maybe we will continue talking about these topics in the questions. Thank you, Diego.
Perfect, Sebastián. Thank you very much for your experience. And now we are going to let Elisa Batsiak. Thank you. How are you? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us today. And I'm going to try to do this in Spanish. If you don't understand, please tell me and we will try something different. So far, you're wonderful, so feel completely free. Better than us, definitely. Well, first of all, I want to introduce myself and the institution that where I work. I'm from EN2, that's environmental consulting, and I have been working on the last few years on the United Nations system with the involvement of the private sector with the SDGs. And I bring experience for consulting that has as a dream to create a more fair and prosperous society looking towards a net zero future, because I think that that's the only possible future, right? And the goal of the company is to help their customers to integrate climate change in the strategies, the entrepreneurial strategies. So here's a little bit of what we do. We're very happy because we have a new website. If you want to visit us and see a little bit of what we do some tools for greenhouse gases, some personalized tools there, and also the inventory of greenhouse gases, the development of science-based goals, carbon footprints, as my colleague presented here, and studies of carbon specification. Here we have some of our clients. Most of them are based in Brazil, but we have some international clients like Mezzo in North America, Pacto Global also internationally, and other industries that had headquarters in Brazil, but they work all over the world, like Votorantim Cimentos, and which our colleagues already know. I'm here to talk a little bit about, in a more general way, why is the climate change important for businesses? All businesses that want to, if they want to improve their performance, the performance of their sustainability, they need to keep climate change as the center of the discussions. This means that when we want to talk about the SDGs, we are talking about that we need a healthy environment to have a fair and economically prosperous society. So a healthy environment is the basis for everything. We cannot fulfill the rest of the goals without having a healthy environment. So climate changes, so society needs to change, business needs to change, and we see more and more investors looking at sustainable businesses, clients that want to create sustainable, some governments that are pressuring the private sector to work in a more sustainable and transparent manner, and also the civilian society and so on. People also want to work in companies that are more aligned with their values, right? So I had a few videos that would help me explain, but in the PDF I think that they're just pictures of Mr. Bean, right? But he helps us because it's a character that speaks to everyone, right? And I always use an analogy when I'm talking about climate change, and think about climate change of a car at a very, very high speed. First thing we need to do is to step on the brakes, or maybe changing our way of transportation. So either mitigating the emissions, compensating the emissions, or neutralizing the emissions. And it all starts with the carbon inventory we do from the management of what we can measure. We can manage what we can measure. We need to offset the carbon and establish goals based in science. And the second part is when we are talking about this car at very high speed, we need to get ready for impact. So we need to create structures that are going to protect us if something happens. So it would be like using your seat belts or having airbags. And these are projects that companies can develop. For example, looking at all of the different impacts, not just the impact that the company causes on the environment, but also the impact on that the environment causes. How is it going to impact on me? How's the climate change going to impact on me? So in regions where we're going to have drought, we need to see how can we manage the water better or the energy better. So we need to finally get to know and respect the road. We call this the implementation media in a more general manner. So if in all the projects and also in financing and the funding that we receive to reduce the speed and get ready for the impact, and to look at the society and doing it with climate justice in mind, with an integral and a comprehensive way, and following the local regulations, national regulations, and also the international agreements. And when talking about the Science-Based Targets Initiative, what I want to tell you here today, because it's something very brief, the time is short, but this is a very interesting initiative because it is a bridge between the Paris Agreement and the private sector. So when the Paris Agreement says that we need to keep global warming to 0.5 degrees, what does this mean for the private sector? So the initiative started to fill the gap, right, and to respond, to answer this question for the private sector. So we developed guidelines, tools, so that the private sector can validate that their emission reduction tools are in agreement and aligned with the Paris Agreement, and so that they make a difference for climate change. And here, when we have net zero announcements, we've seen in 2021 the announcements of many companies that have declared themselves to be net zero companies, but we did not have an international definition of what is it to be net zero company. So the initiative creates a baseline to compare two different companies, and have the certainty that a company that is creating commitments of becoming net zero in 2050 is not going to start acting in 2049, but rather they need to start having short and mid-term goals. I have a little bit about talking about a specific case from the brewery Ambev. It's one of our customers. It's part of AB InBev, the largest brewery in the world. It has 86 brewing companies in Latin America and Central and North America, 179 distribution centers, production of crafts and special beers. So it's huge. And what they did was here we show some of the challenges and some of the achievements that we did together, and we discussed of they had been increasing their greenhouse gases since 2018. They had been working on this since then, and we have been working with them since 2017. It's very natural for the company to understand the risks and the opportunities that they have in their carbon emissions. That helped them achieve, just for Brazilian operations, I'm sorry, this is in Portuguese, I did not change it, is to reduce 10% of the specific CO2 emissions. It may not seem like much, but when we are talking about specific emissions, that's already one of the lowest ones in the world, and 10% is a lot then. So we were able to develop and approve, together with the Science-Based Targets Initiative, and we're very happy to be their partners as the first brewery in South America to have a science-based goal target approved. This is a challenge, but it's just starting. It has just begun because you now need to achieve their target. The target is to reduce 46% of the type 1 and 2 emissions, scope 1 and 2 target, 100% of renewable energy for 2026, and also the reduction of the scope 3 emissions by 2050. I'm close to being done. And together with this achievement, we have the challenge of being always broadening the reach of the inventory, especially in scope 3, which is huge, and also understanding the challenges in the different countries, because they have operations in different places, including here Cordoba, I think. So the challenge that we have in Brazil is not going to be the same one that we have here, and the commitment with academia, of course, because we cannot do anything if we don't understand the present. So with that, this is the conclusion. These are my contacts to solve any doubts, any questions. But the message that I would like to give you today is that it's not easy, but it is possible. Because if you see such a complex information like like the one in Ambev and other companies that are doing a great work, so we can do it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. And great and very clear presentation and an excellent Spanish. You spoke in great Spanish. So let's open a little bit of questions so that we can interact, all us five. And I would like to start with Pablo. That's why I told you about the delay that we have maybe at this area of the world in relation with Europe or the United States, but the window of opportunity that we can learn from the experiences that they have advanced. I think that you have found that area, but maybe you can go a little bit deeper if you can learn from cases that have already started developing these kinds of energies, and that time that we need to do, our area, our region, Latin America, does it have a great possibility of growth?
Yes, a very interesting one. As regards the standards for the second shelf life of lithium batteries, there was a recent law in Spain. In Germany, they were working on a new standard, and the one that had that was the United States and the written laboratories, but otherwise there was nothing there. So we are on time, and we have the potential of being a key stakeholder. We have to align ourselves, our strategies, our policies, to be able to take advantage of the situation, the businesses, the carbon footprint, everything applies. We go from batteries to PV plants that can have a second shelf life, and the vehicles, but well, we are okay, we're on track. Everything is new for the world, for the entire world, so I truly think that we have a potential. And now that you are here, you mentioned something that caught my attention too. You worked with a company such as Ferrari. Could you please go deeper on that? Because it is a very juicy one. Yes, of course. e-powertrains for all of the automotive companies has been a change of paradigm. Well, at least Ferrari has been doing that for a long time. Those are highly confidential projects, of course. Ferrari, they don't have a hybrid car on the streets. But as well as Ferrari, the entire world is going to that. Great automotive companies have been outsourcing their e-powertrains, at least for their first models. Even Tesla has done that. And throughout time, they could develop their own manufacturing capacity. So we are a little bit delayed as compared to the Asians, but in Latin America, we can go up to date.
Great. Diego, I want to ask you about the difficulties of going into the construction area with these topics, which is an area which maybe you don't have it so, you don't see so frequently with these challenges, technological and environmental. So, which are the extra difficulties that are provided in the moment of bringing it to something concrete? It's nice when we talk about it from these places, from this point of view, where we share a basis of sense, where we have to explain maybe some things from scratch.
Yes, that is a very good question because we talk about the industry, the building industry, construction industry, and it shows an industry with a very low amount of process, a rusty industry of using materials that require a lot of production without caring that much for the environment. Some products that don't have the specific treatment that maybe some other industrial processes have or repetitive processes have. The construction industry has a lot of limitations regarding the materials and the processes. On the other hand, we have another problem that is a very significant one, that is the diversity of areas involving the construction industry. We could say that it is almost infinite. Anything that we look involves the industry of construction. We see the different infrastructure that we use. So the inventory that we have is quite large, and the most important point that we need to address is that it is an industry that has some delays in some concepts. So some initiatives that we have been undertaking from the chamber by two institutions that have developed this for some other industries and focusing on sustainability, such as HINS and INTI, have allowed us to raise awareness and to have awareness of that delay and to know that we have to work harder for a more efficient future. So the most significant topic is that the incentives that there are associated with construction industry are just starting to appear. There is no philanthropy here. We are businesses, we are companies doing businesses, so the transformation has to go hand in hand with incentives, and those incentives are just starting to appear in the market. The possibility of having an open market, for example, what Pablo mentions in the construction is very difficult because the import of our services is a little bit rusty. We have some export and there are some standards required. Today we're not taking advantage of that because we have been having some delays and we are just starting to measure our baseline.
Okay, Seba, I wanted to ask you something that you mentioned very briefly in your presentation, but I wanted you to go a little bit deeper. And even if it is not one or the other, the individual action of the one who gets their PV panel, and in their house they try to consume less. It's not that, or a collective agreement, but it's also important to have something general so that the community becomes the engine that goes forward in this relationship. Yes, as many things in life, community exceeds the individual, and in this kind of policies it was the case. And even though both are useful, there's in impacts. It's not the same to have a 10 megawatt park than if I want to dream, we can get the lithium here from Catamarca. From there, we will have 40 operations in 36 months. So we are a little bit short in technology to produce the cells here. We have an agreement with a Chinese company. There is an agreement, and we're going to have everything here in our country to be able to develop a policy of electrification to have a better intensity, and using the cheapest sources, which are renewables right now. And I think that we need to align plenty of incentives, and that needs to be part of the business. It's a particular business. If you don't make money, we will become extinct, of course. But many companies, many sectors are going to run out very soon, very quickly if they don't. So the idea of using incentives or market mechanisms with the original Kyoto markets conception, it's great. It's the idea is that you need to have good regulations so that the private companies can understand quickly what happens. So there's a very political issue about what we thought about the government was going to do and what it's going to be doing. I think that being a defender against the climate change is great. We need to be aware because we are having 37 degrees here in November, and we saw what happens in Brazil, and we need to design a couple of clear rules, a couple of stimuli, and letting the universities and the private sector to work, because they're quicker at reacting, at innovating, and take care of the rest. Everyone is going to put their best face on, their best effort. We're talking about smaller companies. We need the universities, the large companies. Nobody is going to get out on their own, because the 2030 agenda is not going to be achieved. So I don't know what's going on in 10 years, in 20 years. So I went a little bit overboard. No, everything is related. But I think that the situation is critical. I think that what Cordoba did in 2018 with the regulation of the community cases, that's a leading case, and we need to go through that road. We have worked with energy for 2 months ago. We need to speed up. That's what we need to do. Now we need to start running. We cannot walk anymore, and to run, we need to have an equipment. We need to have the possibility of going the whole way. Martin Charrot, I think, is one of those leaders. This is the third summit. The people who come to this summit are world leaders, and I think that we need much more Martins in Argentina. And Elisa, based on that, I think that if you want, I wanted to ask you about your international experience. Let's go slower. Just wanted to ask you about your international knowledge. Do you see any differences between the Latin America ecosystems based versus other latitudes like Europe, like the US, or are we on the same page more or less?
It's a little difficult to say because this depends a lot on the sector. There are some sectors that are leading the way. For example, the cement companies. I was working for a lot of years with the cement industry, and at least in Brazil, they have a carbon footprint that is lower as compared to some other countries, we have some opportunities and advantages thanks to the alternative sources of energy. For example, the co-processing in Brazil, we have a lot of waste, agricultural waste that can be used to substitute for oil coke, and energy is also at the forefront, particularly in Brazil, trying to develop wind energy. We have different and bigger and very big wind energy plants, but in some others we don't. So I think that Europe consumers are more aware of those facts than in Brazil, for example. So we need investors to exert more pressure, to have companies with a better environmental performance. And I think that in Latin America, this is not in the same level as efficiency. And unfortunately, we see that there are very different government administrations for the last years here in Latin America and the US, and the different leaders in Europe. They change significantly, so this plays a very important role. Because this development work and improvement initiatives faced by the climate crisis is a work that involves not only one sector. They have to work together in partnerships, and you have one side of that partnership that is not delivering. It is critical for the agenda to be moved, to be put off. So I have a question for the four of you. Do you think that to be able to impose this agenda, we have to go deeper into political and legislative aspects or cultural aspects at a general level? A very good question, right? Well, I think that the political legislative part is more important. People know what they want and have. Yes, there is a mix of both, but clearly the main driver of this is related to the public sector, to policies, to create that engine, and the private sector can join them, and incentives, that would be the word. Yes, that would be the carrots to be followed, the standards for a shared future. There are a lot of ways of getting there, but we need to go there faster. Well, I think that it's a little bit of both, but it is like the issue of the egg and the chicken, for example. We don't know which one comes first, because if we have a cultural change, politicians don't come from the outside world. If we have a community and people who are more aware of this, they will choose their representatives better, and with climate change as the main focus of partnerships. So I think that both.
Okay, we have 1 minute left. I assume that you are all optimistic by nature. I ask you for a closing to be energized, leave energized from here. You can repeat some concepts.
I would only like to tell you that we wish there were some more initiatives like the ones of the chamber. All of the fronts are needed because this is a community that drives us. So we need to try for the community to be involved and that will create benefits for us, positive benefits for us.
And also I wanted to copy a little bit about what we were doing, saying here. It's interesting to continue, also measurements for the region to follow the same lines, the same directions. I think that I have had much climate anxiety. I think that everybody is anxious about the climate. I think it's like the apocalypse, the end of the world. And what warms my heart more are spaces like this where we know that we are not alone and that if we work together we won't be able to change overnight, but we are on the right way, on the right path. Anything else, Pablo? Okay, no thanks. Okay, give it up, a round of applause for our presenters. Thank you very much to everyone. I've been very happy to be here. Okay, we would like to thank the guests and Diego, our moderator, for this talk.
Now's the time to know more about measures to mitigate climate change within the framework of the Third World Circular Economy Summit. We'll have a different panel called European Union in Argentina, Circularity for the Mitigation of Climate Change.
The panel will be moderated by the journalist, host, and speaker, Guillermo Hemmerling, who hosts Siempre Juntos.
Welcome, Guillermo.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for being here. And it's a very important event these 2 days here in Córdoba. This is our third edition of the World Summit. It grows, and with the levels of presentations, of experiences, the different actors of the circular economy that a short time ago we looked at it as the future, and now we know it's the present. We said that this panel was the European Union in Argentina, circularity for the mitigation of climate change, and to introduce our speakers, we will say that this he runs the low carbon and circular economy in the European Union. It promotes the mitigation of carbon emissions through technology transfer from European SMEs to Argentinian SMEs. The program has accelerated over 34 businesses related to technology transfer from Europe to Argentina in technologies that contribute to the emission reduction of greenhouse gases and technologies that promote a circular economy. He has been able to reach over 26 agreements of technology purchase with European and Argentine businesses. This is our first speaker, who's Simon Gonzalez. Then we have Enrico Precio, who is the first secretary of the Economy and Commercial section of the European Union delegation in Argentina. Then we have Simon Gonzalez, who is the manager of the low carbon program. Welcome, Simon. Then we have Roberto Martín de Rosa, who is the general manager of aeration. And we have Abdon Zabaleta, who is the CEO and founder of EcoTown. And Héctor Laca, who is the president of FACIT. And Ezequiel Tamburrini, the plant chief of ATOR. Welcome, all of you. Thank you. The auditorium is listening to your experiences related to the technology transfer and knowledge transfer from the European Union to this emerging world of circular economy in the South Cone, especially in Argentina. Enrico, in the first place, I want to ask you to talk to you. I'm going to introduce you, since you're the First Secretary of the Economic and Commercial Section of the UE delegation in the EU, delegation in the Argentina. And you played a fundamental role in the compact, and we also work with the initiatives focused in the circular economy that we want to know so much about. We hear you. Good afternoon. As you said, as Guillermo said, I'm going to bore you a little bit about the legal framework that we have in the European Union about the circular economy. I'm going to try to be brief because I think it's much more interesting to listen to the concrete cases of how it has been applied in reality. I don't know if you can see the presentation. Here we have, we start with the general political framework where everything that we do fits in circular economy, which is the European Compact, the European Green Deal, which is a strategy of economic growth which is compatible with the green recovery, the care for environment, and the reduction of the environment impact, the impact on the environment of the economic activity. The objectives of the Green Deal are very ambitious: to transform the EU basically into a regional bloc which is completely carbon neutral and other greenhouse gases for 2050, and also reaching a 55% reduction by 2030. Clearly, to be a part of this, to achieve this very ambitious goals, we need to interact with all the sectors in the economy. So there are many initiatives that are going to be implemented from 2019 at a legal and political level to contribute to achieve these goals. Here, we can see a list, which is a non-exhaustive list, non-comprehensive, but just to give you an idea of the many initiatives that are available. And I wanted to highlight the action plan for circular economy, which is the instrument with which we follow the development of an economy that uses the resources sustainably. This was approved in March 2020. The goals of this action plan are clearly to make sustainable products the norm in the EU. The action plan is focused mainly in the sectors where we have a greater potential for circular economy, which is the electronics, batteries and vehicles, plastics, the textile, construction is also very important. You can do a lot from the circular economy point of view. And also to empower the end consumer that has there are policies to empower the end user. They need to be informed about the product that they are buying, if it is a product from circular economy, which is a value that we are looking at from Europe. The consumers pay a lot of attention to those products. This is a little bit of the development of the action plan from starting on March 2020 when it was approved. As you can see, there are many initiatives that have been developed inside this action plan. There are the different things that I mentioned before. I don't want to go into detail of the different projects that were approved. It's just to give you an idea of how much this was developed on the entire political framework. Also, I think it's important to mention that we have a cooperation with research, scientific research in circular economy through the Horizon Europe program, cooperation and research program. Argentina is a partner, so they can you can participate in scientific research projects. In the 2024 program, there are two drivers. there are two circular economy projects, or two bids. We have an open call for projects right now. So Argentine entities can partner with the European community and present their projects, which will be assessed and possibly funded. Here we have the just a little quick look at what are the initiatives, specific initiatives in Argentina. We have in the framework of our Invest Verde, AL Invest Verde, which is the one that we're working with in Argentina. There's a technical support for the incorporation of sustainability standards for bioproducts that are used in the agriculture, and we are doing it with the Bioeconomy National Division of Argentina, so that bioproducts can be used with the requirements of the European market so that we can foster exports. We also have a dialogue between the European Union and Argentina regarding biogas and biomethane. There were two workshops this year. The second one is tomorrow in Buenos Aires, sorry. And last but not least, of course, it's our most linked action with the circular economy. We have the low carbon circular economy business action program, which I'm not going to tell you anything about because I have my colleagues that work specifically here and can tell you much more than I can. Thank you very much. Thank you, Enrico. Just one question for Enrico, just to provide a framework. You've mentioned that the European Union in the first block with this Green Deal, they want to take care of this, but this is a clear example of the global importance of circular economy, that it is not good for Europe to work on this if their neighbors don't do it. And of course, and obviously, too, if they're non-neighbors, we see the transference of knowledge, of resources, of technology, which is really a global project, Enrico. Yes, it's definitely part of the Green Deal strategy. It's very clear if you read that Europe on its own cannot change the world. We're just a small part, a minimal part of the world population, and if we look at only what we do internally, we cannot reach our goals with the goals that we have in the multilateral fora. So we need to work through our cooperation in programs like low carbon, with countries that share our values. And we believe that without this, we cannot achieve anything in this world. So we have the vision of the EU, in the low carbon and circular economy. We have the country manager of the program in Argentina, Simon Gonzalez. So we're going to talk about this program in particular. Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. The European Union extended their invitation and encouraged us to participate and join this luxury panel that we have with these business people who are participating in the program. I think that Enrico told us a little bit about the political framework of where the program is going, where the focus is established, and the low carbon and circular economy program is a concrete an example of how these ideas, these political matters that Enrico mentioned, are put down to reality. We try to reduce and mitigate the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions, and to promote circular economy. How do we do this? By taking advantage of the knowledge of the SMEs with a high degree of innovation, and also to transfer the knowledge from the private sector. We have a program linking the private sector and the public sector in Argentina, with different sectors like the ones that the European Union works with, the academic and the educational sector and the private sector. We have a mission which was through these 3 years to find projects and companies in Argentina that wanted to reduce their emissions, to reduce their energy consumption, to create renewable energies, and a number of initiatives that are related with the reduction of emissions. And that reduction process also leads to a circular economy, as we're going to see in the more concrete cases. So we have
cases of the 24th cases accelerated by the project. And now we'll listen to Zabaleta, CEO and founder of EcoTown, an Argentinian company that wanted to lead circular economy. They produce biodegradable plates. In the De Rosa team, they could not bring the sample, but here the technology comes from Poland, right? Hello, everyone. Yes, this technology comes from Poland. We performed a global study to see which types of technology were there, and it had a lot of advantages. Is that we can use we can use raw material that is available here, and we can use some other feedstock that are waste. We have a byproduct that is a wheat bran, and the grain of the wheat is sent to produce flour, and then they have the waste. What we require the mill is to perform our refinery process for it to have less waste. So the mill can create added value because wheat bran is a little bit more expensive. And with Polish technology, with the work of several years, we could, first of all, bring the products to test them in the market. And between last year and this one, to have a technology transfer. And I'm very proud of being able to say this here, because last year we mentioned that we were with the project ongoing, but now you can go to our stand and our projects are manufactured here in Argentina, creating local employment within the entire process. We receive positive answers from the private sector, the public sector in the municipality of Pilar that helps us a lot. Also the industrial park, Parque Empresarial Austral. Apart from the low carbon program with the team in Argentina, that has been so essential for us because they assisted us in the technological perspective for technical tests, for example, but also for traceability, transparency, and the quality of the institutional image of belonging to the European Union. Because for the European Union to see companies from Argentina, that is so valuable, and we as a startup and our SME from Argentina, we're so proud of being seen not only here in the region, but also from Europe. In our case, what's great is that we are a team of some technical experts with a strong personal motivation to take care of the planet for the next generations. And at a personal level, that took us to discover these recipients, these containers. We performed a study at a global level, and then we decided to implement this after several trips to Poland to visit the company, their facilities, to be able to learn, and not only to have a commercial or trading partnership, but also to train ourselves. After 4 years of testing and training, we could have the technology here, and from August last year, we are producing these products here. Apart from having added value and creating jobs that were not possible before, that was an innovation. Those are developments for the future, to be able to share our experiences in this event. And not only for the food industry, but also to take advantage of the press, to raise awareness, to tell them what is biodegradable. And well, sometimes that remains at a macro level, and those are probably not the best ones. So if you are convinced, you have to know that you can create that resilience. You can do that. So to allow more time for our colleagues, I would like to say that if you would like to go deeper into these products, you can visit our stand, and these are our products to replace one-use only plastic and all the disposable elements that are not ecological to decrease the pollution due to microplastics. Thank you so much. And I would like to ask you, before the applause of our audience, well, we can do that, right? Last year you were talking about the project, and now you are bringing the product, right? This is the best acceleration ever, right? I wouldn't be honest if I didn't say that we come from a background of a lot of years, right? The pandemic deaccelerated us. It wasn't easy for us because Biotreme is an SME, so it was very difficult for all of them. So they invite us to these events. The food industry is also very enthusiastic about this product. They are accepting this proposal, and that really helps. Thank you so much, Abdon. One of the sectors where you can see this project the most in the European Union, Simon Gonzalez mentioned this, in the agricultural input. So it is very important to listen to Héctor Laca, the president of ACID. It is an Argentinian company from Cordoba that manufactures and sells products and fertilizers, herbicides, a lot of products for the agricultural business, and you could achieve something that is very important for those types of waste that you had to dispose of. Through this technology transfer, thanks to the European Union, you could reuse them and to have less waste that has to be disposed of. Tell us about your experience. Thank you so much, Guillermo. I couldn't have a better presenter than you. I would like to congratulate the hosts and the mayor of the city, because this event surpassed our expectations. Truly, it truly did. And I'm really thankful for having been invited. I have 5 factories, 2 chemical ones and 3 biological ones. And since 15 years, I've been thinking about the changes where all of us need to collaborate with the environment, because everything that is happening on a 30 degrees day, at the next day, we have changes in temperature that are so significant. So my advisor in the environment, we could communicate with the European Union, and we could buy machinery reducing chemical waste, and that water can be reused for production. So we save water, we don't contaminate, because we had been doing this in the traditional way, right? We stored all of that, and then a truck came and they took that to a chemical plant where they deactivated all that. But that is so expensive. It was so expensive for the company. And whether we like it or not, they have some leaks of chemical vapors. So she introduced us this project so we could move forward. This is a Spanish model. We have received an award that I am very proud of. 6 months ago, we were in Buenos Aires, Alvear, and I found an award from the European Union. For us, that was great. And, well, as I mentioned before, in the biological area, now we came back and extended an agreement that we had with the National University of Córdoba to develop new products, new biological products, for 10 more years. We had an agreement, and they helped us develop, for example, I think that we are the only company that has that, a biological product with the latest technology, also European technology. And the idea is to collaborate, because this product, that is the fungicide, was so significant. And now we are in a new project where, first of all, when I talked to Malvina, I mentioned this idea. We started creating a project. This is a very recent project. We asked for an interview of the mayor of Laguna Larga, where I have my factories. I asked them to be partners, because I told them this would be very significant for the country, of being partners, private sector and the government sector. So he would send us some data that we requested to be able to start with the project, because we want technology, we want wind energy, and we have the experience of Laguna Larga that can be used to practically produce for free energy for our factories, our 5 factories. And I wanted to have an agreement with them for the industrial park that I founded, because there was nothing there, and have a partnership there at a very low cost regarding electricity. But, well, I don't know what happened. Information hasn't arrived yet. Is it going on Cadena 3? No, not yet. Governments have to be accountable when we go with these innovative, these great projects that are good for the province, for the entire nation. So I'm sorry to speak in this tone, but I really needed to say this. Yes, no, but this goes hand to hand with the question, right? Yes. Well, I will give the floor to the rest of my peers. I'm truly thankful for this.
Director, and knowing of these particular cases of this such an interesting project of technology transfer with the European Union, now we need to know the history of Eitor, which is a company with 25 years of trajectory in the waste treatment area. They treat special waste, industrial waste water with hydrocarbons, and they have their main system of treatment of waste was by composting and physical chemical treatment. Then we started training themselves on the technology of generation of biogas by means of anaerobic digestion, which led them to create their operational plant in January 2023. And now they're working with the European Union. There you go, have the floor. Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. I thank the summit for taking this space. This is a company that has been working with waste in Buenos Aires. Zárate. We receive waste from all over Buenos Aires, and our strength was hydrocarbons, mostly from refineries and distilling processes. Through time, they started moving forward with organic waste. The owners of other companies started, our company started training in the abroad to work with all of these technologies. We started building a couple of years ago with a biogas plant which treats 80 to 100 tons per day, mostly with food industry, from food industry like cattle, meat packers and all kinds of companies. Through a biological treatment, we produce biogas, which is used as fuel in motor generators. That's why we have injected 2,200 kilowatts, which, to give you an idea, would be enough to provide energy to 3,500 homes, which would be around 10% of the Zárate population. We have been working to provide, get the extra step in the business and to bring a packer machine, which where you can separate the organic fraction from the diner waste and from the unused merchandise disposal, and all of that which gets a poor treatment can be used, both the organic fraction and the plastic, in the future for companies that work on that. We also are looking at the construction of new plants for the generation of electrical energy, and looking at how the biomethane production in Europe, maybe we can filtrate our biogas and remove all traces of carbon dioxide to inject it to the network and power the mobility of truck fleets that need gas today, so that they can use natural gas and biogas, and also for companies. So that's mostly our experience, and again, I wanted to thank you. How would you sum up, Ezequiel, the, the what you provide to this immense circular economy world? With what you told us in particular, what is the feeling that you have of participating in this new world, which probably a decade ago, a decade and a half ago, wasn't even in your plans? What do you feel is what the company provides? Well, I think that we provide a lot, even though our scale is very small. For society to have a renewable energy plant is something that was never in anybody's thoughts, because these are technologies that were we looked at them from afar, so that they were a ways away or that they could not supply the demand. But now you have with the biogas, we can inject energy in 4 hours, and maybe it will be the alternative in the future to not to have gas or enough networks, not to need gas, or maybe having the networks to maybe supply the cities or towns in Argentina. I have a question for Hector, based on what Simon said about the agrochemical sector is where you work, where low carbon works the most with in Argentina. How is the company, other than the projects? What do you see from your colleagues? Because if FACID was able to do it, the idea would be that everybody does it. How do you see that road? Well, you have given me the possibility of saying that I have agreements with the university for a long time, for over 10 years. So the other day when I was talking with the technicians who work, the agreement that I have with them, I have a laboratory that I put together with them for my technicians, and they can use it as well. And some multinational companies like Syngenta, Nidera, and Bayer started asking already, trying to lean on a little bit to this low carbon idea. because they, when the environment was not pressuring them, they are multinationals and they care about business. I care about business as well. I like money, I want to earn a lot of money, but I want to leave something for new generations, a better world. So I am maybe stubborn, or maybe I am, I don't know, egotistical in that way, selfish. And that's where I needed the support of somebody very strong, like our National University of Cordova, which is the number one in this. So we have been getting closer. So to answer your question, Guillermo, they started moving closer, and I think that they're moving in this direction. Our future, what do you think? Is all biological, almost nothing chemical, or are we still living with the chemical, with what you have been able to develop? I think that for a while longer it will be here, but we are going to have flying cars, so I don't know. I think that through time we're going to move towards a supplement, replacing glyphosate for something better. So I think that my idea is to keep working on this. If you have an antifungal, which is something that degrades completely, which was used to be a very toxic procedure, that's a base, and that we have something like that in Cordoba. And I proudly say it as the founder and president of ACID, and we do have it. This is absolutely circular, completely circular. Abdon, when you said that with the pellets that you have, that you worked also with your products, but you were able to produce it with another types of waste, right? If you can tell us, of course. Yes, today we can confirm that with the waste for rice, for coffee, we have done tests even with the sargasso when it reached the coast in Central America, with also with the barley waste. It can be dried and it can be ground, and you can get products such as these, and you can make a lot of things. And we want to do some tests with yerba, and mainly the dust of the yerba, because maybe you know that yerba companies have can include up to 30% in their packages. So the rest of the dust is a waste there. So we need to take advantage of the residue. The brand also had some other demands, and this we want to help the milling industry so that it is still a byproduct, not a waste. So with some materials you require more work, some of them not. The wheat requires a lot of pressure and a lot of heat. With gluten, I think that you need to have a machine that helps you produce in scale, but I think that we can do mostly anything. We can work with many things. We're trying to to get financing through the Science and Technology Ministry to create some different matrices to use one material with another. We can do anything. I think that in this area, if we think about having a circular economy where we can create added value and we can contribute to all of this, about climate change and the rest, well, basically, we can start to revert the overshoot that maybe, I don't know if you know about that or not. but we need to stop exceeding the capacity of producing resources of the planet because we are overshooting it in our year. Yes, we need to, each of us has to provide uh, they need to give their hands, they need to put their effort. And we have the final 5 minutes that we have left. Simon, I want to talk to you because I wanted to hear from the experiences of these four businessmen, and the auditorium needed to hear from them to talk now about a word in particular that you meant, that it was that we accelerated 24 projects. We said that acceleration in a world that is already so accelerated, you don't imagine that it would be that much, because if you say that this project started 3 years ago, in March 2020, right? As Enrique said, so since March 2020, it has a leg in the continent, it has a leg in Argentina, and you have four projects there. And can we talk about this generation and if people can continue approaching this, and if you have anything set for next year and for what is coming? The little things that we can provide. First of all, we need to congratulate our businessmen because of their entrepreneurial spirit. They probably all had to go against the current, so all of them do as much as possible, not just to provide something to the environment, but also to make this something profitable. So with every project that we work on, other than their support for the environment, they are also profitable by themselves. So based on the context of the country, the credit is not very available, especially to keep accelerating these projects, because there's so much more to do. There are many more business people wanting to accelerate. I can see Marcelo, who is from Bio4, who also worked with us. They are an example here in Córdoba for everything that they do in promoting the economy, to try to make the economy more sustainable. And we have our project. Simon, you can tell me, and if you want to keep participating, we can see what kind of financing we can get from the European Union. They have an eye in Argentina. Argentina is a strategic country for the region, with matters like lithium, like the generation of renewable energies, the green hydrogen, which is the energy of the future, and possibly to the changes that are going to happen that could be accelerated. And we can have Argentina to keep growing from the end of the private sector. And we have other programs like low carbon, which is ending next year, March. And we are convinced that the European Union are going to start with another edition like this one, or another idea, where we were able to accelerate a lot of projects which may not be closed in the window of our program, but there are many in which we're still working, that they knocked on our doors, and we're finishing the process. So they will have to wait for the next edition of this program. This is the second edition, in which they incorporated Argentina. It had been only Brazil and Mexico before, and Argentina, as you can see in this room, we are the country that has achieved the best results. We have complied with the goals of the projects. So as the Argentine team, we are very proud. And we also work with Norman Kabak from Argentina, and from Europe they're congratulating us for the performance that we've had. And it's good to take advantage of the talent that we have in our country. So we can see that in Argentina we have very hardworking people, so I congratulate you. We are reaching the end of this panel, and we have discussed the presentation of some projects for 2024. That's a project that you have seen in the slides, the projects for next year. So what do you mean, what are you talking about when you're talking about next year? We have talked about two callings for the field that are financed by the European Union in the framework of the scientific research program with Europe, which is a program that gathers all the experiences in the European Union, and also the countries, the other countries that can become partners with that can also contribute with the financing of the program. Argentina has joined the program, and the Argentine entities need to create a consortium with European entities where there are activities representing 3 countries, and they can send a proposal for projects. That's a different initiative. This was a project for the private sector, and this that I'm mentioning now, these are projects related to scientific research. And as Simon said, the program ends in March 2024. So all colleagues that have worked together in the program in the different countries, we have a very positive opinion of the results that they have achieved, and we have recommended clearly the colleagues from Brussels to consider a new addition in the future. I think that there's also, something that is linked to the political direction of the European Commission. So there's going to be a change because the current mandate ends, so there will probably be a pause, and we will have to see that if we renew some of the programs. Personally, I would say that I'm working so that low carbon is one of the programs to continue. Okay, I don't know if it happens to you, but when they talk about accelerating, you said again something that was very interesting, that a year and a half ago Argentina would not start, and now we have all of this to show. So the circular economy times are much quicker than anything that man has developed in time. So we should have quickly the cure for circular economy, let's call it, or a cure from for circular economy. Yes, I want to add that unlike the European Union, where you have the law that makes you achieve a certain standards, and then you have the state that gives you certain subsidies or support, here in most cases the initiative comes from the companies. They are not charities, but they also have an awareness, an environmental awareness, and even if there is no standards or no regulations or no promotion, they are willing to leave a better country for the future generations. All of us from our space need to contribute a little bit. So it's great with this program. We did it through that, and business people working with from their point of view, and now we can see concrete things, points of view, and results. Because sometimes we would talk with business. We are from the European Union. We're promoting technology. They would tell you, go and speak with the environment manager. We thought we were going to see that, but all of the technology that we brought, they increased efficiency, they increased competitiveness, and they created business. This is not a matter of charity or altruistic things, so it was also benefit. And as Roberto, who was the only one who didn't ask, and he celebrated so much to be able to talk about this so important thing, I would like to give you this final minute for reflection, final and reflection to put the cherry on top for this panel. well, the private sector, sometimes it's a little bit crazy, and sometimes we do things without thinking what we are doing, because if not, we wouldn't do it. But the private sector also has the capacity of responding very quickly when the conditions are positive. There is a lot of technology in the world, and in general, we bring it when it's been developed already. Even though there is R&D in Argentina, there's not that much. So the response capacity is very quick. So when we have appropriate conditions, we can provide a lot. And in circular economy, we need to have long-term conditions, institutional conditions, but also circular economy promotion, and all of this that we talked about, public-private partnerships, could be very useful. Thank you all six. You're on stage, not just our speakers, but also the technology, the opportunities, and the time to take care of circular economy. Thank you very much, all of you. Okay, thank you very much to all of the speakers who have joined us in this panel. We are the half of the first day. Let's remind you that you can share your pictures, your videos in the social networks using the hashtag Córdoba Circular. We have 5 very interesting panels for this afternoon. We would like to tell you that this summit is being broadcast through the official channel on the social network of the city of Córdoba and Bayo Córdoba.
Now we go to the following panel called Quality Standards, the Value of Standardization and Regulation in the Fight Against Climate Change. It will be moderated by Andrés Ferreira, journalist at the service of the community, 15 years of experience as a journalist in TV covering current events, society, city, policies, and sports. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the hosts for this possibility and also the audience. And today we will be with 2 people on site, and 2 panelists will be connected remotely. So I will introduce them. First of all, on streaming we'll have Cori Eguino from Bolivia through this channel by internet. She's representative of the Infrastructure Council of America Quality and currently the Executive Secretary of the Pan American Commission of Standards, COPANT. She's one of the 4th panelists. You can see her here. She will be this afternoon with us. During the following hour, we'll be sharing on quality standards, the value of standardization and regulation in the fight against climate change. We would like to introduce the first panelist who is here on site. She is Cristina Sainz, Manager of New Development Services in IRAM. I would like to thank you, Cristina, for being here with us this afternoon. We also have on streaming Marcelo Fialos from Ecuador. Hello, Marcelo. He is remotely connected. He's the Director of Infrastructure Development of Ecuador that depends on the Ministry of Production, Foreign Trade and Investments. And then we will have Engineer Leticia Tuninetti. She is a local person. She's from Córdoba. We would like to introduce you. She is the chair of Environmental Footprints of the National Institution of Industrial Technology, that will be INTI. She is an industrial engineer, specialist in environmental engineering. And with our 4 panelists, we will develop this topic. We will have 60 minutes here with the panelists. Each of the panelists will have 10 minutes, so we will ask the streamers, we will call them that way because they are remotely present, to be mindful of our time. for all of us to be able to make our introductions. So, Cori Eino, good afternoon. Andres, I am Andres. Today here we have the two panelists that are on site. Cori, you have the floor to make reference to the value of standardization in the fight against climate change. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to thank you for the invitation. Please let me open my presentation. Okay, she will try to show us the presentation. We can listen to you perfectly. Sure, 1 second, please. Can you see this? Perfect. As you mentioned, I am the Secretary of the Pan American Commission on Technical Standards. I am from Bolivia, but from July onwards, I'm residing in Guatemala. So I live in Central America, and today they asked me to represent the Council of Quality Infrastructure of America, and to see how quality infrastructure can better support the circular economy and the regulation that we need. I would like to introduce you to our council. It is made up of the 3 regional bodies. In my case, well, COPAN, related to standards. IAAC, that is the Inter-American Cooperation of Accreditation, that is working with national bodies of accreditation in America, and the Inter-American Metrology System, and all of the national institutions of metrology are there. Those are in the COPAN organism, we have everything related to standards. So our council is made up of the 3 regional bodies, and each of those 3 has national members. So the work that we do regionally, we hope for it to be replicated at a national level through our members. KICA was created in 2014 for it to be a platform to develop regional projects in cooperation with others, to have a good exchange of information, training, and to develop specific functions. To act in coordination, because when we talk about quality infrastructure, we have the 3 most important pillars that are accreditation, standards, and metrology. And we also include in quality infrastructure conformity assessment, but there is no regional body grouping all of the organisms and laboratories or bodies to inspect, to measure, that are part of the assessment of conformity. And we also have the part of regulation. We in KICA have been created under the framework of the American of the OIS, where we have had some connections. Of course, we had a great relationship with these bodies to present our developments and how we can contribute from the voluntary areas of these 3 regional bodies to establish public policies and, of course, to support issues related to science and technology and others. We have recently established, last year, our strategic planning as KICA, where we had our mission and vision to be able to work in a more formal context and coordinated context, and not only through our willingness, right? And we established 4 strategic lines where we want to establish presence and leadership in quality infrastructure in the region And our organization, or our council, that was created in 2014, has been simultaneously created with something that is called PACI, and we are the two regional councils that group these three important areas. They were starting to talk in Europe about creating a similar group and for the Pacific Islands of as well. So we are leaders in these matters, but we needed more formal protocols to have more coordinated activities. We are in this entire process of establishing our strategic planning. We want to create links of coordination and integration with all of the actors that may be related to quality infrastructure. And one of them, as I mentioned before, is the conformity assessment value that, although they are not organized at a regional level, we are seeing that they are creating associations for conformity assessment, and they are partnering with IAC, that is the International Accreditation Organization. So this is a way to coordinate with them the activities for this process to be more transparent and coordinated. We want to use integrated infrastructures in the 4.0 revolution, but also in the achievement of the SDGs, of the UN 2030 agenda. We want for all of the activities of KICA to be sustainable. We lean on projects to be able to finance our activities, and it is true that from the pandemic, most of our activities are virtual, and that has a positive or a silver lining because it helps us reach more people, but of course being on site is very important. So we are trying to have the three regional bodies to have funding and to be able to grant our activities in the case we don't have project investment. And when we talk about projects, we talk about this one that we are developing, that is the one of quality infrastructure for circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, that is financed by the German cooperation through the PTB, that is the metrology body of Germany, and we have the OAS as our political partner of the activities. We need a political body to help us have access to the regulators, to the government, among others. Within this project, we are having national initiatives where we have established that it's very significant for these three pillars, accreditation, standardization, and regulation, to be present in the national project. Those are initiatives on circular economy, and some of them working on legislations. And through the tools of quality infrastructure, they can facilitate those circular economy initiatives. And at a regional level, we as KICA have published 2 articles within this framework. They are both in English and in Spanish and are available at the website. You can download that for free. One of them is related to how quality infrastructure can help circular economy, and the other one is more specific on the initiatives and seals for plastics within the framework of circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean. And how can quality infrastructure support the needs of circular economy? First of all, having a standardized terminology of what we're talking about, and you have 1 minute, but you can complete with this slide. Perfect, thank you. I will end with this. First of all, we need to have a standardized terminology, and Through the project, we are supporting our members for them to participate in the technical committee of ISO related to circular economy, where we have the international standards on the subject to support a culture of sustainable consumption, to promote regulatory frameworks and policies, to generate trust, traceability, and interoperability, to provide competitive services and products, and to establish a scientific and technological base for innovation. And as I said before, we also support the achievement of the SDGs through collaborations and dialogues with different ministries, governments, regulators of the industry. We have had meetings related to these projects where each of the regional bodies had their assemblies where the host invited these actors for these pillars at a regional level to be dealt with, so we could see how we can support public policies with successful cases. And that will be all. These are our contact details. And we can share this presentation. Any question that you may have on what we do in Kika or each of the regional bodies, please feel free to reach to us. And thank you for this opportunity. Cory, thank you for the contact. Please stay with us, listening to the three other panelists. In some minutes, we will be with Marcelo Failos from Ecuador. But before I will introduce Cristina Sainz, we have her here. I would like to thank you, Cristina, to talk about this topic. I will give you the remote control. I will ask the four panelists to stay here after the presentations, because then we will interact. We'll have some questions and answers, and of course, you can have some comments on what the other said.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the invitation from the World Summit of Circular Economy, its third edition in Córdoba, to introduce the standardization and its commitment to climate action. First of all, I would like to introduce our organization, the IRAM, which is the Argentine Organism of Certification and Normalization. Standardization. It was the first standardization organism in Latin America. IRAM is a technical institution which is independent, representative, and idoneous to develop technical standards and certify their compliance. It's the only Argentine representative before organizations like the ISO, COPANT, Pan American Technical Standards Commission, the Mercosur Association of Standardization, and the IAC, which is the International Technical Commission. We're going to be talking about the impact that standards may have in climate change and vice versa with the following topic axis. We're going to talk about the standardization and its role in the fight against climate change, the support from the SDGs to the 2030 agenda, and the studies on circular economy that are going to help face climate change. Climate change is probably one of the challenges that we face, one of the most important challenges of the era. And the organization has a very important role, because it defines standards and tools which may be used for fighting against climate change. I'm going to quickly introduce some of the standards, of the massive amounts of standards existing that help in this fight against climate change. And I cannot cease to mention that standardization back in 2015, when the SDGs were presented in the 2030 agenda, we committed with them and with all of the organisms which are part of the ISO, and we ratified that commitment in the London meeting, where we committed to develop standards that target climate change, and that each standard that is created, we establish criteria for this fight. Then it's important to mention the ISO 14000, which is the system for environmental management system. There is a 14002/3 in development, which specifies the guidelines to tackle climate on the environment management system. And then we have the 14064. It quantifies the greenhouse gases. 14067 quantifies the greenhouse gases from products. And the future ISO standard, which will be published on the 30th of November, which speaks about carbon neutrality, a plan to reduce the greenhouse gases. I'm not going to stop here because we're going to have a specialist talking about this after me. Then we have the ISO IRAM series 1490, which tackles climate change head-on to assess vulnerability and risk and establish adaptation plans for climate change. We have there the 14091, which are guidelines on vulnerability and impacts and risk assessment. 14092 is the requirements and the orientation and planning for adaptation for local governments and communities. Then we have the 14097. It helps align investments with climate objectives. And finally, I want to mention the standards and the principles from the ISO 14020, which are guidelines, principles, and guides for the environmental declarations that allow us to know which of the how environmentally responsible or eco-friendly are some of the products that are labeled with some of the considerations of this standard. And finally, to close the standardization topic, we have the IWA, the International Workshop Agreement 42, is the workshop for the international agreement that was produced on September 2022, in which we established guidelines for net zero that we want to reach by 2050. As a second point, I'm going to talk about the contributions of the standardization to sustainable development in the 2030 agenda. These dimensions, the social, economic, and environmental dimensions, are the essence of the SDGs and are present in the ISO standards because they support organizational growth, they back up transparency on products or services offered, and they promote the decent work, and they fight the orientation to reduce the impact. We have several widely known standards, the ISO 9001, 14001 for environmental management, then we have 50,001, the energy management, 26,000, the social responsibility, 45,001 of security safety systems and health in work, and the FSSC 22,000, the food safety management systems. Most of these commitments are working towards achieving one of the SDGs. And finally, I want to mention circular economy and its contribution towards facing climate change. As many of the previous speakers and previous panelists have said, we use a systemic approach to keep circular flow of resources, and circular economy is based on the three basic principles of eliminating the waste from design, then keeping products or resources circulating for as long as possible, and regenerating natural systems. So, when I was aware of the need of tackling circular economy from standardization, in 2019 it created the TC323 to tackle circular economy matters, in which we had several work groups that, in which I was honored to participate. There are three standards that are going to be available for 2024, which are the 59004, which establishes the principles and the terminology for circular economy, providing a framework for it. The 5910 standard, which talks about the guidelines of businesses and value chains, establishing the gaps in organizations and the strategies that they can develop to have circular economy opportunities, and ISO 59020, which establishes the requirements for measuring and assessing the circularity, considering indicators that, for example, tackle the waste, the resources, the water, and the energy. I don't want to avoid mentioning as a conclusion some important messages that we should all be considering. First of all, we should reinforce the compliance of the Agenda 2030, the 2030 goals. Then we also have to establish standards, coordinate, and foster transition toward a circular economy with zero net emissions. This needs to come from the regulation areas. They need to incentivize, mobilize, and accelerate the transition towards a circular economy with zero net emissions from governments and states, which will show us the possibilities of a circular economy and the opportunities of an economy with zero net emissions from the companies, and also prove the opportunities that this can generate for this planet. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Cristina, for your contribution. Now we'll contact Marcelo Fialos, who is virtually with us from Ecuador, because the first panelist, she was from Bolivia but was in Guatemala. And please remember that after the presentation of Marcelo Fialos, we'll have engineer Leticia Turinetti, and we will interact. I don't have a lot of contributions for this, but I will be asking the questions. So, Marcelo, I will ask you if you are in Ecuador. Yes, I am in Ecuador, in Quito. Can you hear me? Okay, you have your 10 minutes to make your presentations. I would like to thank you for your invitation. It is an honor for me being able to share and also to learn with the rest of the panelists. And I hope that this summit continues to be successful. Here you can see the main institutions. I'm talking from the Ministry of Production, Foreign Trade and Investments. And you have also INEN, and also the accreditation system for conformity assessment. We wanted to share information on the green point of Ecuador. Today, well, we have the new president of Ecuador. That is very significant in Argentina as well. You have a new president. So God bless Argentina, and I would like to say hello to every one of you. Well, the market is changing, and if you remember, we have a more loyal client that it was the most thankful one, and now is more empowered and more informed and more demanding as regards quality and food security. And there is a trend to sustainability, to choosing products, and also paying more for products that are more sustainable. So current clients demand for these requirements. So we have to adjust to that. The market in this chart that you will see here is basically a summary of the components of the quality infrastructure. And we can relate this to what I want to share with you today. We have products and then quality. They can reach high markets, but we need a feasible quality infrastructure for the product. In this case, we have avocado. I'm sure you eat that in Argentina too. That is this product from Ecuador is of high quality, but if we don't have this infrastructure, they cannot go from the farmer to the market, so that requires standardization, accreditation, who certify that the standards are being complied with. And what we want is for these products to be certified, to have traceability in each market of the world. And of course, when transactions are made, there are a lot of measurements, and the quality of avocado has to be the same one in Quito, in Seoul, or Argentina, or in any part of the world. So that is metrology, the way in which the products can reach their target markets. But those markets require healthier and more sustainable food. Agro-food, agricultural food, is responsible for 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions. And when we talk about the European market, I will make that as an example to continue with my presentation. 50% of European adults are overweight, so we have to make sure that people have access to healthy food, to sustainable food, and also resilience in the face of the crisis that we have dealt with. So this market, if we mention as an example, the Green Compact, the European Green Compact, we talk about the use of fertilizers and pesticides, the European Green Deal. This will be then circular economy, green taxonomy, the due compliance, and biodiversity. Those are the components that have an interconnection. And we have been working as a country for some time now on the Inclusive Circular Economy Act with the regulation that has been very recently passed. You know that a regulation allows for the optimization of an act or a law because it started mentioning the new president that has just positioned himself. He is the youngest president ever in our history, one of the youngest in Latin America and probably the world. And most importantly, he was in the economic body, and he was the one who passed or promoted passing Inclusive Circular Economy Act. So we had a lot of expectations because as he knows what this law establishes, he knows about these business models that are more sustainable for the country. From the basis of these legal documents from Ecuador, we are working very hard, and you know that having ministerial agreements or deals takes time because we have to involve all the stakeholders, and each of them have their own interests and perspectives, so we need to find some compromises and middle ground. So we are very close to having an agreement to meet the needs to build that in the proper way. And we need to talk about the circular economy green point and biodegradable plastics. Those are ministerial agreements. They come from the regulators, and they will contribute to making these acts feasible. This agreement on circular economy green point, we have 3 application fields. The manufacturing sector, that is has a wide range. We have electrical energy, agricultural services, then agricultural products. This is quietly connected to what Cristina mentioned. The standards, if we don't have those standards, we won't be making a step forward. And as regards the actors, we have a Ministry of Environment and Ecological Transition, the Authority of Industry, then IC, that is the quality infrastructure, the institutions that represent the pillars of this bridge, and also companies. This is based on a law that is 17017. This certification of Green Point exists in Ecuador already, but this part would be the evolution of this standard. This is positioned in the market. It has a logo. It has companies that are certified with that. It has assessments of conformity. So we are building upon this foundation that we already had. It has 3 levels. We have an operational efficiency level where we qualify the outflow and inflow of resources, improvements in services towards the client. When the company moves forward, they can go to circular performance. We see the circular economy in the productive process, in the practical activities and some analysis. And then level 3, that is the creation of circular value. We talk about business models, innovation, design. That is most critical part within circular economy, particularly in the technical areas, in the area of plastics, for example. So this is quite connected with the biodegradable plastics green point. And it also has to do with social responsibility and promoting the responsible use of resources and sustainable business behavior. Here on the screen, you can see the different levels of certification as everything in quality. It is gradual. It's like getting fitter. It takes time. You cannot do that overnight. And the same happens with quality. It has to be adjusted step by step. So that's why we had different levels. There is an assessment of the levels. There is a percentage of compliance to reach the level and to go forward to the next level. They have to comply with 100% of them. And we have some private inspection companies. This would be at a general level of gradual surveillance. We are working to make this agreement official, that is between ministries, because we have 2 components and 2 regulators. One is the Ministry of Production for the part of economy, and the other one is the Ministry of Environment and Ecology for the environmental aspects of social responsibility, completing the cycle of the 3 components of circular economy. Thank you so much, and I'm here to be able to continue to participate. Thank you, Marcelo, for being here. Wait there, please, for a second. Now, Leticia Toninetti, engineer from Córdoba, and after her presentation, we will be having a Q&A section. I would like to thank you for being here.
Thank you all for inviting us. I come from INTI. INTI is the National Institute of Industrial Technology. We are over 3,000 professionals who work all over the country, and we work with technological solutions and doing everything that is related with metrology for all kinds of industries and companies, and in particular, I'm working in the Córdoba office with the solid waste office, and we work with several environmental issues. And we have a stand on the next pavilion over. So the antecedents of the people who spoke before me, the person from Ecuador who was talking about demand, about consumers that require more sustainable products, that they want to know what they are buying here or in the world. So probably more in the world than here, but that trend is growing, and for the younger people, maybe here. So we're going to try to give just a little bit of a quick look at what we can do from sustainability and circular economy products. This is all covered in the standards that Cristina de Lira mentioned. So we're going to continue complementing what she said and what they all said, actually. Okay, I'll start. In as much as we can, when we can connect, well, I want to make a difference when we're talking about the sustainability diagnosis for a product or for an organization, because we have been working on this for a while, for over 15 years, and there's a lot of confusion between an organizational diagnostic, and which is the 14064 standard, and the product impact. And we're talking about the organization, we're talking about the impact of the emissions in an organization in a calendar year, and that is useful for internal management. You can include the scope 1, 2, and 3 gases. Number 3 is not mandatory, but you can do it to see the entire performance of a company in a year and see where are the points where you can reduce the gases. It's always interesting also to include scope 3, and sometimes the largest impact is in the scope 3 and in our providers of raw materials and other other products. So we need to know where is the greatest impact, and or if it is maybe in scope 1 or scope 2. We're talking about diagnosis, we're talking about product diagnosis with the carbon footprint, the water footprint, and other particular details of the product. Stop. There we don't look at the organization as a whole in a year, but we rather focus on a product line, and we study them from cradle to grave. I mean, from the production of raw materials, packaging, all other additional products, towards the manufacture, production, consumption, and post-consumption, and that entire life cycle, which I had in a great graph, but you're not going to be able to see it. We look for the environmental impact. If we are looking at, we can look about carbon footprint or carbon impact. Maybe we can look at the impact, and there are standards for a lot of that. We have the 14040, 14044, which is the one for the full life cycle analysis. I've mentioned this already. Then the stages of the life cycle analysis. I'm going to go faster due to the time. We had a goal that we're going to study. We have an environmental inventory. A life cycle analysis could take 1 month, 6 months to a year. The successful cases take 1 year. Most of them take over a year, because these are long reports, and it's a long work to do the life cycle of anything. Imagine a TV, a kilo of coffee, I don't know, anything. Right now we're working with the construction sector, with construction works that we spoke before, and a waste management or a sewage work, when we're looking for the information of all the materials that work on a sanitation work or an electrical infrastructure work, with all of the different types of products that are required in that type of work. Then we move to an interpretation of the results. Okay, how do we know where I am? I think I'm a little bit, maybe 3 to 4. Okay, I'll continue okay, there, that's where we were. Okay, here we have another graph that shows you the stages of the life cycle. Where we see the construction, or food, or vehicles, or appliances. We do it a lot with food and beverages, and now we construct with construction. And here we can see some of the impacts that can be studied. The carbon footprint for global warming is one, then we have acidification, eutrophication, damage to the ozone layer, which sometimes we forget about, but it still exists. Then this impact also is related to the sunny cities with little land movement, like Mexico and of course Cordoba too. And this is when we do the life cycle analysis, how do we verify it? Because it's important to, if as we've seen in a previous presentation, if we can't see it, we cannot measure it, and we cannot measure it, we cannot act. So we have there an organization like IRAM that certifies several of these standards, and in the case of INTI, we certify the environmental product declarations. So this is eco label. Then I will talk to you about a little bit about the eco labels. They are modeled under the 14020 and 14025 standards when we're talking about a product. What are eco labels? My product, I give it an eco label. There are several types. Type 1 is the easier one. Natural product, green product, ecological product. It does not require such a deep analysis. The type 2 requires a life cycle test study, and it's not necessarily verified by a third party, but the type 3 eco label, it has the environmental declaration for a product. It does require a full life cycle analysis with all of its parts, and it requires the analysis by an independent third party. These types of verifications are done from INTI, the INTI certification organism, based on the EPD international guidelines and system. That's the most widespread label system. It comes from Sweden. INTI is the regional hub of EPD for Latin America. And we do the different regional centers of INTI do the studies for the EPD, and we also do the environmental product declaration. So it declares the environmental impact of the product. This is my product, and it creates this impact. I'm not saying that the impact is greater or smaller than another, but rather that the company voluntarily decides to communicate the information about its products because it has interest, local, international, or because the buyers are asking for that. Either a consumer, a supermarket, whatever. So, this is a voluntary declaration where we can see some of the model declarations. As you can see, the international EPD. We have some declarations which have been verified by INTI, and it's public because the company decides to communicate environmental information from the product, and when they decide to communicate it, that's what appears there. Some other companies publish it in their packaging. Here we have for an engine, for glass, for different types of food, and then I'll just finish with this one, which is the EPD for Frigorífico Logros, which is in Río Segundo in Córdoba, 50 kilometers away. And this study for us was a flagship study, which was the first one that we did for beef, and they decided to move forward 2.5 years ago. They tried to move forward to obtaining the certification, and we did it together. We worked with all of the reviews that were there, the results of the report, and Logros today has the first EPD in Argentina, which was made by INTI and verified by INTI, which we are very proud of, about these ideas. And okay, if you want to read it, you'll see that they say that the company has The products are the ones that they made their calculation for boneless meat without for export, and the results that they made, and that's all. So that's all for me, and I don't know if I had something else there, but that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leticia. We also thank the other panelists, and now we'll open the floor for questions and answers. So if you have a question or something you would like to comment as regards the other panelists' presentations, you can do so. But I would like to start first with Cori. We had her on streaming from Guatemala. If you are there, Cori, the specific question would be regarding the tasks, the activities of this quality infrastructure Commission for America, and you shared a chart of what you can achieve, what you can do, and I would like to ask you about the time frames. That is a key variable, but do you have time frames for the executions of those programs? A lot of the activities that we perform are workshops or trainings that, for example, when we have a standard that is cross-sectional and international that will be reviewed, for example, in the national bodies are the same ones. 1 second, please. We would like to check the quality of the audio to see if we can improve this. I don't know if we can check that by means of your computer or our computers to be able to listen to you better. Is this better? Yes, it is. Please repeat your answer. Sure. What I wanted to mention was that the activities that we perform in Kika are mostly related to raising awareness, creating trainings and workshops. For example, when an ISO standard can be cross-sectional, such as those of conformity assessment, will be reviewed, or we're establishing a new one, then the only members that can participate in the ISO commissions are those that are members of the ISO and who have subscribed as member C, so member B. So what we can do at a Kika level is to establish workshops to work with the representatives in accreditation and metrology that are the final users of those standards to participate at a national level regarding proposals, requests to modify the standard, for example. That is one example. Then in the accreditation area, a lot of the times it is better to have information and interpretation of metrologic issues, so we create a lot of activities to train people from the National Institutes of Metrology towards the accreditation bodies to better understand certain aspects that are very technical of the measurements and the precision and accuracy. So what we do is try and have a program by the beginning of the year of the activities that we know that will be developing throughout the year. We can set up some time frameworks, but there might be some other activities that arise depending on the circumstances we're dealing with or some other international issues. Our activity, as I mentioned before, is related to transfer of knowledge, raising awareness, and training, and at a regional level or at a national level. I think that you are talking about those timeframes to create a technical standard. Maybe Cristina from IRAM can answer that question better, or to establish a schedule for the assessment of conformity. Well, that depends on the experts, on having the capacity and expertise. And in the case of metrology, the representative from INTI can explain that better. But this is what we do. Thank you, Cory. I would like to ask now Marcelo, who is in Ecuador now, about the pace and the different ways each country can establish, or if that is a working coordination. Because I bring some specific data. If the carbon emissions are not reduced by 2050, climate change will cost Latin American countries between 1.5% and 5% of the GDP, the regional GDP. So each country chooses their own way or roadmap to mitigate these effects, or is they a common way? Yes, as you say, there is a common way because there are national commitments that have to be complied with. They have to meet the SDGs. There are some spaces where they deal with specific topics such as plastics, for example. However, each country has its own pace. Maybe talking about Ecuador, the political times make things go slower due to the lack of resources. It also has to do with the leaders of each institution. When the leaders are proactive, of course, things go quicker. There will be some obstacles that all of us will have to overcome regarding leadership, but when we have an efficient leader, you can have access to financing from international bodies that help us go faster. Then coordination with institutions is key between public and private, because each institution has their own interest or mission, but when there is coordination, we can establish a higher goal than that we can establish in isolation, and that coordination defines a roadmap, and we can have a follow-up, because otherwise it would be impossible to work on the quality infrastructure without the regulator regulating, right? And sometimes it happens that regulators don't do their task, don't do their activities regulating stuff. So they also need standards or a scheme to assess conformity. If they don't have that coordination, timeframes can be bigger and we may not have a result. So you can have no results at all, maybe due to some coordination or leadership problems. Sometimes in state policies, there are challenges. And we say that in spite of the difficulties of our state, we need to move forward with this. So in summary, yes, there are some common topics, but these spaces, such as the one we're sharing today, help standardize terminology, standardize criteria, and then you take that to your own country, and you need there, of course, a team of leaders that can help you promote and give you the resources for things to move forward. Those are the topics that we have learned from this experience here. Thank you, Marcelo. Now I'll ask a question, an open question to our two on-site panelists, because in the last times, at least I, as a journalist, and when I surveyed the media, I have seen that the 2030 agenda and climate change are concepts, organizations, structures, or the future, the short-term future. We're a few years away from that. And they were denied by those who deny climate change. They want to make all of these matters relative. Maybe this leads you to an awkward position, but you are specialists in standardization to fight against climate change. So I would like to ask you specifically, if a change in government in Argentina, change of administration in Argentina, with some denials on climate change can delay the tasks that you are performing in your areas of expertise. To delay or to stop, right?
Well, at Indy are 10 to 15 people who work on this, and we work 8, 9, 10 hours, and because we love it, but also because the demand never stops. I went around here and I can talk to somebody who wants to have their life cycle analyzed and they want to verify their studies, or this is market. This is a market. We are not, even though we have very special considerations with SMEs with whom we work, we treat them very differently from large companies and large associations, but we are fulfilling the demand of companies and industries and organizations. This is not an idea from us. 15 years ago, this was very different. I had to go through it when nobody knew what we were talking about. Nobody wanted to knock. When you went to knock the door of somebody, they didn't open or they kicked you out. And now the demand is overcoming us. I have my boss telling me right now, I need more people. I need somebody here, somebody there. So if this can be stopped or not, I don't know. The INTI is part of the Ministry of Economy right now. But if we follow the market law, which is widely used by the president-elect, we respond to what we are being demanded. So it should continue this road with no difficulties. Not just the national market, but also many of the companies that ask us to work with them is because they export and because they need to get to know the environmental impact of their product, because they're being requested that, what is your carbon footprint, what are your emissions, and this in the short, midterm, and it will be a requirement and a barrier. So we're talking about the national market and the international markets, where this is, today I do it and tomorrow I don't, I can stop this. And in fact, in the United States, there was a president who did not agree with climate change, and all of that work that had been in progress did not stop because this is demanded by industry, market, and organizations.
Okay, Cristina.
I am going to talk to you from the point of view of IRAM, the standardization and certification organism. We have large teams working here and there and listening to the demands from the market, and the standards are made due to a consensus and by the request of the interested parties, because they need a standard to manufacture, produce, export, etc. And many times because of governments, municipal and provincial states that take them to create laws. So we have those standards to be used. And as for certification, the certifications are more and more required at the national level and also at an international level. Within what we have for verification of conformity, we have one rule, but we also have compliance evaluations, and we have more and more developments, even from IRAM, of seals supporting everything related to circularity, and they are more and more in demand by companies and organizations.
Thank you so much for your comments. We have reached the end of this panel. We are almost 1 hour. We spent 1 hour, so we would like to thank you, Cory, Marcelo, Cristina, and Leticia. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Pleased to meet you. Thank you very much.
So this is the end of our panel. We would like to thank each and every one of you, and we'll continue with the following panel. Thank you, Andy Ferreira, and everyone who joined this panel. We would like to thank the participation of the guests and to you for being here in this circular experiences space in the third edition of the World Economy Summit.
We are still listening to different panels to talk, to set positions and discuss more about circular economy.
We'll introduce the next panel called Circularity in Pharmaceutical Production, Strategies to Reduce the Carbon Footprint.
This panel will be moderated by Victor Valente, who is a territorial communicator and an environmental journalist. He's been the director of La Unión Regional at the Sierras Chicas for 30 years. He is also a host and general producer of Tequila Verde. It's the first show for environmental journalism in Corby's Radio.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Okay, great to meet you. I want to introduce Dr. Sergio Oviedo, who is the Director of Sustainability and Institutional Communication of the blood products of National Laboratory of the National University of Córdoba. He's the head professor of laboratory management and quality management in the Catholic University of Córdoba. He has a degree in biochemistry from the National University of Córdoba, doctor in political science and government with orientation in politics, in pharmaceutical policy and regulation by the Universidad Complutense de Madrid. He has a degree in quality engineering by the National Technological University and a specialist in quality management from the Clinical Biochemical Laboratory from the Ministry of Health of the province of Córdoba. He has been an advisor in quality and regulatory affairs, and he has been a technical director in different companies dedicated to medical products. He has also been an advisor at Fontan for the development of technical projects and quality in pharmaceutical industry and medical technology, and in the institutional government environment. He has been a director of food quality, director of pharmacy of the public production of medications from the city of Córdoba, and is a member of ANLAB, which is the National Agency of Public Laboratories. He has been a member of the consulting committee from 2012 to 2016. He is part of the Permanent Commission of Argentine Pharmacopoeia and in the IRAM for the Organization of Standardization. For the SD, he also works with in the OSDG. He also works with the Global Compact Network Board, and also a member of the committee of the SAFYBI. Let's welcome Dr. Sergio Oviedo. Welcome, Sergio. I can say hello to you again. I'm so happy to be with a tremendous person from the Blood Products Laboratory in the National University of Córdoba. And the topic is circularity in the pharmaceutical production, strategies to reduce the carbon footprint. That's a great topic. Dr. Sergio Oviedo, you're going to introduce how do we tackle this from this such an important thing in the blood product laboratory of the National University of Córdoba. We need the control for the slides. Well, I would start now. This is actually a topic that, from the pharmaceutical perspective, this is a topic that is treated as an everyday matter due to regulation and the characteristics of the pharmaceutical production. This is an industry that it has a high energy consumption, high waste generation. If you look at it on the one hand, it's highly contaminant, but on the other hand, it impacts public health and the generation of stable employment. So the concept of sustainability in this kind of industry has been adopted for a long time because it's an industrial branch which is highly regulated. There are working requirements that force it to fulfill requirements that are related with the environment, with product quality, with security, with the attention, the care of those people who receive those medical products and pharmaceutical products. So they start taking in those requirements as their own. And when the SDGs appeared, the pharmaceutical industry adopted them right away. Um, it's not because they're good. I mean, we need to. It's a matter of economy. It's a matter of profitability. Doing a good environmental management or fulfilling certain quality requirements are going to help you reduce costs. So that's going to provide a relief for the circular economy aspect. In that sense, Doctor, what is the concrete action as for the social and environmental responsibility for the lab? Which practices do you take related to the 6 SDGs? And how do you move forward towards the threefold impact, social, environmental, and economic impact? Well, our lab as a public institution, as a university institution, is not only adhering to the 6 SDGs. Yes, you adhere to 6 of the 17 SDGs, right. They are the most specific ones for us. The SDG 3 for health, the SDG 5, SDG 7, 12, and 17, which are for responsible consumption and industry. And as a university, this is also related to the circularity, about the economy and the care for the environment. So as an institution, that their owners, the university, we also adhere to SDG 4, which is a quality education. And we believe that environmental issues and recycling, we work with communities to improve the quality of life of citizens, to be able to reinsert and give value to what we call waste, because this is creating education to find partners in this activity. So we understand that environment is a priority, and we realize about the meaning of environmental education. These summits have a new value. Do you have any sustainability report at this point, Doctor? Yes, at the lab, we adhered early to the Global Compact of the UN, and at this point we have 3 reports, and we are going to present a 4th report for next year. And obviously, presenting these reports, filing these reports, is a document that is sent to the UN, to the Global Compact people, but also we take on a new challenge every time we submit a new report. So the first one was almost a diagnosis of our situation, and we have moved forward with a series of actions that are related with the social aspect due to the laboratory characteristics, SDG 17, new alliances, environmental area aspect, the water management, energy management. And as I've said before, our industry is energy intensive, and in our case, as producers of injectable medications, biological medications, we consume a lot of water. So we discard a lot of water. So we need to think about the industrial process. So the work that we intended to do in 3 years after the presentation of a previous report was to start a series of specific actions related to improving the treatment of our scrap. We have worked to create a waste management system that is related to recycling of almost 100%. Obviously, there's waste that you cannot recycle. The pathogenic waste from bioproducts like blood and cells, you cannot recycle that, of course. Where does that waste go? Well, we have other waste. We have PVC, we have aluminum, we have rubber, seals, cardboard. So in our organization, we first told them to educate them to separate, because we found that there were non-pathogenic things in pathogenic residue, waste bags. And that is now moved towards recycling. Glass is moved to one side, aluminum on another side, the rubber caps on another side, cardboard, paper on another side. And we have created a plant to pre-process that waste. Because we need to have a little bit of awareness that these are medical products, and they generate a certain lack of trust. So before moving them to the recyclers, we ground this waste, and we sanitize them to make sure that no risks are there, and we issue them with a validation that treatment has had effect, that there were no traces of any microorganisms of any sort that can affect the human health, and that is moved to the recycling centers. We have a series of partners, very important partners like Bio Córdoba, the COIS, some co-ops, some private companies, and several of them can be seen in the image, and other partners with whom we share the idea of working for a better environment. That was one of the strategies. As for waste, the next strategy is about sustainable water usage, which is related to the water management of our liquid waste, and also with the effluent management. These are technical data, but it's important to understand what I'm going to tell you. So we require thousands of liters of alcohol, which go to the liquid waste as effluents, mixed together with water. So with some proteins, which are byproducts of the industrial process. After an agreement with Porta, the alcohol company, they allowed us to recover water, recover alcohol that was thrown to the sewers or the effluent system, and the protein waste would go to composting, already degraded by the alcohol, water, and detergent that is used. So we are recovering some alcohol, some water, and most importantly, not throwing that into the effluent system or to a treatment plant, which involves a higher energy consumption. So on the other hand, our water systems produce a lot of large amounts of industrial water, which is injectable quality, and for that we have an equivalent heavy water, actually not heavy water, but actually with a heavy mineral content. So we are starting to recirculate that water to put it in the treatment of solids for washing and otherwise, and also for irrigation, and the chemical remnants that come from the production plant for injectable generic medications would go to an effluent treatment plant that goes out in more than optimal conditions for being released. And we cannot think about attacking one of the issues and not many of them. So our third part that we have here is the energy management system. We have two ways. We cannot reduce our consumption, because if we increase production, we increase consumption. And we increase our amount of product, we increase the capacity. So the only way that we can do this is by optimizing that resource, doing it as efficient as possible. And the other thing that we can do is that we don't have a large consumption, but it's important to obtain enough PV energy for internal consumption. So we have proposals that tackle all of the different areas. We have started this 3 years ago. We have moved forward in some of the things. Some of them have been faster. The alcohol part has moved very fast, and we are at, very close to our plant. The water recycling plant is in a process of implementation, and we are in Argentina, of course, so sometimes we move one step forward and 3 steps back, but we hope that for next year we can finish this system. We are also starting a bid for the PV cells, so together with training of our people on responsible consumption for water and electrical energy. We have a series of instances, smaller instances, where we say we're going to measure the carbon footprint. The idea is to start having our truck fleet or vehicle fleet to use bioethanol.
Today, we are using gas oil for the characteristics of our laboratories. We're taking products to another countries. We import raw materials, and this is a fleet of 6 large vehicles. And of course, if we can at least, when they are transporting in Argentinian territory to use biofuel, we would be contributing to this circular economy system. So we have focused our proposal in a comprehensive way, and the recycler will have a new product from waste and what we call waste. I don't want to call it waste, but maybe this is the raw material for something different. That would be the great support and contribution on our end as managers and producers of inputs or consumables to be able to avoid, or not to avoid, but to reduce our carbon footprint and further contamination. Yes, we're talking about environmentally educated people. It would be great for everyone to have this possibility, right, of being able to educate themselves on the environment. And I would like to know about the answer of those types of waste that cannot be recycled. What cannot be recycled, what is a pathogen, goes to the pathogen treatment plant. In 3 years, we have reduced, for this that I mentioned before, almost 90%, that our intention is reaching a minimum expression of pathogens. So only having pathogens as waste, it requires a lot of education and treatment, of course, and hazardous chemical waste goes to the hazardous chemical treatment plant that produces a cost for society, for the company, because they go to a crematorium. We use energy, we create gases, so the objective is to reduce that. And maybe you say, okay, you have chemical waste that go there, but probably one batch cannot be used, for example, or we used consumables. We had the pandemic and we had to throw away some products. So this has to do with an ecological treatment that is sustainable of the purchasing logistics, of the consumables logistics. So the SDG related to responsible consumption is so fundamental. It is important to at least try and mitigate, right? If you have moved forward 90%, that is a lot. So we should talk about people now in the laboratory. How many people do we have in the blood product laboratory? Are those people from science and technology? Can you tell us a little bit about that? We are 350 employees in the laboratory. And of course, with different hierarchies, different responsibilities, but with a shared commitment that is helping this institution. And I always say that we need to accept these initiatives, these activities, because we are committed to fulfilling with this idea We are truly committed of having a medicine that has to be of quality for society, a product that is strategic, and that will go to our environment. If we are an industry that is state-owned, the laboratory does not receive a budget from the state, but it is self-supplying with the production it is making. Of course, having a state status has the advantage of being in the administration of the state. And within these 350 employees, we have some doctors, some people having PhDs, having university degrees, technical degrees, engineers, workers, collaborators that have only completed secondary education. There are some people who have started working with primary education, and we have helped them to go and complete their high school. To those who finished high school, those are encouraged to study more and go to a higher degree education. We have to be constantly learning in this industry, and the value of that asset goes in the knowledge and in the experience and the culture of the entire community that we have here. If all of those 350 employees teach what they are learning to their families, we can say for sure that the task starts propagating, right? We can talk, Sergio, about what the laboratory ensures. I think that, well, of course you will give us the answer, but key medicines, incentives for the pharmaceutical industry, in health, what else? As I said before, we are the product of an idea. The idea is to have a production plant for medicines that is essential in the Argentine Republic. What are those medicines? Those blood products, the biological medicines. Next year, we will turn 60 years. If you measure that 60 years experience, you can say, where were you strategic? Why are you saying that you were strategic? And we have an example that is 40 years old. In the conflict of the South Atlantic, suppliers of these types of medicines were our enemies at that point, right? Industries were based in the UK and in the US. So our troops, due to one of the product that is an expander that we use when people lose blood, that would depend on our enemy at that point in time. So we could have the supply, but if we come more recently, a biological product plant that is state-owned in Argentina, in the context of the last pandemic, of COVID-19 pandemic. In the world, they talked about the use of plasma with antibodies. That was the only tool that we had for a person in the early stages of transmission to improve, and we wanted to have immunoglobulin with a lot of antibodies against COVID-19. So as pandemic started, the experience of doing this type of products took us to propose the Ministry of Health that we could develop something, we could have that available for the population. And although gamma globulin is used as prophylaxis, we could use that in the treatment, making it more efficient. In the world, there are 35 plants of blood products, and the biggest one is the one in Spain, Grifols. It is a multinational company based in Spain and in the US. And out of those 35 plants, there are some 8 plants that are state-owned, such as the one that we have. Then in Latin America, we have one in Venezuela that is not in operation right now, and a very old plant in Havana that barely operates. And then the rest of the state plants are based in Europe, in France, in England, in Germany. Well, all of those plants and one plant that was in Russia, they started developing this product as well. Out of all of those who started developing this, we were the 4th in the world to say, here it is. Fortunately, vaccination was available. And, well, the vaccination won, right? But we had the strategy, the knowledge, the capacity, and the industrial infrastructure to say, in 6 months, you will get this product. Not only that, but on the other hand, we sent all of our medicines to dexamethasone. That was the only drug that could take critically ill patients from intensive care out of that. So we became one of the exclusive suppliers of the Ministry of Health of Argentina for the entire public health. So that's how strategic we are in the social component of all of this. Some other product would be the products with added value, for example, coagulation factors, or gamma globulin for a specific disease. They are so expensive in the market, and we are guaranteeing access and availability to those medicines for a lot of people at a lower cost. And if we didn't exist, those prices would be even higher. So the strategic role as playing as a regulator of the market prices. I would like to say that at least for those of us who are in journalism and in environmental communications, I work at the National University of Córdoba called Te Quiero Verde, I Want You Green, and we know a little bit of what Dr. Oviedo mentions here. And the great work of the blood product facility in Córdoba is so great, and it is renowned in the entire world. And not even in Córdoba or in Argentina can you have a clear idea of what this represents in the pharmaceutical industry. So we'll move to a different aspect of this and to be able to conclude this conversation. We are at the World Summit on Circular Economy. Here we developed the panel on climate change. We are talking about circularity in the pharmaceutical production. But I would like to ask you something. I will read this from, as we have a new president, how do you think that that will have an impact in the public pharmaceutical industry if they say that there will be a reduction in the state positions? Do you think that you will be able to work freely and sustainably with a president that denies climate change? Well, we'll go with the first part of the question. As regards public production, the concept of medicine or drugs as a social good, that is a concept that even with the modifications of the law in medicines, that contributed to the fall of an administration. This was a concept that is culturally in the awareness, not only in the healthcare professionals, in the public sector, but also in the private sector and in our population, in the citizens. So drugs have to be accessible for everyone. They have to be available for everyone. When we say accessible, it means not only regarding costs, but there are some medicines that are not produced that are called orphans because the private companies cannot make a profit with that. Companies have to see if they are profitable or not. If it is not profitable, they won't do that. If I invest money I need to have money in return, right? Otherwise, we won't be investing in that. So there we have the state as a guarantee of public funds. So I think that well, I'm convinced, in fact, that for the production of drugs, that is very important within the framework of public health because it guarantees that accessibility. I'm not saying that this is perfect, but it can be improved. In our case, well, we have a very good system that, as you said, has an international standard, but we have a lot of public manufacturers that do not reach a minimum standard. I had a position at a municipal level, and we pushed for the decision from the executive branch to complete the plant that had been abandoned. We looked for funds from the public ministry with a different administration. And why did we do that? Because those who were in charge of the Ministry of Health were convinced of this concept. And I go back to the first part of the answer. In the concept of drugs as a public asset, those of us who are committed to this idea, we don't have a political or ideological flag. There are people from the right, people from the middle, people from the left. There are radicals, Peronists, socialists. They are convinced with this concept. I can give you another concept. The Pharmaceutical Laboratory of Public Production of the province of Santa Fe had its entire development, most important development, during the socialist administrations of the country. So this goes beyond because it is part of a human right. So I think that there can be adjustments, improvements. This cannot be erased. Maybe there might be some changes in the regulation of ANMAT or maybe different direction, but we shouldn't forget the fact that public laboratories of the state sphere are those that depend on Malbrán. So you cannot go against the federal autonomy. So it is a very complicated task, and I think that the country has some other more complicated problems. And in this specific case, the vision of Arturo Illia, when they proposed to provide funds from the province, he was clever enough to say that this laboratory will depend on a public university. It could have been in charge of the Ministry of Health, but no. To preserve this from the ups and downs of the different political parties and administrations, so the university with its autonomy can fund this laboratory. So I think that there will be some modifications, but public producers can have some proposals, and well, then we will have to see if they are wise enough or not, right? Well, we truly wish that the public spheres, the blood product of the National University of Córdoba, with everything that it produces, with everything that they do, with the entire material that they have, never stops growing. So a big round of applause for Sergio Oviedo. It has been a pleasure for me to introduce him. We continue with this important summit on circular economy. We would like to thank Sergio and Victor for this talk. We would like to tell you that we have received the visit of over 36 institutions of a primary level, secondary education, tertiary education. We are so proud of creating awareness on the importance of the production and consumption model of circularity that has to be included within the educational system.
Now we're going to move forward to the presentation of the following panel, the circular cities, coordinates on the road for sustainability.
We have the honor of having moderator Guillermo Lopez. He participates in the co-host of the informative program of Primera Plana and the presentation of economic topics in Radio Informe 3 by Miguel Claria. A round of applause for you.
Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. This is a talk that is going to take around 1 hour. It could be we'll try to make it as entertaining as possible. We're going to hear about the situations of 3 cities, one of them from Paraguay, and one of them of Córdoba, and another one from Santa Fe. The idea is to have a sort of a GPS of coordinates of sustainable development. These cities have been working for a while with some development for them to tell us where they come from and where they're going. And we want to present the engineer Enrique Hahn. He is a doctor in agricultural engineering. He's an advisor from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. He is the founder of many companies dedicated to bioeconomics. And he's also the mayor of the second best city to live in Paraguay, Hohenau. Thank you, Dr. Enrique Hahn. I'm also going to ask Luis Castellano, the mayor of the Santa Fe city of Rafaela. He works with the entity of sustainable development from Rafaela, and so far over 70 local organizations are a formal part of the initiative for the program of sustainable institutions that we will discuss in the panel. And you probably don't miss the heat, right? Yeah, you have been blessed with our heat today. And we were also going to have Mr. Guzman from La Para, but he has unfortunately hasn't been able to be here. But we're going to introduce Mr. Pablo Antonietti, the Secretary of Economy of Rio Cuarto, a city that has many initiatives on sustainability that are going to mark a road towards sustainability. The city, for example, is already participating in the board of the Global Compact on sustainability and GRI indicators and standards. The idea is to have each of them tell us their experiences, and then we'll go to a quick Q&A. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the invitation to the city of Córdoba and all of the organization. They have been treating me so kindly. And the idea is to show our experience in circular economy that we are having in Paraguay for more than 7 years. A factory of organic mineral fertilizers. It's growing a lot, giant steps, and the idea is to share that experience, because I know that in Argentina we don't have the production of fertilizer, and what we do with the vinasse that we do over there. This is our experience in Paraguay. Paraguay is in the center of South America, a country with incredible growth in the last 20 years. We have a very stable currency. With 80 years, we have never removed any zeros at the back. We have our president is very well prepared, and in a future, he has an immense future, and he has great plans for our country to put it in a privileged spot in Latin America and the world. I am the mayor of a city that we call the capital of the immigrants. It's a small city, but It has the best quality of life in Paraguay. It's a city made from immigrants that have been where we have the largest co-op, which is my government co-op, which is the largest company in Paraguay. Also an industrial champion of public-private partnerships and of the economy. So Paraguay is currently right now leading the business climate in the region. It's fighting side by side with number one in Latin America. This is the place where we have been for the last 7 or 8 years. We have the simpler and most competitive tax system. We have the famous 10-10-10%, that you only invest 35% as a maximum, and that goes into taxing, and the rest of it stays in the productive sector, in the entrepreneurial sector, different from other countries that that may have large percentages of taxes. We are the number one net exporter of clean energy, the second largest world producer of stevia, third in yerba mate, fourth exporter of soy, sixth exporter of soy oil, and the eighth world exporter of beef. And recently, we have been able to send beef to the United States, which is a very tough market. We generate 100% of renewable energy. In Latin America, we're number one. And I wanted to explain, since we have very little time, but I wanted to explain what I had to do as an executive director of a project that intended to produce organic and mineral fertilizers through waste of birds, of poultry. And it's very interesting because two companies got together, Las Taucuares, which represents 42% of the egg trade and production in Paraguay, and Sustentab, which is a company that I own that started in 2010, and we started working on precision agriculture. This company, this poultry company, has won the Company of the Year award, and they've had later several issues that after that where they thought of closing the issue, because there was there were places that set for living, this living zone, and they started having complaints about the smell and so 40 people that were there first, and 40 more, and we had 300 people it was actually not a housing development, but rather people who just came there and invaded, and they asked the city to stay there at Las Tacuaras. So we went in and with a consulting company to create a company called Organitech Fertilizers. And we started working in the market, and we went into with the idea of contributing sustainable products for the food production in the world. Well, I prepared a video to show you, maybe if possible, so I can start explaining. That will be easier because it's a lot of processes, and I just have 4 minutes, so please can you run the tape? This is the factory. They have 20 million kilos in manufacturing. We have 23 buildings with 60,000 birds per each of the warehouses. That's 1.4 million birds. They have air conditioning and automated waste management. And this represents close to 50% of the egg market in Paraguay. This is what we get, the manure from those from those warehouses and we take it to other warehouses with microorganisms to process them. It's 5 cubic meters per day, and in 3 days we can have it all ready. We get 12 million kilos a year, and then we mix it with fertilizers in the industrial plant. This is a project that started with 5,000 tons. It was increasing to 36,000 tons of fertilizer, of premium fertilizer, and it represents 4% of the fertilizer market, and it's the first plant of granulation of fertilizers in Paraguay. And this is how we work with this project. We have 130 meters of pure manure, and you can see the light, the translucent tiles in the roof. And there you see that this is the materials mixed with ammonium sulfate, potassium, and other materials to create the fertilizer. And there you have the granulated fertilizer. That's the final product. And we have been able to solve this great problem with this factory because there's no more smells anymore. We have used several strains of microorganisms, and in less than 24 hours they remove the smell, and in the final product there are no smells for this. Right now we are the #1 organic mineral company, fertilizer company, which is all of that in the granules of the product, and it has a great future, which is something that I've told the mayor and future governor, and he knows that that can be done. We have done that in Brazil. We have been visited by Brazil, by Uruguay, and we're really surprised about the results that we've had in the field. That is more or less the mixing of powders that are granulated at the end. We have certification. These are the formulae that we have, formulations in the market for gramineae, for wheat, for soy, for sugar. The organic certification that is exported from Paraguay, and you get if they use a certified fertilizer in agricultural production, you get an extra 20% of in less taxes. We have been denominated a B company due to its socio-environmental impact, and right now this is a factory that is projected to use 100% of that poultry waste to be used as a fertilizer, and a price that in the national industry it's extremely competitive because we give them the same formula as the multinationals at a very low value, a very low price, almost 25 to 30% less than what the multinational companies offer. So this is an example of circular economy, an experience of circular economy at a large scale, with almost 20,000 tons that have been sold last year. This year we expect to have 36,000, and that was a waste and environmental problem. So now we're moving $13 to $14 million of turnover with these fertilizers, these organic mineral fertilizers. And this was an experience that Martin asked me to explain and to tell you a little bit about my country. And thank you for your attention, and we are available for any information and any data that you may need about our project, and also about Paraguay, which is a country that is en vogue because we are receiving plenty of investors that want to set foot in the country and invest in Paraguay. Thank you very much. Give it up for a round of applause for the mayor of Hohenau, Mr. Han. This city very close to Encarnación in Paraguay. It is a great experience by Organitec. Now it's the turn of Luis Castelar, the mayor of Rafaela.
Thank you so much. It is an honor being here with you in this panel. I would like to thank the municipality of Córdoba, Ente Bio Córdoba, the administration of Martín Yarlora. It is great for me to be able to share with these panelists. I would like to tell you a little bit about the experience of a city of Rafaela, of 120,000 inhabitants. It is within the department of Castellanos, at the east of the province of Santa Fe, or very near Córdoba, 80 kilometers away from San Francisco. Some of the characteristics of Rafaela: it has 46% of the population under 30 years, 350 institutions that are non-governmental, and this is key for what I'm going to tell you in the future. A lot of institutions, a lot of non-governmental agencies, 500 industries. So we have a very strong productive baseline. This will also be connected to what I will mention in the future. And there are 46 companies exporting to different destinations in the world. If we move now to local commitment regarding the environment, we started in 2009 approximately with the idea that we can have a local experience on environmental issues related to climate change. We were stubborn and saying that not only the big countries are the ones that define in the summits what can happen with climate change in the world, but we truly think that from local governments, that is where things start and where we can produce the best or the worst quality of life for people. We have the commitment to work on it. We created the agency Development Rafaela, public-private partnership, to work on subjects that have to do with the environmental management. In 2009, that was in 2009. In 2010, we created a program that within the town hall was called Rafaela Plus, or more sustainable. In 2016, understanding that it had to be a state policy and could not fall only within the city, we created the Institution for Sustainable Development, that is autarkic and is integrated by different institutions interested in the environmental aspects of the city. And in 2020, we created the Secretary for the Environment to execute environmental policies that are defined in that institution, that is an autarkic agency. And regardless of who is the mayor, secretary, advisor, having been an autarkic institution, it allows us to remain throughout the time. Those were some of the characteristics and the objectives of the institution. In the slide, create awareness, to promote good habits in the community, to involve private and public institutions, and to try to be as wide as possible and work with as many actors and sectors as possible within the city, the province, and the country. Well, we won't delve deeper into this, but we have the Institution for Sustainable Development, the Environmental Council, organizations of the community, the bishops of Rafaela. So there is a wide range of participation, and those are the 7 lines of action that we started taking for the sustainable development: environmental education and communication, environmental quality, green employment, biodiversity, energy efficiency, sustainable mobility, and waste management. There are some topics where we could make the most progress. of course, but the truth is that when you are a mayor, sometimes the communities don't ask for sustainable developments because there are some other urgent matters, and this has to do with the amount of companies, the amount of waste, and the productive development of Rafaela. The urban solid waste management of Rafaela, this is the circular system that we have. We have sorting of waste at home, of solid and of dry and wet products. Then we have treatment and assessment of that collection. Then the recovery of everything that we can recover from waste. That goes to industrial production, and it goes back for new consumption. So what we are showing here with the urban solid waste management is how you can transform waste into a resource. In Rafaela, we have 18 collection sites. 6 are public, and 2 of them are private. We have some examples. This is just an overview. It is key for our population to sort waste at home. We have been working with a program called Creando Conciencia, or Raising Awareness. That program goes door to door, explaining how sorting works, what are the days when the collection truck appears, depending on the type of waste. And from then on, we have a percentage of sorting waste at home of 80%. Then we have those types of waste that can be recovered, those that cannot. That goes to a land that has the landfill, the recovery plant, the technological park, and the transient collection sectors. This is a photo of the plant. This allows for the entry of the treatment plant 161 tons per month of waste, and 100% of that differentiated collection of the city, that it is 80% of sorting in the household, that can be transformed, that waste can be transformed into a resource. And that creates work for 3 urban collector cooperatives. So there are approximately 200 households with work. So through this public program and having a key vector of planification, we started working with institutions and with companies. With those 500 companies and the 350 institutions, providing different awards and seals. You have the white one, the blue one, the green one, and the gold one. This is a very local recognition to award those who are truly committed to the environment. The white seal are those companies that participate in one of the specialized collection programs that the municipality enforces, so they comply with the urban solid waste ordinance. And here again, the state policy is key to have that as a legal standard. Then we have the blue one. Institutions or company allow for an audit of the waste management, and they offer themselves to submit an improvement methodology in the use of fuels, in waste management. Then we have the green seal, so they sign the commitment, so they make an agreement with the Sustainable Development Institution, and that work creates more work for those cooperatives of urban collectors, because apart from that, 80% of sorting out at households is added to that company waste. And then the golden seal is for those companies that sign an agreement again with the sustainable development institutions for regeneration of waste based on the carbon footprint. So we have a coordinated work with the National Technological University and the National University of Rafaela through UNRAF Tech, who measure the carbon footprint of the company, and companies start with the mitigation program. Here it is a little bit explained. They have three alternatives regarding the mitigation process and the reduction of the footprint. The first one is to work inwards within the company to reduce that carbon footprint, then to participate in a market that is in the early stages and is related to the carbon quotas. And the third one we are very interested in is working on a regeneration urban process that has to do with sustainable mobility, with bike lanes, with planting trees. So working on topics that have to do with urban environmental aspects. There are some companies who have adhered to this. The awards, the technical equipment, the institutions that participate, how we can measure the carbon footprint, the National University of Rafaela. Those are the three possibilities of the companies. This is the book that we published recently that measures 107 indicators, different indicators of the city. It is called Rafaela, Sustainable and Inclusive. Thank you so much. We'll go back with more information in Rafaela in a minute. Now, Pablo Antonetti, Secretary of Economy of the Municipality of Rio Cuarto, with projects pointing to sustainability, who have matched those projects with the budget. So we'll see what this is about. First of all, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. I would like to thank the municipality of Cordoba. It is an honor for me being here with these panelists that have shared with me their time. I would like to tell you what we're doing in Rio Cuarto with some characteristics. This is the second city of Cordoba. It is similar to Rafaela regarding households, inhabitants, and we are working on sustainability for some years now. So I would like to show you about the path that we had, taken as a matrix or as a foundation for all of these policies, the 2030 Agenda and the 17 SDGs. In August 2021, we started working on the elaboration of the budget for 2022 that was aligned with the SDGs. In October of 2021, this is what we call a state policy. We adhered by means of an ordinance 148 and 21 that was aligned with the decisions to adhere to the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. And in parallel, we could create the budget for 2022 on the basis of aligning the budgetary programs. And, well, Rio Cuarto works with budgets for program, and we could have a classifier for budgets, and we could achieve this. We could see how we could quantify the contributions of the municipality towards the 17 SDGs. Of course, in December 2021, following the legislations they passed, they approved this budget. In April 2022, we started working with the analysis of the management indicators aligned with the ideas of the document of the 2030 Agenda and its targets. In September 2022, the municipality of Rio Cuarto adheres to the Global Compact and it is invited to participate in the director's discussion. And in the budget for 2023, we have, that is the second budget where we started working with aligning our ideas to the SDGs, and we would like to add that we are in the process of creating the budget for 2024. What are the main milestones on sustainability regarding 2030 agenda? The publication of the first report on sustainability. Regarding transparency, it was the first municipality in the country submitting the accounting states that were certified by independent third parties provided by the Economic Sciences School. We created the first budget with the territorialization of the SDGs, and this has been a matter of debate in legislation. We have developed the follow-up portal for the targets of the SDGs. We created the local adaptation manual, how municipality contributes to the achievement of the 2030 agenda, and the creation of the 2022 management report that is aligned with the SDGs. All of this has a background, a work from all of the departments of the City Hall, and specifically from the Department of Economy. You can find this in www.economiariocuarto.com. We published the sustainability report and of the municipal body on sustainability. This is based on the degree parameters, and it was made available for the authorities of the Global Pact of the UN, the Global Compact. This was the first municipality to submit their financial states to the Professional Association of Economic Sciences, and going deeper into transparency of the state. From 2022, we were part of the directing division directed by Flavio Fuertes. We have the first sustainability report, not only hosted in the paid websites of the municipality, but it's also available for your reference at the website of the UN. Regarding the budget that we would like to have approved for next year, we have 61 targets that have been territorialized or localized and geo-referenced in the public policies of Rio Cuarto, and out of those 61, there are 151 targets that have been localized. Here are some numbers and analysis. You have here the economic importance or significance and the impact regarding the different SDGs, about the public policies of the municipality. We have 90% of public policies aligned. There are some 10% remaining ones that have to do with the administration of the municipality. Of course, number one in contribution has to do with sustainable communities, and number two with peace, justice, and strong institutions. So I invite you to visit this website for you to have access to all of this information in detail. This year we included the portal of the SDGs, where we can analyze each of the public policies. This is a report, biannual report for the second semester 2022 and first semester 2023. They have been published. We have two type of entries, one by SDG. If you enter, for example, end of poverty, you can see what are the programs that are directly connected to that goal, or you can enter and filter in each of the departments or secretariats and see the fulfillment of those targets. Within this framework, when you work, you have new challenges, new reports. This is completely new. That is the manual of adaptation of the SDGs and localization of its targets. It required a lot of hours of analysis, of discussions, of sharing opinions. Over 70 people participated. And we have the mayor here, and with him we had an awareness session where we showed the results with a great impact, of course. And in this management report, everything that has to do with the SDGs as well. As I could show you all of the information regarding this aspect, there is a very detailed work of everything that we have been doing here. It is feasible. You can do this work. This was done by Rio Cuarto, that is a city that at a national level is medium-sized, and having good team of professionals and commitment, you can truly achieve that. And the added value that this information provides not only is useful for decision making at a political level, but it also provides a clear analysis on the contribution to the achievement of the SDGs and the 2030 agenda regarding climate change. The initiatives implemented regarding transparency and sustainability performed by the Secretariat of Economy of Rio Cuarto reflect a commitment with continuous improvement and responsibility towards community. They comply not only with the standards required, but they also position Rio Cuarto as a referent in the promotion of governmental, sustainable, and ethical practices. I have 10 seconds to spare. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. 10 seconds for your applause. So that was to the second. And now we have 30 minutes to talk. Now you'll be able to, you won't have lack for time. And this morning, in streaming of the Global Circular Economy Summit, I heard Roberto Bisac. He was talking with the engineer Fabian Lopez, the Secretary of Public Services, and he was talking about the industrialization of natural resources. He was talking about grain, about beef, and about solar energy. And I think that the example that Enrique Hahn said was quite related with what Mr. Bizan said, and how that little 20,000 inhabitant city in Paraguay adapted to the possibility of thinking about the circular economy. The inhabitants, the citizens, understood that quickly. Do you see that they realized that that was the new turn of events? That was the additional value. Well, the experience of a factory in an industrial city, which is close to Asunción, is not just from my city, but it's a success experience in the entire country. And Martin told me, tell this about your industry, how is it growing? There's another city called Villeta, which is one of the industrial capitals of Paraguay, which is on the edge of the river. And that city next to us, we try to work because when they don't have work, they position there, and there was a political social work with the councillors and a group that they worked with. They were fighting to get employment for the people and industrial development. So they decided to either closing or solving the issues. And that was solved, the issue with the smell was solved so quickly, and it was there was a change in mayors, a change in politics, and we don't want that to stop with that. So we believe that there's a lot of future there to try to. We have the organic waste. We have the dead cattle. We have very reduced spaces, and the waste, when it goes into the water, there's a filter, and you have the waste of the fish, and that is a very high nutritional value, so, and that increases productivity. And there are so many things that we can do with beef, with cattle, with also with sheep. And there's a lot of potential for development that South America still can think. We used to bring ammonium sulfate from China, potassium from Russia, and we don't have raw materials to lower those costs, to lower those high costs of bringing those nutrients, those imported nutrients from another continent, which is a huge cost. And 35% is logistics. Bringing the 35-40% to bring it to Paraguay. So it's best for us to use a national raw material, and we reduce the cost. We probably have 30-40% of our for our fertilizer. So there's a future there with beef, cattle, poultry, and we want to recycle as much as we can. And this technology that allows you to use the waste in a combined manner with the minerals, the organic minerals fertilizer, allows you to reduce that 30-40% in fertilizer cost. That provides food to the producers because they have a cheaper product. They can reuse their waste. You can see what happens with this experience. There's a lot to do, and that's why we have a great experience of circular economy in places where there's potential, like the province of Córdoba, which is an example of production, of productive system, and of technology, the technology that Cordobese people have. So they still say that the Argentine soils are from halfway up, but that is exhausted by cultivating the same thing. And now we have the ability of replenishing what we are spending. So those grains that live in the balance, and that 60-65% is reused for fertilizer. Potassium, magnesium, sulfur, all of those nutrients, 60-62% is used as fertilizer. It's excreted and then it goes back into the chain. So that is a massively important point, to have a sustainable and profitable cycle. Yes, it's a virtuous cycle, the one that you are mentioning, and I'm going to ask architect Castelar, because if they have a virtuous cycle in Rafaela, because we showed that 10 years ago the idea was to have a city that has a conscience, starting with the basics, the separation of home waste, and now 80% was aware of that. So you can do that. What is the next step, Rafaela? Where does that awareness go? Yes, when we started, the idea was always to work strongly on the two ends. The first one was, and the origin was, to have the separation in each family, and that doesn't happen lightly. And if you have to do it house by house. If they take the wrong waste, the collector needs to not take it and say why they didn't. And the other end was actually precisely the landfill. So the better is the recyclable waste, the cleaner it is, the largest amount you can sell, the better you can separate it, and that's going to create more work. That scheme, that is a public scheme, municipal scheme, we want to expand it towards the private sector. And that's where we are going with seals. If we are able to have, instead of 85 sustainable institutions, we have better and better work in mitigation of their carbon footprint, either for their own company to improve consumption or for human regeneration, planting trees, creating bicycle streets, bicycle lanes, and helping with electrical mobility. Then you have an investment, an extremely interesting investment that would improve the community by reducing their own footprint, carbon footprint, and helping improve the city environmentally speaking. And I told you that Rafaela has an important group of companies that export to 90 destinations, and as long as those destinations are in Latin America, there's not much need for an environmental certification. But when you're selling to a developed country, every company knows that they need to have that environmental certification, and this is a very local, very homemade way to start training that muscle. It's an ambitious goal. You're starting. Yes, we're starting. That surely happened in Rio Cuarto when you decided to suggest the SDGs, thinking of the 2030 agenda, and you started thinking about being the first city with audit reports, even from the Professional Council of Economic Sciences. And what are the next steps? Well, all of this, as we have said before, beyond work, we also had a previous work for raising awareness. When we said we were going to work with the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs, people said, what's that? So we had to create an idea of awareness which had its finishing point with the team, when we had a meeting with the teams, and because everything was, all the work was materialized in something. I think that there's no roof here. If you ask me about an instrument that is the Sustainable Development Portal, that's completely effective. I think that what this needs is, mainly from the city of Rio Cuarto, in relation with knowledge, is to integrate the AI and big data to our data, to processing our data, because we have plenty of manual work when creating our dashboard. So the people who produce the information today need to become controllers and analysts instead of data producers. And with that, we're going to be able to empower the dashboard, because we have many cities, many states that are really adopting the evidence-based public policy as an important instrument for the definition of public policy. So that's what's next. It's a good idea. You can copy each other, right? Of course, I think that in the three panels, in the three speeches, we have a lot of information about the socialization of experiences. Yes, that's what I meant. The bars are much higher than they were in the same cities a few years ago. So all of us can provide benefits to the places where we live. We all have data to promote an improvement in the environment. We're all agents of change. So you are an agronomist engineer, so you gave us a little bit of an explanation of the importance of the nutrients, and then you went back again on it. What happens with something that seems very, very far away, but it's coming closer and closer, even in small places like Hawaii now, which are carbon bonds? All of these processes that I was thinking, why don't they monetize this? Are you monetizing it? Are you taking advantage of it?
Actually, in Paraguay, we have a law to take advantage of carbon that is very recent, only 30 days old, and we are on the early stages of that. We were talking with some consultants, and what's important is to train people. In South America, we have a great potential for that, but we need more trained people, people who understand the situation. They don't like to talk much about that because they are lost. They don't understand that much. So we need to create different workshops in the cities, some educational trainings in the city on the importance of these new tools that we have and are crucial to care for the environment and to create profit for our countries. They have a lot of a great amount of natural resources. So we are just starting. Yes, we have the certifications of B companies, the directory of that company, for example, wants to create an added value to that. And as we have this certification, we can sell at a higher price, of course, but there is a lot to do. In the future, we have a great potential and a lot of resources, but we need to communicate this and to train our people for them to understand that. So public policies from the national government to deliver to the sub-level, sub-national levels is key. In the cities, we need training workshops to make that opportunity something real and tangible to create profits for our companies and countries. Okay, I will ask you about the investments in Paraguay in a minute. I covered the elections in Paraguay, where Peña was elected, and he has a very a vision focused on international investments. We'll go back to this, but I would like to ask Castellano on the carbon bonds, because you have a lot of industries. Some of them participated or try to participate. What about the city? Did they make progress on that? Yes. I will ask for the budget of Rio Cuarto to see how we can align that to the SDGs. The idea was great, so congratulations, Pablo. Well, we are in the early stages of carbon bonds in Argentina. And what I could say about that is that I had the experience of being in the last COP in Egypt, and everything that is internationally financed by carbon bonds are huge projects. And all of them have to be internationally agreed upon to go to the province and then to cities. So it is very difficult for municipalities to submit projects because the amount of investments that they need to have that amount of money is immense. So 4 or 5 projects within a company have to get together to send them to the national government for them to approve that and to connect them with a different government. We're getting financing for carbon reducing projects is a possibility. It is important to finance local projects, of course. Yes, I was looking for that answer because I wanted to ask Pablo about the credits for projects that have to do with sustainability, not only in Rio Cuarto, but in that area of Cordoba. Where do they come from, whether they are private, entirely private, or they have participation from the province or the state. So even if those are not great projects or big projects, but for them to start mobilizing, depending on the macroeconomy of Argentina, right? Of course, but before we go into that, the city of Cordoba used a green funding last year, so we are in agreement with what the mayor of Rafaela mentioned before. We need great volumes or great numbers of investments to be able to enter the capital market in Cordoba. The city of Cordoba alone and the municipality of Rio Cuarto have an access to that to acquire treasury, to acquire bonds, national bonds. And most of the projects have a sort of public and private financing, and banks or financing entities provide for that money. In some other bigger companies, I'm talking about AGT, for example, these big companies can have access to the markets, but mainly from the private sector. So the contribution of the city government is quite small. We have as background some microcredits for production areas due to the pandemics in order to reactivate the economy, but we're talking of credits of 500,000 pesos just to cover for the checks. So that was the experience that we had in Rio Cuarto. Of course, the volume of assistance is higher at a provincial level where they have several financing programs. So it is almost entirely private, right? The way to start having sustainable projects in municipalities or cities. So at a global level, those are developed by the private sector, having the initial funds. Yes, at a general level, yes. I think that the state is the one that has to be the channel or articulator of those schemes or have grants in the tariffs, for example. Okay, we go back to Enrique now. Are there more similar projects in Paraguay? How are you trying to get investors, and are you looking to different places, for example, Santa Fe, Rio Cuarto, where you can perform these projects? Do you look at Argentina to be able to invest? Yes, I think that Paraguay is going through a transformation process that is very significant, and we are receiving investors from the sheep industry, and there are few people who are unemployed. There are investments all over, and I think that we can do great things with Argentina. We have some advantages. I know that you would like to invest there. We don't have a workers' union, for example, that is not organized. so they don't have that cultural aspect, and our tax burden is different. I am a business person, and the government does not suffocate me with tax burden. I know that the one that you have here is so great. It is difficult to understand, but if you want to be an entrepreneur and you have a partner that is the government, where they take you more than half of what you make with the government, and you don't see that reflected in society, you don't see a return of that investment, that goes against our motivation to be able to keep on working. I love coming here to Cordoba, to Argentina. My city has agreements with the city of San Francisco. I am learning a lot from the industrial park that you have here. I think that is the oldest one of Latin America, over 170 years, I think, and of SMEs mainly. There are a lot of entrepreneurs there, and I truly admire that with all of that tax burden, there are small entrepreneurs that struggle and try to create more jobs, and that that should be considered, and you have to try and promote work and to help business people. We are landlocked, so we have to wait for everything that comes through the ports, and well, we are living a transformation process and a growth process as well. You are landlocked, and they collect some taxes on areas that are very dangerous. But well, Luis, I'm not going to ask you about the possibility of investing in Paraguay, but just to close this panel, I would like to ask you about the current situation of Rafaela. You are a native of Rafaela. Yes, born and raised there. What do you see today, and as compared to what you saw when you were a child, as regards sustainable and circular economy and projects? What about the city some 30 years ago? You are 40. How did you see that 40 years ago? And now, I think that the question is marked on a decentralization process of functions that local governments have been having, that has to do not only with the environment, but also from public works, cleaning the streets. Then we had housing, employment, then we had education, insecurity. Well, now the environment, and we can go and name more responsibilities that are sent to the local governments, where mayors face these problems, and there was no discussion that I remember in Argentina on how to share those responsibilities that we already have. And now, if the participation between us is disconnected, I don't know what will happen. But the change is crucial, and I think that citizens found that bond that is not related to politics in the local governments. I think that it's the last refuge for trust. As you have a lot of claims as a citizen, you have claims in the city, on the streets, on the club, on the supermarket. That created a lot of changes. What is the difference between them? There are a lot of difference if we compare 30 years ago and the current situation. Because I also think that having a state policy that has to do with installing Rafaela as a green city, waste collection and sorting, creating bicycle lanes, energy-led bicycles, and having investments on that production, that goes towards the culture of the private sector as well. So I think we are more mature to be able to work strongly with those seals or flags that certifications that I showed you before. Yes, that is a cultural aspect of all of us now, right? And it will be unavoidable for the next mayors of Rio Cuarto to take those budgets with the green seal or certification, right? That is an asset of Rio Cuarto. Yes, I completely agree with that. This establishes a state policy because apart from the mayor, we have an entire group of collaborators, of staff who have participated with the projects. Rio Cuarto took the banner of co-participation, and they are a model at an international level. Those would be things that will be very difficult to change. Everything that has to do with sustainability. For example, tomorrow we will receive the IRAM certification because we certify 9001 certification of IRAM, and they foster sustainability and transparency regardless of the political party. We have to continue with that. That is healthy for the city, for the public funds, because we are servers of the government. And this has to be standardized at an international level to create guarantees for the administrators and for the people. As you mentioned, that Rafaela's certifications are a local way of determining the traceability of sustainability. The budget for Rio Cuarto is also a way in which we can determine the sustainable traceability of how the funds are managed, right, within the city. There is a connection between both. Yes, in General Cabrera, for example, those are different political parties. They took the model of Rio Cuarto, first of all, in doing the adaptation of the budget for the different programs to classify costs depending on the SDGs. They have called us from Rosario as well. So the level of development of Rio Cuarto was great. There is the only city that could take those SDGs to the budget and to be able to quantify and to localize the target. So as I said at the beginning, we have to imitate this. We are available for collaboration because the evidence-based public policy is a key element. Okay, we have only some seconds away. I would like to say good luck with you in the matches. Thank you. Thank you, engineer. Thank you, architect. Circular cities, thank you for being here in these 3 experiences that were very didactic. A different way of talking about sustainability in this 3rd edition of the Circular Economy Summit.
Thank you to all of our guests and Guillermo Lopez.
We are going through a journey that is amazing, Juani, right? I hope you're enjoying this as we are. This is the 3rd edition of the Circular Economy World Summit.
The city of Córdoba has transformed once more in the national reference center and an international reference center of the circular economy paradigm. It's a social, productive and consumption model that aims to generate green employment with a regenerative, sustainable focus in harmony with the environment.
The city is pioneer in fostering sustainable practices in cultural and sports events with implementation of the Sustainable Practices Guideline for the organization of events, and we have the honor to present the following panel, Sustainability and Circular Economy in Cultural Events.
The moderator is going to be Manuel Sanchez, which is a host and columnist of Amanece en el 12, Arriba Córdoba, Noticiero 12, and Seguimos en el 12. Welcome. How are you? Good afternoon. Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure. Thank you for your presentation. We're going to be talking a little bit about sustainability in circular economies and in shows that have large draws of crowds like Cosquín Rock, for example, and we're going to talk about how can we do sustainable theater, maybe in Teatro San Martín, also Cosquín Rock and Talleres match. So we're going to invite Adrián Avilar Sousa, who is the General Director of Teatro del Libertador San Martín from the Córdoba Culture Agency. Welcome, Adrián, and the particular way in which he comes in. Well, we have Federico Gauna, Sustainability in Massive Events, Cosquín Rock 2023. Thank you for coming, Fede. And Miguel Cavatorta, the Director of Communication and Institutional Relations of the Club Atlético Talleres. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Miguel. Okay, you know how this is done. We have 10 minutes for each of you to start, and then we have some time to for questions. The people from streaming can ask questions as well. Okay, it's a pleasure for me to be here. It's not normal place for us classical artists to be here, but there have been some very happy coincidences, and as our friend here mentioned, I am the General Director of the Teatro del Libertador San Martín, a public theater that depends of the government of Córdoba, of the province of Córdoba, and the Córdoba Culture Agency. It's a factory theater. That means that we create our own plays of opera, ballet, and similar. We usually have recycled. We normally had recycled, but that has been something that was done out of need. And even though we do it out of need now, the circular economy worked. But this is the first time this year that we have become aware of how it affects and influences that we can affect and influence the artistic thought of designers. That implied analyzing what was being done in the world, and there are very good examples about it. And by visiting the Circular Economy Municipal School, we ran into an amazing surprise because there were materials that we would normally buy, and we could get them from there. And we were able to see the work that they do there, which even if it is to recycle and converting these materials into something useful, we have also seen an artistic process. So there was a sort of chemistry, an immediate chemistry, which created a modification in the way of thinking from that moment on and towards the future. The first production that we performed was the La Traviata opera, from which I take advantage of the moment to invite you. 3, 5, 7, and 9 of December at night. It was like fighting against preconceptions and the way in which all of these scenes were being created. We have the working team that used our facilities, and we had to also adapt to the fact that the school receives what the city or the province gives out, so we had to adapt to what was available. So this theater is a factory theater. We have our workshop for the scenes, for the scenography, to be able to implant and create awareness. And to do that, we interacted with the Provincial University of Córdoba, that has the scenography and theater work programs, and the students did the work of assimilating all of this information, and they joined the production. About the materials that we use for circular economy, we have plastic, we had stretch film, we had plastified wooden paper, we had wooden panels, we also had big bottles of plastic bottles, poker cards, we had transparent small bottled water bottles, and we had some ideas of recycling within our own institution. So we were able to provide other different articles to use. Then in the following production was the Requiem, the Last Bird, the famous Requiem by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And the new thing here was, there were two new things. First of all was that this was an awareness on the ecology, and as the Last Bird, the title indicates, the Last Bird was about taking care of the species. It was done based on a choreography, a very moving choreography. We've had to provide things of our own, such as the acoustic chamber, the old acoustic chamber, which was used as part of the scene. And added to that, we had 60 wooden planks and newspaper paper that were used for this play. And other than the scenography mentioned, because we saw materials that could be useful for us, we had been building other places to store instruments. We have created awareness in the institution to understand and to know about the work of the School of Circular Economy, and how can we make the theater sustainable, even though it is a 132-year-old institution. So we were working about how to save on the lighting, because there are plenty of light bulbs in a schematic that allows us to become more cost effective and take care of the environment. And also we started thinking about how we are recycling, and in the future we want to move towards the clothing that you see from up close, and you can recognize the materials that are waste, but the creativity is in a level that are unimaginable. And we've seen experiences from other theaters that we know that all of the productions are from recycled material. And there are companies that have storage places where scenographers can choose the materials with a certain concept, because there's a large problem, which is the storage of scenography, of scenes, because you have to rent spaces, and so this was the start of a road towards a sustainable theater that can connect through art other communities that we had not been able to experience. We are always in a sort of tightly knit circle with our spectators, but having those workers from the circular economy school to be able to contribute to these works, they were able to get to know about opera, We organized concerts in their workspace, and they were able to visit the rehearsals for La Traviata and for some of the functions for the Mozart Requiem. So that was it. I hope that I have been clear. Yes, very clear. Thank you. Very clear. And it's great that when you have the scenography that you went to the BioCordova entity to see things that are used, for them to collaborate with many of the plays that you bring forward in the Teatro de Libertad. Thank you, and later we'll be talking about a few matters. Thank you, Adrian. Nice to meet you. Now we're talking with Fede Gauna. Fede, your work is great because when you work with Cosquín Rock, you have over 20,000 people who are there all day. It's usually hot, it's usually rainy, there's a lot of consumption, there's a lot of garbage, and that turns into a raw material for change into something else. Tell us something a little bit about that.
First of all, thank you for the kind invitation. Cosquín Rock is immense, one of the biggest festivals in Latin America in open fields, and it is done here in the mountains near the river. And that makes responsibility from the production be greater because we have to take care of the water, of the mountains, and for the environmental footprint of Cosquín to be the lowest possible, and for people to take that footprint home. That is sort of the experience of this event. As a successful case, I want to tell you that apart from the environmental actions, we could create a sustainability area, and that doesn't happen often in companies. They tend to hire another company or some consultants that work great, but they are outsourced, and they don't know the entire aspects of these types of festivals. There are millions of them. I don't know even the 20%, even though I'm working for them, right? So we, in 2022, we were called to create this area. The commercial or brand name that it has is Eco Cosquín, or Eco Skin, and this came here to stay. It is another pillar, as Cosquín Rock has different essential pillars. Sustainability is here to stay at Cosquín Rock, and at least for me, that is great. I think it is of the utmost importance, and I think that Cosquín Rock has always been a model festival, and all other events try to replicate it, to improve it based on this model. So Cosquín Rock should raise the bar for sustainability. I would like to show you what we have been doing at a general level. I'll try not to bore you. When we started, our main goal was to reduce the impact, to measure them, and to offset them. So the main focus was knowing that the festival is created there, what can we do first or before so impacts are lowered? So we divided this in 4 areas. The first one was education and awareness, the second one mitigation of impacts, then the study of impacts, and then the offset of the impacts. The first that we could do is to have a physical area within the grounds for people who are assisting there, who are attending the event, who are singing and dancing. Don't forget about that, because maybe you do that at home, but at Cosquín Rock, as I'm in a different context, I forget about the environment. So the idea was to show that in Cosquín Rock, sustainability is being taken care of. So at the Ecoskin point, we could see that there was a composting site, that there were some other brands that would help us to remind people that apart from the enjoyment, they had to take care of the mountains. That as regards our raising awareness and education. And we have been doing a strong work of talking about the food sector in Cosquín Rock, we created a protocol to manage waste of food with low waste impact for them to be aligned to what Cosquín and Cosquín Rock has as a pillar now. So from now on, all of the suppliers and sponsors have to be up to the standards that Cosquín Rock wants. This was a hard work, and we will continue to do so, of course. If we go to the immediate actions to mitigate the impact, we created more than 50 green points to recycle and for common waste for the public. There were some volunteers and staff to participate to avoid the mistakes from the attendees. I said this 1 year ago when I was here that the sustainability issue is a cultural problem. People are not bad or mean, but they don't know or they don't realize, or maybe the context does not help them know about this. So this team was to remind people that there were some actions that could be improved to reduce their impact. So this was focused on waste and waste management, and we could use the eco glass. For example, before in the VIP, there weren't glasses. There were companies given their glasses branded by their own, with their own names. And what was also new as regards the festival, and at an international level as well, is that we created a compost bin in that place. So the rest, all of the remains of organic waste was included in a compost bin. I added some tips this year. What we will do is to take a biodigester to create energy there. So everything goes towards a gradual improvement. Everything that we are doing will be repeated and improved. This impact mitigation is key. We see the team in action. We were a lot of people working there. Those were part of the staff working, and they were receiving a lot of people with Fernet drinking, and they were great. And we could mention that they shouldn't throw away their glasses, their plastic glasses, so they drank all of it and they threw that in our bags. It is not that they didn't care for the environment. A lot of people were very thankful for those actions and the work in that inspection site. We could recycle over 80% of waste. So this is a great record, and this is a photograph of the material ready to be thrown into a compost bin. We could recover over 35% of waste by means of recycling and composting. Then with Inuplast, that is in Santa Maria de Punilla, had an agreement for the material not to come to Cordoba, but for the first link of the value chain was there, and we could make a compost of 2,100 liters of organic material, and we could create over 700 liters of plant oil use was converted into biodiesel. Coca-Cola Andina helped us a lot with the purchasing of materials. In the third area, that was the impact study, was measuring before we measured the impact of how the festival had an impact on flora, fauna, exotic fauna in the soil, and on the noise of the event. We calculated that before and after the event to be able to measure that and take some actions in the future. All of this will be repeated this year, and we will have this certification of IRAM. I think that they were here some moments ago, and this would be the part that you don't see but is being carried out. Then, working again with partnerships, we saw that every action creates an impact. We have to try and be neutral. We created a partnership with the Ministry of Public Works and Public Services, and we participated in an auction, and we could offset partially the footprint of production of the artists and also of the attendees. How the attendees came, how the artists came, and for those staff not to be there maybe in just an idea, we could, thanks to an agreement with Las Chicas and Carlos Paz Solar, for those amounts on the auction were had an impact in solar panels in Santa Maria de Punilla. And that was a summary of what we did. This is Andrea. Andrea is not here with me now, but she's part of the team. And well, I told some beautiful things, but we have a long way to go, and we have support that we need. In the case of the entire organization, there is a very intelligent and smart decision that this is the way forward. So we're very happy. Thank you, Fede. Thank you so much. You tell me that it's not a lot, but the work that you do is so significant. You have 250,000 people there, so they create a lot of waste. So it is amazing that you can turn that back to nature to reduce the impact, to reduce the footprint. We have to talk about workshops, and I imagine that you talk a lot about that with the children, with adults. So could you please tell us a little bit about this? The Talleres Club.
Yes, I think that it's very appropriate with in this panel with the culture and the show business. And I want to say that the theater is as great as ever, and Cosquín Rock is something that makes us very proud because it allows us to transcend the frontiers of Cordoba. And thinking about this aspect of the patrimonial and historic and cultural value of a historic institution, and the other one is an event, an international event. And I take things from both events because the club has had a huge leap forward with the idea of the task and with the calling to be leaders in Argentine football that helps us meet this agenda. And from that point of view, I want to highlight the look from the state that puts climate change in the agenda and asks the public and private sector to come here, because everything that is related with the environment and climate change requires public-private partnerships. So this is a pioneer activity for us. This is a space of deep learning. So the first thing that our commission, our board did when we put this topic in the agenda is to start reading and finding practices, guidelines, suggestions, and find the reality that football, as Valdano says, is one of the, out of the most important things, is one of the least important, because it has an impact in the life of people more than you would think, and it does that for life. So we need to reflect that the management of a club like Talleres makes you notice and point out that you are in an institution that exists for over 110 years. And you need to think about the decision and the impacts that you take 110 years forward. And looking at it from that perspective makes us think about the logic of the legacy. Not only what we decide today for the presence, for the urgencies, the uncertainty, the context, the individualism, the violence, the indifference that surrounds us, to try to see beyond, to try to see the long term. try to see beyond the 90 minutes on Sunday, because of course as fans uh, we we care a lot because we want to put Córdoba back in the Libertadores Cup, so we need to think about the matters that are related with a comprehensive way of the management, that we want to create value in 360 degrees. So the club is it's been back to normal institutionally for 9 years. As a social and sporting institution, there's a community purpose. The club works 24/7, 365, and there's an idea of professionalizing the management. The board of directors have a volunteer ad honorem functions, but there are a lot of people who work every day and involves 1,000 professional sport athletes, another 100, and another 1,000 amateur athletes. And this is related to super habits and investment in the functioning logic. And from that point of view, we think that beyond the 90 minutes, we need to create value for the people, and this value comes in different dimensions. So the appropriation, the institutional appropriation, is an important dimension. The economic development is also that. The ability of creating quality infrastructure, the human dimension, because this is a service area that has an essential vector in the people. We are a social institution. We impact the ways of thinking, feeling, and acting of the people, because so there we have a cultural impact. The sports, which is the competitive logic that is fundamental for us. The academic dimension, we have schooling, it's mandatory. We have plenty of students who are finishing their primary and secondary education. Our players were very involved in their schooling, because there's great demands for athletes, but we need to also think of the ones who never get to become a professional athletes. We also need to consider the government, the interaction with the governments and the civil society. And of course, which is entirely new for us, is the environmental impact, because if Cosquín Rock has an impact, imagine how many Cosquín Rock we have every year when we fill the Kempes Stadium when we are local. So we need to think about those multiple dimensions with the 2030 agenda, which the specialist probably will help us review, because it's been plenty of years and 2030 is around the corner. And we are clearly have an important debt that is becoming larger and larger, but health and wellness, quality education, gender, work and growth and development, reduction of the inequality, responsible production and consumption. Those are some of the values in which we base our day-to-day work. So in this graph, we can see how this multiple creation of value meets the agenda of the topics that make for a sustainable society. Today, Talleres has reached 70,000 associates who have paid their social payments, their social fees to this day, who are not in debt. We have over 2 million fans around the world, 3,000 employees, indirect or direct, and 50% of our jobs in the professional area are women, for a total of 450 professionals in all different areas, which is the direct employee that Manfrey or Pretty create in Córdoba. Talleres has decided to add to the memoir and the balance sheet. We decided to add our sustainability report. We are the first club in the Argentine football to have this comprehensive report. And we have been awarded an ACON award for the institutional communication, and this is just the contribution of Talleres. Imagine all of the teams of the first division in the city, but Talleres alone involves the 50% of the GDP of the city, which is the equivalent of all of the London um, teams provide to the city. And for the first time in 6 years, we started thinking about the waste that we generate through our year. And this is a debt we have with society. We started recording, mitigating, and offsetting. So the club started incorporating the sustainability issue in the institutional development. We went and talked to specialists who started helping us with training. We work with sustainable organizations, and we're trying to participate in fora to include the topic in the management logic with the complexity and slowness and difficulty of including it as a day-to-day management issue. We're talking with experts. We built a first report. We have sensitized the stakeholders. We are strengthening the programs with this perspective, and we are starting new actions so that the horizon opens up and we get new challenges. This is where we set our recommendations that we have learned over the last year and that we bring forward to the organizations that may want to kick off this sustainability and circular economy initiative, which we believe is the future for all of the organizations that are responsible for as complex and as important matters as us.
Great, thank you so much. You have been doing a great work, and that was one of the first clubs who started doing that and leaving the lockers cleaned and empty for the next team. And sometimes football players say, okay, I can leave a mess because then people will come and clean all of that. And this was great, right? This experience of leaving the lockers cleaned. Sometimes you think that innovating goes against things that are natural or normal, and that is clearly the challenge. And that small action, because it is truly a small action, but with a lot of value, is and turns into an example to be transformative. Yes, when we see football fans of Japan, when we see in World Cups, when they gather all the waste, that is something similar. So congratulations on that. So maybe, would you like to ask a question, or maybe I can start asking a question? Adrian, Fede, and Miguel can answer. Well, maybe I can start to break the ice. Could you please tell us a little bit about the scenes and everything that you use? Then is that used again? What do you do with that? With all the elements on the scene? As I said before, we have a culture of recycling in theaters in general. This one implies disassembling them, maybe, as those are fragments of plastic bottles. We will take them to the circular economy school for it to continue with the next step. And we hope that we can do this by the beginning of the year. We have 2 series of these shows, and when we end this cycle, we have a storage unit in Alta Córdoba neighborhood, and this staging implied using antique furniture of different times that had helped us create these new ones with this concept of trying to look for creativity in the use of the materials. What do you feel when you see that? Well, I belong to that wave. In my house, I have a compost bin. I wanted to do that in the theater as well, so that was a great opportunity. And what is the director talking about? Is he new age and what happened? And I had to convince them that there were some other theaters in the world, some prestigious theaters that were doing this. And as you are in contact with Italian theaters, because it was designed by Francesco Tamburini, they told us in a training course that in some theaters, when the cycle was finishing, they couldn't innovate because it was expensive, and staging was burned or thrown away. Well, we didn't have to do that because we store every single item that we have. That was something that we did here. So what changed here, that we are passing to the new generations, is that you have to take the raw material from those places, and having resources with the circular economy school, I think that we will be able to create a new generation of designers working with this perspective. And in between Nono and San Javier, in Junio de Zanetti, an Oscar winner, a person from Cordoba working in Hollywood as a producer and also staging, he created an entire place that was staged with the different scenes of the movies that he made. He placed them in a container, and well, nowadays this sort of hotel was different. It was weird. It looked like a mini mosque, for example. It was a room made out of recycled material from those scenes, right? Well, Fede, what about compost? Is so known right now. A lot of people from Cordoba have a corner there where you start having your compost bin. When you see that the waste bin has less and less material and you are using it in a different way, that is a great feeling. What have you done with that fertile soil that you have?
First of all, I want to answer that. Sorry, I was something that called my attention is that sometimes you naturalize or you normalize things but it's currently absurd that we are burying rests of fruits, vegetables, etc. And if you recycle, if you compost, 80% of that black bag that we usually give away can be recovered. And if you think about the different municipal numbers, we are thinking that you would need 1 out of 5 trucks that today are going out, and Piedras Blancas landfill has 20% of its capacity remaining. So the compost has a very important power, and clearly today in this panel we talk about the culture, and we are mandatory to show, we are obligated to show composting as something normal, and that's the goal. The other idea is absurd. This is normal. We can do it directly, indirectly, but we need to show that these are the things that the human beings should be doing in the day by day, in the daily basis, not as something crazy, but actually if you multiply it by 8 billion people in the planet, it has an effect. So composting at home or in a show business site, you create some fertilizer, and that fertilizer has the advantage of not emitting methane, and you stop emitting carbon, which is all of that does not help the global warming. Yes, you take down you reduce the fire in the oven, and on the other hand, you create humus, which if you're using chemical fertilizers, you're replacing, and that with something organic. So in the case of the fertilizers in Cosquín Rock, we use it to repair the soil. So after having 250,000 people jumping up and down, the soil becomes destroyed, so it's used to reconstitute. And it's also used for the generation of native trees, to perform afforestation of local trees. Do you have a compost?
compost. Do you see how nice that is not to have so many eggshells into the bins? First of all, it doesn't create liquids of waste. And every time you prepare a planter with that soil is so satisfying because you created that and you have the best cherry tomatoes, right? Circularly satisfying. Yes, you're right about that. So Talleres has a great field, and to set that up, you had to create, in a way, sort of an impact. And that was favored because you planted new trees and you gave life to that field. So, how are you working with this? Mainly in the raising awareness of the kids. There is a work table of engineers and architects and people trained in sustainability for the development of the evolution of the high performance center that will be the most important sports field in South America. We started with the planimetry, with the soil, the land use. There are some civil works that have been starting and connecting energy. We have incorporated this innovative perspective regarding the light of these big dimensions and in the light of the 2030 agenda. And there is a strong educational task with our population, taking into account that out of those 1,000 that go to the site, there are a lot of them that come from, that live with us in our pension, and we have a challenge as regards education on that field. They are through the school years. So we want to sustain that scholar trainings because we need for smart football players, and we need to reorient them for those of the kids who cannot play football to have another type of training. And then we have sports professionalization that includes legal aspects, environmental aspects, communication aspects of technology applied to sports, of psychology, for the player to incorporate all of those tools that they need as a base for a quality performance and to be a responsible citizen. Okay, Adrian, could you tell us a little bit about the staging that you created with bottles? I think that it was difficult for you to convince people to set that up. What was the reaction of people who had to interact with that staging, the artists? I mean, most of the artists are linked to circular economy, but what was the reaction when they found that they had that work at the Theater of Libertad? First of all, they said, "What happened with the director?" But those of you who had to interact with staging,
Well, there were different opinions. Yeah, more or less, yeah, they were different opinions. But the fact that you're interacting with an institution, what they have liked, it was what they have liked the most, I think, that beyond the ecological fact of the artist that reaches more communities becomes more satisfied. So it was not to stay and to limit itself to concerts and to shows. Everyone has that pretty clear, and everyone who were able to see the school in action said, "Wow, it's amazing! We didn't know that this existed here." So you have a seed that you need to do something at home. So it's there's a compensation coming and going with the energy. So with all the staging that we have seen, and you can do this better. Everyone's an expert, of course, and so, but it's like everyone is mobilized because the opera is reaching other spaces where it didn't used to reach. So I think that that was a win for the theater and for the lyrical genre. And I have been working with the executive director of Opera Latin America. were some of the super best theaters of Latin America. The Madrid theater of I don't know how many millions of euros in budget. The Colón theater, theaters from Mexico, Chile, and here we are doing this with the La Traviata. I said, wow, like this was out of the parameters of the regular thing. And next year they're going to have a meeting in Santiago for sustainable theaters. They said, you have to go there. So from something that wasn't an incredible thing, we reached everywhere because everyone is working with an older concept. I need to buy, I don't know how many square meters of wood, pipes, and here we decided to achieve something that the city already has and use our creativity. When you could go to Barrio Güemes, and every bar is a set, it's a stage. And how can we not bring that to our stage? So that called our attention, and in Cordoba, due to its idiosyncrasies, the way that Cordobese people are, we were able to have this display, to have a little bit more of success, at least in words, in this forum. And the Requiem, it was great because it joined the argument. So the same singers who saw the the stage, and they were able to take the energy of that. So, and they said, we're going through the right path, because I see that the culture is a dialogue. We are with three different experiences, and I'm here learning from them, from my other panelists, my fellow panelists, and I take ideas and examples to see how can we apply this in the theater or wherever I go. And I think that every artist needs to go beyond the music sheet, because you need to be part of what's going on in the world. If not, you don't exist. You need to move people. You need to adapt to this, which is already reality. The rest is the past.
Yes, the three of you depend on the public, on the audience, on the theater in Cosquín Rock, and in Talleres, right? On the attendees. Maybe in the theater, people won't get a cigarette butt and throw it on the floor. Well, sometimes they do fall, but well, they have to deal with those types of behaviors. For example, players know where to throw the waste, and in Cosquín Rock the same, but you have that massive amount of attendees with a different goal of enjoying, of watching a football match, and sometimes makes you throw things up in the air if you celebrate a score or if they like a specific song that they are listening to. So the work that you do on that awareness when they enter the field, that is great, but what happens in the middle? Is it difficult to keep that behavior? And the same goes to you, Miguel, because in the stadium, people drink and then they throw away the glasses and and all that. So what do you do to be aggressive in the message, not to throw the waste away on the floor? Waste, I mean all of the plastic that is reused in circular economy, plastics, bottles, whatever, right?
Well, it's extremely difficult. What we think about the way of facing that is to be practical and not thinking about the utopia of getting people to do everything. Well, the eco cups are an excellent idea. And how long does that take and that degrade? Well, the eco cups are reused as many times as you can. And if you didn't pick it up, doesn't create the same damage as a plastic cup. No, yeah, Plastic, even if it is reusable or disposable, that's pollution. But to have value, people keep it. They don't throw it away. So that's no longer an environmental matter, but it's actually um, an economic matter. And they even take it home because it's of an economic value, and they bring it home. Yes, they don't throw it away because it costs money. Yeah. I imagine, sorry, a cardboard cup that it biodegrades or it doesn't happen and it has no impact in nature. But the thing is that environmentally, that the best plastic is the plastic that is reused. It's best, it's better than disposable cardboard or chemical options. Or so if we critique the traditional ideas, we also need to look at the other side because sometimes it's not as good. So the plastic cups can be reused several times, and if you use it more than 7 times in a year, you beat the disposable. And here is where I went away. Now you clarified the eco cups. I thought it was a biodegradable cup, but no, you just take the glass, take the cup, and you can refill it. And that the thing is not the material, but the use that we give it to it. So we see now in the market that there are many disposable products or compostable products, which are some sort of a solution. But the problem is not that. The problem is that we need to stop. We need to educate ourselves again in reusing. That's the most important thing. And going back to your question, which I remembered right now, there's a moment that everything collapses. We try to maintain order, we try to control people, maybe at some point they are quieter, but when you get saturated with people, then it's more difficult. Then we try to have many green points, many people working, but there's a point where it explodes, and then there are moments where it goes down. And then the team starts trying to save material, and there are always instances when we clean up the site, and the comparison with this year and previous years is incredible. That's another point where we win. That's in the final instance we also recycle, so it's a slow work, and our goal this year is to have people commit much more to that separation.
And there you can see after this year if the result of the entire work that you are doing is useful because you found less material. Yes, the picture at the end. And there's a first reference there that has to do with every massive event for any type of behavior. It's important what we do with waste, what we sing. Behavior is key, even if you create a lot of complex processes from directors, the behavior of each person is key for that real transformation. And the first reference is that football is linked to passion, and passion from its origins comes from being irrational. So that is the magnitude of, of struggle, of combat that we have. But it's also true that that passion includes some intangible aspects of being loyal, of appropriation, of feelings, and we have to be able to channel them through positive experiences. So, from our hospitality behavior and the coexistence of the two teams' fans, respect for diversity, the true inclusion, respect for the environment, that has to do with the main values of society, and we need to work on them regarding sports. But the current agenda makes them crucial, and we can, from the club, and together with the help of the staff of the stadium, and together with the companies who decided to work on this social sustainability issue, all of us together can create the value that we can add in those dimensions. Miguel, I don't know if you saw this at a different agency, but in the rest of the attendees spaces, there are no waste bins. Yes, there are some differentiated waste bins, and then there is a collection task because in that massive event it is very difficult to have that facility. Yes, what you say is key, particularly as regards raising awareness with the people that you work with, football players, artists, and the artists of the theater. There are some cycling races where 5,000 people, they are cycling, for example, 80 kilometers or 126 kilometers. They they ingest some gels, energy gels, and they threw the plastics away. So a squad had to collect those plastic packaging because they are used to throwing them away. And it is very difficult for people who are people who are practicing sports, who are enjoying nature, make them be aware of that. But well, the behavior has been changing. They come back with the gel packages or the water bottles, and they are not thrown away. In South Africa, they changed that. Cap Epic, for example, they don't give you water. You have to stop at different dispensers, and you have to refill your bottle so as not to have a great impact. Yes, maybe musicians at the stage and actors in our players. What we have to do is leverage the potential of the players in the following phases to work with them to be actors of that awareness, of raising awareness. Okay, we have the last minute. Some final thoughts that you would like to give us? Yes, it is very important to insist on these topics because it is not as embedded in culture as we would like. And I strongly believe that during this hour that we have been here, it's like I realize the long way ahead of us. And at least this is a small part of the transformation. The work in collaboration with different institutions is key because that would be the good way to go for collective action because someone achieved something in particular, they are good at it. Okay, they can teach us about that experience. We have this other situation, we can support each other, and I think that here in Cordoba we have a lot of positive projects that are not known to the other spheres, and it's amazing that even having this summit, sometimes we don't know about other projects. We are still within in isolation, maybe. So what we have to do is to be committed as artists in these issues that are so important for the world. And the next opera will be one with recycled instruments. Yes, there are a lot of orchestras that play with those instruments. And the drums that are in the circular economy school, that is the success that we have there. Yes, so we can have a show there. Fede?
Okay, simply I just wanted to reflect a little bit about something that we always say in Cosquín and with Corinthium, also an organization that I work in, is let's not stay with just recycling. It's great if we recycle, if we compost, but actually how we need to think about how much are we consuming and what is the strong power that if we separate it at home and when you start thinking about resources instead of trash, instead of garbage, you can start thinking about what you are consuming. You buy, consume, and you throw away. When you start separating in the right way, you start realizing, okay, I'm consuming plenty of bottles. So even if you recycle, maybe you get an idea that I'm going to start leaving that returnable package in the car. And then you start thinking about more recycling, beyond composting, and we need to think about how do we want the economy to be in the future? How do we want to consume? How do we want to live? Because we are people trying to create change that automatically through time can improve the current situation. And we have can't come to this situation, but we are the same people who can improve on this condition. And yes, I wanted to thank this invitation. It has been very innovative, very challenging to share that when the ball rolls, circulates, it impacts on very different dimensions. In Talleres, we chose 10 dimensions. Environmental is one of them, but also social, cultural, institutional, human, community, economic dimension, infrastructure, and each of the decisions has a consequence on the rest of the others. So the challenge is to leave urgency of the 90 minutes of the next game, to look at the midterm and the long term. Okay, thank you very much. I was making a joke that Talleres is scoring less goals so as not to pollute. But now you need to score and qualify for the Libertadores Cup. And let's hope for no rain in Cosquín Rock, and the theater is always great, marvelous. Closer and closer to people. Let's hope that these actions, these wonderful actions, great. And go compost, we continue recycling, separating, and trying to collaborate with everything. And I like what you said, that if we separate garbage, we would go to out of 5 garbage trucks. Let's stay with that. An applause for all of them. Okay, thank you very much to our guest and Manuel Sanchez, the moderator.
Now we have a great amount of attendees in streaming. Apart from those who are here on this side, we thank you for this participation on the 3rd edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy.
We also want to tell you that on site and in parallel we have the World Circular Economy Fair and the Circular Economy Incubator.
We are very near the completion of this first session on circular experiences. It's time to introduce our last panel called SDGs and Women, Circularity and Sustainability.
It will be moderated by Silvia Perez Ruiz, who is a salient journalist and host of the shows De Acá para Allá on El 12 and Las Perez Ruiz in Radio Pulso.
Welcome. Here I am. How are you? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We have an amazing women panel, so I hope you can enjoy this. We would like to say hello to the streamers, people who are on site or in your houses, in your offices. This is the last panel of this afternoon. SDGs and Women, Circularity and Sustainability. So this is a panel that comes to raise awareness and to show valuable experiences, in this case, at a national level and also in an important city of Córdoba. We will introduce now Paola Tejeda, attorney specialist in environmental sustainable development and secretary for the Women Commission in Businesses, CESIS Rio Cuarto. Welcome, Paola Tejeda from Rio Cuarto, to share with us this experience. Good afternoon. How are you? I hope you're great. We were talking before about the importance of these events to share and to widen our knowledge. So this is the goal. There are a lot of different topics to uncover and to know with Paola, as well as with Cecilia Giral, who will be joining us from Buenos Aires. Cecilia Giral, the president of the Women and Sustainable Energy Association. AMES is a civil association with a federal scope funded in 2019, and the mission is to close the gender gaps in the energy sector and to promote sustainability throughout the value chain of energy. Welcome from Buenos Aires, Cecilia Giral. How are you? Hello, thank you so much. Welcome to this panel, the last panel of the afternoon in this third edition of Circular Economy Summit. Those experiences that you will be sharing, both Paola and Cecilia, will be amazing, and they come from different aspects related to today's topic. Okay, Paola, we will start with you. It is very interesting everything that you are doing in Rio Cuarto. Women of this commission of women business owners with different programs and different purposes every year. So could you tell us a little bit about what you are working on and how it started? Yes, of course. This is the third year, the consecutive year that we have been dealing with a program called Eco Citizen. And we had this within the institution that we represent, that is the Commercial and Industrial Center for Rio Cuarto. And we wanted to make our contribution in everything that was related to sustainability and social commitment of companies. So we had made an analysis on how we could help or support these issues. So we started collecting plastics and see if we could have a complete cycle of circular economy from the moment that waste is created up to the point where we can recycle it and people can see that, because sometimes what happens in the city is that we have some green points, and the great doubt is we take the waste to those green points and what happens with that plastic. So we wanted to develop a program where citizens could actually see what was created with that waste that they are taking to the companies. Perfect. And that idea comes from the chambers, from the companies of Rio Cuarto, right? From the women who have companies. Yes, we are women who are professionals. There are some entrepreneurs and women who are middle management in the company. That is how the commission is made up. And you have a coordination, right? A strong coordination, because you have to convince different sectors. That is not easy. So what are your connections? We managed this initiative and we invited educational institutions to collect material. We gave them the freedom to collect them in a way that was the appropriate way for the institution. Then they take it to Plasticar, that is a manufacturing plant that processes plastics so that they can create a plastic product, a recycled product that is necessary for that school. We try to modify the products each year so as not to deliver the same products every year to the schools. Yes, and it's also a great challenge for you to think about new products, right? Yes, it has to be something useful, not to have a lot of money in reimbursements. The program has to be financed by itself. So we need to know about those objects. So what did you do? In the first edition, when we started doing this as a test, we did this with companies, and companies within their headquarters that they collected plastic, and with that plastic we could create the benches in the parks, as you can see in the image of the first edition. Then in the second edition of Eco Citizen, we wanted to make something different. So we say, why don't we go to educational institutions? And we also train people, because what we also do is to train people on circular economy, sustainability, of sorting waste. So what we did last year were yengas, that is a board game, and we also train people on how to read plastics, how to see the triangles, the chemical composition of all of them. There is an entire development that you need to know. And what plastic was this made of? Hard plastic, mainly, for you to know everything that is related to shampoos, shampoo containers, not PET plastic, that is the one of the bottles, that is not processed. And this year there is Eco-Citizen 3.0. Well, this program closes next week, but what we created was some erasers for boards. And you can see how this was used. How much plastic do you need for this? Yes, there are several kilograms. Sometimes you take a great bag that is only enough for one of those items. So the amount of plastic that you have to gather is a lot to create that. Yes, but you avoid having that waste in the landfills, right? Yes, exactly. And the last question, because we don't have much time, so was it difficult to convince people to communicate this idea to companies, to educational institutions? What was this process like? Well, when we started with this challenge, when we went to talk to companies, it was a little bit difficult talking about social responsibility and maybe mentioning the economic aspect that is key for companies, because in that case, to create the benches, we needed for some extra money because the bases were made of different materials, but they wanted to be included in these initiatives, and citizens could also collect those, made those plastic be collected in those companies. So that was better. And as we added schools, there were more institutions that were added to the initiatives. We have an English institution, we have an older educational institute that was added to this initiative. So it is cross-sectional. Sometimes we talk about children education, but also adults, right? They took a lot of plastics that they had collected. So congratulations. So you could convince a lot in Rio Cuarto. So this is great to multiply these experiences in other cities, right? As well. Thank you so much, Paola. That was very interesting. Everything that you can learn. We have learned that here you can transform some bottles into a board eraser. Now we have Cecilia Giral from Buenos Aires to tell us a little bit more about her experiences on the Association of Women and Sustainable Energy. Specifically, Cecilia, what is the activity throughout those years that you have been carrying out?
Well, thank you very much. We are a civil association that is with a federal scope. The idea is to close the gender gap that exists in the energy sector and to promote sustainability through the value chain. And we intend to have to be an engine for Latin America, and we created a global community of men and women, and we created AMES as a community in 2022. Uh, and we had different work tables. We guide ourselves by the SDG 5, which is gender equality and empowering all women and children women and girls in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have the SDG 7, which is the access to an affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. So we have these work tables. We have over 90 women working together, and these are our values: the gender focus, transparency, equality, diversity, inclusion. And I want to tell you something that we did with the with the IDB, and we wanted to add data, because when we talk about gender equality, it's tough to understand where we are. In 2022, on October 26th, together with the Inter-American Development Bank, we did this report on technology, and I wanted to tell you some information that came up. These are the barriers that women in the infrastructure sector have in Argentina. Barriers that are related to the interest of females in the sector, mainly social and stereotypical barriers. And now we see that these barriers, the social barriers, affect the choice of women at the moment of deciding on which university course or program are they going to decide on. The males, most of them go into STEM programs, science and engineering, and while women only mostly study in programs related to health, education, and humanities and arts. Another barrier that we found in the study was the recruiting, which are the formal or informal processes that the companies have when it comes to identify and complete their employee lists. Here we have some gender biases that we found on when companies go to recruit females. Another barrier is the retention, which is the possibility of retaining the women who were recruited in the company to prevent them from leaving. And the barrier that we detected was that there's a lack of flexibility most of the time in companies to get into the work-life balance, and there are certain gender and violence situations. And this is very interesting that we're going to provide concrete data, and that's the role of women in the organization. We have detected two types of barriers. The vertical segregation, which is the capacity of women to rise in positions until they get to management, and horizontal segregation, which is how can women access those STEM programs. Here we have this slide where we can see how is the participation of women in the energy matrix. We can see here that there's a 9.9%, that means a 10% who are part of the hydrocarbon energy, and as you go towards more renewable energies, the participation of women increases. The yellow is men and the green is women. So the largest shares are in solar and wind power. So women have started participating in renewable energies with a greater strength because I think that they are younger, and we are talking about younger companies in renewables than in thermal energy. We are talking about the most recent times, right? In comparison with the wind power. Yes, because renewables are not older than 50 years. So women started incorporating little by little, and you can see how women who study in the university, you can see the types of programs that they choose. And here you have the participation based on technology, and you can see that in STEM, which are science and technical programs, 60% of them, of the women who study, out of the 60% of female students, only 25% study STEM programs. So that's what you see, that you have the stereotypes where girls who are interested in STEM programs, then you see they start telling them that's a male career. If you're not highly qualified, it's very difficult. So we want to tell you from AMES what we are doing in that sense. But take a look at this. The careers in renewable energies, the share of women in STEM programs are 30%, while with males it's 76%. And in non-renewables, you're talking about 24 versus 51. So this piece of data is moving for women. This data that's in gray is the university training. Even though we have low participation in this sector, you can see that the university training, both in non-renewables as well as renewable, is larger, because here you have more women with university training than males. So women study and finish our programs more in comparison with women. Yeah, I think that that's something that is replicated in several areas of the academic world. You can see that in that example. It's very clear and so interesting, Cecilia. We have run out of time. We have a few minutes to start closing down. Yes, I want to show you this slide, which is a little bit about what I wanted to tell you was that in leadership positions in large companies, 1 out of 10 women can access decision-making positions, but in small and medium companies, only 1 out of 8. So we still have the glass ceilings, and that still prevents us from being able to reach decision-making positions. It's a very interesting thing to suggest that using numbers when we're talking about the gender gap with this inequalities, to put that in numbers, and with this comprehensive study, we can see black on white. We can see the data, which is more than evident. So congratulations for the work that you perform, which is also part of what AMES does. So to start closing, we're going to do some conclusions. Let's start with Paola, who to round up this path of entrepreneurial women in Rio Cuarto, and if you could synthesize what happened throughout these years, which is a brief story but an intense story. So what can you tell us about the road that you covered?
Yes, following the path and the comments of my fellow panelists, we are part of a Women Commission of an institution that is 101 years old. We have been developing this commission for 11 years in different management, under different management, and we have been making it more professional. And we have bet on this social and entrepreneurial commitment, developing different programs and projects. And sometimes what we say in the public spheres is that we need public policies to stay there, and we need to create public policies in the institution that are not dependent on the different types of management of the Commission. We need to perfect this to make it better, to create better institutions, to promote even more circular economy, and of course, this is aligned with what she also mentioned, the SDGs and participation of women. The UN says that without the participation and without empowering women, that are a very important base in education and protection as regards circular economy, we won't reach the real sustainability. So we want to be committed to these goals, and if we can expand that outside the local area, that would be great. Yes, you could. And can you anticipate the product you will be working on the following year? We work with plastic, and we will see which element we will develop or the school needs, right? Yes, the element is the great challenge of each year, to be able to analyze and to establish what we can do, not to repeat the product, and also to create that motivation of a new element that will be created. Yes, so the balance for this 2023 is positive. Yes, really positive. How nice making the entire population be enthusiastic about this, and the leaders and the educators. Yes, when we talk about circular economy and sorting in the houses, we transform that to the school, and then the children say that to their parents. So this is key. You are creating a great message in Rio Cuarto with women. Thank you. And what about Cecilia, to conclude? The truth is that the activity that you are doing with data, with numbers, is truly interesting, with clear objectives. Do you think that is there a perspective of this to continue to grow, for women to develop in the energy system?
Totally. I think that this is an area where women have a lot of potential. You need to do the work for starting with girls and with the teens when they want to start deciding what they want to do for a living, their professions, and we need more women studying electrical and electronic engineering. We need process engineers. We need engineers that can leverage that gap that we have with males. So we have this spiral initiative that we have with the Ministry of Education in Rio Negro, and through leaders that they have been able to transcend this barrier. We can put these examples for children because what you don't see, you cannot show as an example. So with these examples of important women that we have in our area, they can see that they can do it, and those barriers that the society imposes on us are not real. And we're also working a lot on modern energy, the SDG 17, which is with the topic of green hydrogen, which is something that you have probably discussed in this forum. And the hydrogen is going to be the energy of the future, and it's going to replace the fossil fuels. So starting today, we are telling people who are in any kind of sector to become involved really in this, so that in 5 or 6 years, hydrogen is going to be the key in the energy system. And we're also working with companies that need to make a change in their vision about the role of women. We have women have a way of thinking of reality in a circular, in a broad manner. We have many talents. Maybe we can resolve problems faster because of that vision that we have. And we have made alliances with a consulting company called Reverentia, through which we're trying to take trainings to associations so that there are changes in the selection process, or to rethink the way of communication that they have inside. So, and especially to give women the possibility to take on decision-making roles. We're also doing female leadership workshops to create awareness in women that they are their own leaders, and that they don't need as much mentoring, but rather that they have the power to change their own reality. And we do that by means of workshops. We have done 2 workshops, 2 open workshops for all women that want to participate. And next year we're going to have more workshops for the entire community. Super interesting, because that is also a trigger, right? That self-knowledge, that sharing for women to be able to take on those roles that maybe they didn't even think about it. So it's a change in paradigm. Yes, it's definitely a paradigm shift, which the society is going through, the families are going through. Women are standing from another point of view, and we want to include everyone. That's the idea. That's the outlook from women, to be entirely sustainable in all of our decisions, because that is part of our nature as well. And I wanted to tell you something else, which is something that we're doing from AMES, which is a work portal, because we have over 100 profiles, so that companies that have issues finding technical profiles can go to this work portal, a free access portal, to find those profiles that are difficult to find for them in the society. And that's why we're working in a platform in Latin America, because this is not just an issue in Argentina. There are other networks of women in Uruguay, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and we are all a powerful network, because we are aware that in that network we all become empowered and help each other. Super interesting, that work portal, because I was thinking about that. The working area is also pretty fertile if we talk about energy in the region, and there are sectors that always need this qualified human resource. Yes, renewable energies are the future, are the near future. That's what we're trying to channel. We're moving towards carbon neutrality. So renewable energies and hydrogen that is going to supplant hydrocarbons in those places where you cannot go electric, that's the future. So we are calling those women to be part of the future, learning, becoming informed, and understanding that technology is an area where and energy is an area where they can make the difference. Well, actually, since you started in 2019, you have done a lot, so congratulations to the entire team. And your representation of AMES, Cecilia Girard from Buenos Aires, has shared with us this valuable experience with data, with information, and with a perspective that is present and future. So thank you very much, Cecilia. We thank you from here. Thank you for being part of this World Circular Economy Summit, this third summit. Thank you also, Paola, and everyone for joining us. It was a great panel with women, so powerful women, that they have done so much in so little time. So that means that you can do it when there's wheels pushing the same way, when you work with uniformity and constantly and with a very clear and defined focus. And of course, this network that you are making with these institutions, it's a wonderful result. How can you get change to happen, which is the goal and the horizon for us to change paradigms, to change perspectives. So I congratulate you both. Thank you in the name of the organization of the summit to allow us to bring forward these experiences.
I would like to thank Silvia Perez Ruiz for this panel and the moderation, so we'll close with this. Thank you, Mili. Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much for being part of this.
Of course, tomorrow we have a new day with circular experiences where we are going to see more and more cases of companies, entrepreneurs, co-ops, and NGOs who are going to share their experiences in the circular economy.
So we conclude with the first session of circular experiences within the framework of the third edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy, organized by the Municipality of Córdoba by means of the Bio Córdoba agency. Thank you so much for being here with us.
See you tomorrow.